Welcome to Audiobook Odyssey, where we bring the magic of literature to your ears, absolutely free. This channel is dedicated to education and insight, offering key concepts and summaries of books from across genres. Whether you're diving into a timeless classic or discovering something new, we've got you covered. If you'd like to support us, consider buying me a coffee, buying a book, or even sending via UPI. Links are in the description. Don't forget to subscribe and join our growing family of listeners. So, without further delay, let's dive into the ocean of words and begin our journey through the pages of today's featured book, The Castle, authored by Franz Kafka and translated by Anthea Bell, with an introduction and notes by Richie Robertson. Franz Kafka is one of the iconic figures of modern world literature. His biography is still obscured by myth and misinformation, yet the plain facts of his life are very ordinary. He was born on July 3, 1883 in Prague, where his parents, Harman and Julie Kafka, kept a small shop, selling fancy goods, umbrellas, and the like. He was the eldest of 6 children, including 2 brothers who died in infancy and 3 sisters, who all outlived him. He studied law at university and after a year of practice started work, first for his local branch of an insurance firm, based in Trieste, then after a year for the state-run Workers' Accident Insurance Institute, where his job was not only to handle claims for injury at work but to forestall such accidents by visiting factories and examining their equipment and their safety precautions. In his spare time, he was writing prose sketches and stories, which were published in magazines and as small books, beginning with Meditation in 1912. In August 1912, Kafka met Felice Bauer, 4 years his junior, who was visiting from Berlin, where she worked in a firm making office equipment. Their relationship, including 2 engagements, was carried on largely by letter. They met only on 17 occasions, the longest being a 10-day stay in a hotel in July 1916, and finally ended when in August 1917 Kafka had a hemorrhage which proved tubercular. He had to convalesce in the country, uncertain how much longer he could expect to live. Thereafter, brief returns to work alternate with stays in sanatoria until he took early retirement in 1922. In 1919, he was briefly engaged to Julie Wurazek, a 28-year-old clerk, but that relationship dissolved after Kafka met the married Milena Polak Najazenska, a spirited journalist. Unhappy with her neglectful husband, Milena translated some of Kafka's work into Czech. As she lived in Vienna, their meetings were few and the relationship ended early in 1921. 2 years later, Kafka at last left Prague and settled in Berlin with Dora Diamant, a young woman who had broken away from her ultra-Orthodox Jewish family in Poland and who later became a noted actress and communist activist. However, the winter of 1923-24, when hyperinflation was at its height, was a bad time to be in Berlin. Kafka's health declined so sharply that, after moving through several clinics and sanatoria around Vienna, he died on June 3, 1924. The emotional hinterland of these events finds expression in Kafka's letters and diaries, and also, though less directly than is sometimes thought, in his literary work. His difficult relationship with his domineering father has a bearing especially on his early fiction, as well as on the letter to his father, which should be seen as a literary document rather than a factual record. He suffered also from his mother's emotional remoteness and from the excessive hopes which his parents invested in their only surviving son. His innumerable letters to the highly intelligent, well-read, and capable Felice Bauer bespeak emotional neediness and a wish to prove himself by Mary, rather than any strong attraction to her as an individual, and he was acutely aware of the conflict between the demands of marriage and the solitude which he required for writing. He records also much self-doubt, feelings of guilt, morbid fantasies of punishment, and concern about his own health. But it is clear from his friend's Moni that he was a charming and witty companion, a sportsman, keen on hiking and rowing, and a thoroughly competent and valued colleague at work. He also had a keen social conscience and advanced social views. During the First World War, he worked to help refugees and shell-shocked soldiers, and he advocated progressive educational methods which would save children from the stifling influence of their parents. Kafka's family were Jews with little more than a conventional attachment to Jewish belief and practice. A turning point in Kafka's life was his encounter with Yiddish-speaking actors from Galicia, from whom he learned about the traditional Jewish culture of Eastern Europe. Gradually, he drew closer to the Zionist movement, not to its politics, however, but to its vision of a new social and cultural life for Jews in Palestine. He learned Hebrew and acquired practical skills such as gardening and carpentry, which might be useful if, as they planned, he and Dora Diamant should emigrate to Palestine. A concern with religious questions runs through Kafka's life and work, but his thought does not correspond closely to any established faith. He had an extensive knowledge of both Judaism and Christianity, and knew also the philosophies of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. Late in life, especially after the diagnosis of his illness, he read eclectically, and often critically, in religious classics, the Old and New Testaments, Kierkegaard, St. Augustine, Pascal, the late Diaries of the Convert, Tolstoy, works by Martin Buber, and also extracts from the Talmud. His religious thought, which finds expression in concise and profound aphorisms, is highly individual, and the religious allusions which haunt his fiction tend to make it more rather than less enigmatic. During his lifetime, Kafka published 7 small books, but he left 3 unfinished novels and a huge mass of notebooks and diaries, which we only possess because his friend Max Brod ignored Kafka's instructions to burn them. They are all written in German, his native language. His Czech was fluent but not flawless. It used to be claimed that Kafka wrote in a version of German called Prague German, but, in fact, although he uses some expressions characteristic of the South German language area, his style is modeled on that of such classic German writers as Goethe, Kleist, and Stifter. Though limpid, Kafka's style is also puzzling. He was sharply conscious of the problems of perception and of the new forms of attention made possible by media such as the photograph and cinema. When he engages in fantasy, his descriptions are often designed to perplex the reader. Thus, it is difficult to make out what the insect in the metamorphosis actually looks like. He was also fascinated by ambiguity, and often includes in his fiction long arguments in which various interpretations of some puzzling phenomenon are canvassed, or in which the speaker, by faulty logic, contrives to stand an argument on its head. In such passages he favors elaborate sentences, often in indirect speech. Yet Kafka's German, though often complex, is never clumsy. In his fiction, his letters, and his diaries he writes with unfailing grace and economy. In his lifetime, Kafka was not yet a famous author, but neither was he obscure. His books received many complimentary reviews. Prominent writers such as Robert Musil and Rainer Maria Rilke admired his work and sought him out. He was also part of a group of Prague writers, including Max Brod, an extremely prolific novelist and essayist, and Franz Werfel, who first attained fame as avant-garde poet and later became an international celebrity through his best-selling novels. During the Third Reich, his work was known mainly in the English-speaking world through translations, and as little was then known about his life or social context, he was seen as the author of universal parables. Kafka's novels about individuals confronting a powerful but opaque organization, the court or the castle, seemed in the West to be fables of existential uncertainty. In the Eastern Bloc, when they became accessible, they seemed to be prescient explorations of the fate of the individual within a bureaucratic tyranny. Neither approach can be set aside. Both were responding to elements in Kafka's fiction. Kafka worries at universal moral problems of guilt, responsibility, and freedom, and he also examines the mechanisms of power by which authorities can subtly coerce and subjugate the individual, as well as the individual's scope for resisting authority. Placing Kafka in his historical context brings limited returns. The appeal of his work rests on its universal, parable-like character, and also on its presentation of puzzles without solutions. A narrative presence is generally kept to a minimum. We largely experience what Kafka's protagonist does without a narrator to guide us. When there is a distinct narrative voice, as sometimes in the later stories, the narrator is himself puzzled by the phenomena he recounts. Kafka's fiction is thus characteristic of modernism in demanding an active reading. The reader is not invited to consume the text passively, but to join actively in the task of puzzling it out, in resisting simple interpretations, and in working not towards a solution but towards a fuller experience of the text on each reading. Introduction. Kafka's last novel centers on a simple and compelling cluster of images. A rural castle, the property of an absent nobleman, is run by an administrative staff who dominate the village beneath the castle. The protagonist, K, coming from outside and ignorant of the village, and the castle has painfully to learn their ways and to discover that, despite all his efforts, he cannot gain access to the castle. So far, this may seem to match the associations of gloom and oppression suggested by the term Kafkaesque. Kafka, however, has much more to offer than the Kafkaesque, and if one can put aside such presuppositions, the castle provides many surprising discoveries. The reader of the castle is likely already to know the trial and may think that Kafka has simply replaced one opaque, hierarchical authority, the court, with another, the castle. Point one in their texture. However, the two novels differ considerably. In contrast to the anonym, a city of the trial, the castle has a vividly presented material and social setting. We are in a remote village in the depth of winter. The snowbound village is repeatedly evoked. More and more little houses, their window panes covered by frost flowers, a narrow alley, where the snow lay even deeper, pulling his feet out of it as they kept sinking in again was hard work. Page 13. We feel how exhausting it is to have constantly to struggle through the deep snow. Moreover, the village is a community with friendships and hatreds that go back through the generations. We learn about the village's two inns, the humble Bridge Inn and the more pretentious Castle Inn, and about how the latter's landlord and landlady acquired it. We meet the families of the tanner Laisman and the cobbler Brunswick, and hear about their standing in the village, and we are told at great length about the family of Barnabas, the castle messenger, and how the family are in bad odor because of their refractory attitude towards the castle. And whenever a new figure is introduced, he or she is neatly characterized so that even those who appear briefly, the carter Gerstacker, the village schoolmaster, the schoolmistress Giza, and her languishing suitor Schwarzer, are vivid presences. This community is also the setting for a love story. Unlike the callous and self-centered protagonist of the trial, the main character here is at least briefly capable of love, and the rapid development and decline of his love affair with Frida has moments of poignancy not found earlier in Kafka's work. These features offset the extensive conversations about the puzzling ways of the castle authorities, which correspond to Kafka's profound concern with ambiguity, but which sometimes make one feel that the novel could have benefited from the work of an editor. Kafka did not complete the novel. Like his others, The Trial and The Man Who Disappeared, it was published after his death by his friend Max Brod. If we seek access to the novel through Kafka's biography, we shall be disappointed. The snow-covered environment is that of the ski resort of Spindlermull in the Tatra Mountains, where Kafka stayed in January 1922, while the rural community no doubt reflects his experiences in Zurau, where he stayed on his sister's farm in the winter of 1917 to 18. The emotional drama goes back, in complex and untraced, able ways, to his relationships with the Czech journalist Milena Polak, née Jazenska, and with Julie Wurizek, his second fiancée. But the isolated setting of the novel and its quasi-fantastic social system enable Kafka above all to explore and dramatize some long-standing intellectual preoccupations. One of these was the idea of a community. Kafka's personal writings constantly express his sense of solitude, his isolation from his family, his need to find a substitute in writing, and his wish to found a community by marrying and starting a family. But while attracted to the calm, nighty as an ideal, he was also sharply aware of the frictions arising from living with even one other person. When he and Felice Bauer stayed together in a hotel in the summer of 1916, Kafka recorded in his diary how laborious it was to live together, adding, "Only deep down perhaps, a narrow trickle worthy to be called love." July 5, 1916. Integration into a community such as the fictional village would be many degrees harder. Hence the outsider is treated with condescension, contempt, and outright dislike by the villagers, and allowed only a marginal place in their community as janitor in the village school. His situation has been compared to that of Jews seeking a place in European society. Point 2, but to interpret the novel accordingly would be too narrow. The novel is also concerned with authority of various kinds. The castle is said to belong to Count West, whom we never see. In his absence, the castle is run by a huge staff of bureaucrats, arranged in a hierarchy, who manage the affairs of the village. There is much satire on bureaucratic confusion and inefficiency, but it is also clear that the bureaucrats arrogate to themselves the respect formerly paid to the vanished aristocracy. Kafka was writing just after the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian, German, and Russian empires. His novel asks in part what will take the place of traditional authority. Alongside political power, the castle and its staff receive religious devotion from the villagers. The many religious overtones in the text have sometimes been interpreted as meaning that the castle has an enigmatic religious significance. Thus Max Brod called it the abode of divine grace. Point 3, Erich Heller memorably challenged this interpretation by pointing to the misbehavior of the castle bureaucrats. The castle in Kafka's novel is, as it were, the heavily fortified garrison of a company of Gnostic demons, successfully holding an advanced position against the maneuvers of an impatient soul. For but this may be both extravagant and misguided. The castle is enigmatic. We cannot tell what power it contains, if any. The image may have been suggested by a passage in Schopenhauer's great philosophical work The World as Will and Idea, where Schopenhauer argues that scrutiny of the world can never tell us about the true inner nature of things. We can never arrive at the real nature of things from without. However much we investigate, we can never reach anything but images and names. We are like a man who goes round a castle seeking in vain for an entrance, and sometimes sketching the facades. 5. Perhaps the castle contains no secret. It may be more appropriate to see it not as a real spiritual authority, whether benign or malign, but rather as the emblem for the modern, secular, post-religious era. 6. And as the projection of people's desire for a spiritual authority. As in the trial, where we are invited to wonder why Joseph K. submits to the authority of the court, so here Kafka is examining the psychological mechanisms that lead people to believe in a spiritual authority and submit to its demands which are based in their own desires and hopes, and thus ultimately in their own power. Kafka summed up the problem of authority in a little parable written on December 2, 1917. They were given the choice of being kings or royal messengers. Like children, they all wanted to be messengers. Therefore, there are only messengers. They rush through the world, and as there are no kings, they shout their meaningless messages to one another. They would gladly put an end to their wretched condition, but they dare not because of their oath of loyalty. Point 7. This closed circle, servitude to an authority that one has oneself created and could in theory destroy, is the condition of the villagers. In the castle, K challenges that authority. He is a land surveyor whose work consists in rational calculation and thus a representative of the disenchanted post-religious modern world. But he is also susceptible to its appeal. Within Kafka's work, the castle and its hierarchy seem to be an expansion of the legend of the doorkeeper which the chaplain told to Joseph K. in the trial. There, a countryman comes to the gate of the law as K comes to the village, and is told by the doorkeeper that he cannot enter yet. The man spends his whole life waiting submissively for permission to enter, only to be told as he dies that the entrance was intended specially for him. The doorkeeper resembles the castle official of whom Cabe sees a portrait soon after his arrival. Both have big beards and prominent hooked noses. Both are members of a here, Archie. We hear later in the castle of a warden with several deputy wardens, besides officials and secretaries, while the doorkeeper evokes a series of further doorkeepers and says, "The sight of just the third is too much even for me." 8. A similar phrase occurs in the castle when the landlady of the bridge inn asks K, "How did you bear the sight of clam?" Page 47. The doorkeeper professes to be powerful, and the word is used in a similar undefined way by the landlord, who describes officials, but not K, as powerful. Page 10. K imagines Clam's door being guarded by a doorkeeper. Page 108. The castle is defined by its contrast with a traditional religious building, not with a synagogue as one might expect given Kafka's increasing consciousness of his Jewish identity, but with a church. As K looks up at the castle on his first morning in the village, he compares it with the church in his hometown. In his mind, he compared the church tower of his childhood home with the tower up above, the former tapering into a spire and coming down to a broad, red-tiled roof was certainly an earthly building. What else can we build on this earth? But it had been erected for a higher purpose than these huddled, low-built houses, and made a clearer statement than the dull, workaday world of this place did. Page 11-9. This passage may be cautiously agnostic, but it concedes that the church spire at least points to some goal beyond ordinary life and has a clarity that stands out from everyday existence. The castle lacks any such clarity. It looks neither like a feudal fortress nor like a modern mansion, but like a collection of two-story houses. If you had not known it was a castle, you would have taken it for a small town. That implies that prior belief, perhaps the eye of faith, is needed to see it as a castle at all. In many other ways, the castle is ambiguous. When Kate first arrives in the village, the castle is invisible, hidden in darkness, without even a glimmer of light showing, and Kate gazes up at what seemed to be a void. Page 5. The next day, he finds it impossible to get to the castle on foot because the village street that seems to lead there curves away from it, and the carter Jerstacker flatly refuses to drive him to the castle. When Kay expects the messenger Barnabas to lead him to the castle, Barnabas, having misunderstood Kay, in fact goes to his own house. Barnabas himself is not sure that the offices in which he is made to hang about are really in the castle, or that the official from whom he receives orders is really his employer. Clam. Point 10. Clam 2 is bewildering. His name, one of the few names in the story that one can interpret with some confidence, suggests the Czech word clam, illusion. Kate does in fact see Clam when Frida Incour ages him to look through a peephole into the inn room where Clam is sitting at a table with his beer. Clam is facing the peephole as though posing for a photograph, thus affording Kay a photographic sense of mastery, which is undermined by Clam's strained and Awkward posture. Point 11. In any case, we learn later that Clam looks different at different times, when entering the village, when leaving it, before and after drinking beer, alone and in conversation. And these differences are not due to magic, but arise from the mood of the moment, the degree of excitement, the countless nuances of hope or despair felt by those who are privileged to see Clam. Page 156. Thus, Clam and the castle are the object of intense emotions. The complex emotional appeal of the castle is captured in the sound of the great bell, with a lively, cheerful note, although the sound was painful too, and made his heart quail momentarily as if threatened with getting what it vaguely desired. Page 18. The villagers regard the castle and its officials with reverence. K is forbidden to utter the name of Count West before children. The landlady of the bridge, in Clam's ex-lover Gardina, asks him not to mention Clam by name. The formula in the name of Clam is used repeatedly to reinforce an order. On seeing a letter from Clam, the mayor's wife folds her hands as though in prayer. Communication with the castle is generally misleading. K telephones the castle only to learn that what one normally hears at the other end, a humming like children's voices, is the sound of the constant telephoning that goes on within the castle. If a human voice answers, it is only a bored official who has lifted the receiver for a joke. Even pictures are untrustworthy. Gardina shows Kay a photograph of the messenger who summoned her to Clam, and at first it seems to show a young man stretched out on a bed, but in fact it shows him in a horizontal position doing the high jump. Point 12. K receives 2 letters from Clam, both of which are hard to interpret. The first encourages K by promising to watch over him, but K learns from the village mayor that the letter has no official status. The second urges him to keep up the good work, and K, interpreting it over literally, is disappointed because as yet he has done no land surveying work at all. Point 13. Castle officials, like Greek gods, use or abuse their authority to have sexual affairs with village women. Gardina had 3 encounters with Clam 18 years previously, and that experience still dominates her life. Frida is Clam's mistress when she meets Kay, but promptly deserts Clam for Kay. Amalia has received a crudely expressed sexual summons from the official Sordini and refused to obey it, which has led the entire village to ostracize her and her family. Kay, the outsider, is in some respects free from this superstitious reverence, although on his first appearance in the village he seems not to know about the castle. It appears that he has been summoned as a land surveyor, even though most people think that the castle and its community have no need of a land surveyor. He constantly breaches taboos, especially by demanding an interview with Clam, the official, to whom he is responsible. He is able to endure the sight of Clam, which the landlady thinks impossible, and he breaks a taboo by being friendly with the Barnabas family, whom the landlady hates. K's attitude is that of a rationalist who is prepared to argue against the unreasoned traditional customs of the village. Thus, when the landlady, Clam's former lover, insists that a meeting with Clam is impossible, K gradually induces her to admit that it is actually possible and even persuades her to help to arrange it, though when agreeing she hides her face as if making an indecent remark. Page 78. K argues with village officials, including the mayor and the school teacher. When he is briefly employed as a school janitor, he resists the schoolteacher's petty tyranny. He refuses to accept his dismissal from the schoolteacher on the perfectly reasonable grounds that the teacher did not appoint him. Later, he refuses to allow the castle secretary Momus to subject him to an interrogation. When he hears about the obscene summons issued by Sordini to Amalia, he asserts that Amalia's father ought to have made an official complaint on her behalf. To some extent, therefore, K is a force for sense and enlightenment in a community trapped by its unreasoning reverence for tradition. As a land surveyor, His business is to check and, if necessary, correct the boundaries of people's lands. He might therefore change property relations in the village, and it is hinted that the alleged malcontent Brunswick wanted a land surveyor to be summoned for that reason. The village needs to be liberated. Its material poverty and emotional misery are constantly apparent. Kay unkindly throws a snowball at Gerstacker, and only then becomes aware of the man's bent form, as if physically mistreated, page 18. The peasants are described with features contorted into an expression of pain, looking as though their skulls had been beaten flat, page 23. Women such as the landladies of the two inns, the barmaid Frida, and the chambermaid Peppy, who briefly succeeds her, are prematurely worn out by hard work. Yet the villagers confirm their own subjection by the quasi-religious awe in which they hold castle officials. Hannah Arendt may well have been right when, in 1944, she offered a political reading of the castle in which the villagers, passively dependent on the castle authorities, are confronted by Kay, who insists on human rights and thus reveals himself to be the only one who still grasps, quite simply, what human life on earth is all about. Point 14. There are two striking examples of villagers making themselves gratuitously miserable. One is the landlady Gardina, who tells Kay her life story. After being abandoned by Clam, she found sympathy from Hans, a stable boy, one day, as the then landlord of the inn saw them sitting in Gardina's father's garden. He stopped and offered to lease his inn to them, whereupon they married and have been running the business ever since. Since they soon made enough money to buy the inn, they are now prosperous. Yet she would still drop everything and return to Clam if he gave her a sign. Kate chides her, arguing that Clam actually helped her attain her present situation. It was when abandoned by Clam that she was ready for Hans, and the prestige of having been Clam's mistress made her more marriageable. The blessing of that lucky star was yours, but they didn't know how to make the most of it. Page 77. You may be right to see in Gardina's attitude, as Elizabeth Boa does, an implicit critique of the destructive effects of romantic love. Point 15. If Gardina could have overcome her futile hankering after Clam and accepted the limitations of ordinary life, she might have been happy. The other example of self-induced misery is the Barnabas family. Since Amalia refused Sortini's summons, the family believe they are under a curse. All their neighbors despise and avoid them. They are reduced to poverty. The parents, before being overtaken by premature decrepitude, beg for mercy from the castle and even spend days standing by the roadside in the hope of catching the attention of an official passing in a carriage, even though they know such an event to be impossible. Amalia's sister Olga spends several nights every week being gang-raped by the bestial servants of castle officials in the hope that she might meet the messenger who brought Sortini's summons. Their submission to the castle is abject. They regard it as a sign of hope when their brother Barnabas is employed as a castle messenger, even though he is hardly ever asked to carry a message and, by hang about vainly in castle offices, neglects the cobbler's trade on which his family's income depends. Yet the castle has not acted against the family in any way. It seems entirely indifferent, just as Clam seems indifferent to the loss of his lover Frida. To Kate, public opinion in the village reprehends Amalia's refusal, and since the Barnabas family share the common reverence for the castle, they have internalized the contempt in which they are held. Amalia's refusal has provoked much critical debate. Kafka's friend, Max Brod, who understood the castle as the abode of divine grace, thought that Sortini's invitation was a divine command which ought to have overridden ordinary morality. He compared it to God's inexplicable instruction to Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac, which Kierkegaard, in Fear and Trembling, a book well known to Kafka, took to illustrate the teleological suspension of the ethical Writing in the 1970s, Richard Shepard questioned this interpretation but argued instead that Amalia was refusing to live by the life forces within her personality. Point 16. Hence she becomes hard, cold, and reserved. But a more complex interpretation is possible. Amalia's rejection of Sortini's crude summons was indeed heroic, as her sister Olga says. It was a blow against the arrogant sexual exploitation practiced by the castle officials and sanctioned by tradition. But it was of limited value because it was only negative. She still accepts the authority of the castle. Having disobeyed that authority, she has nowhere left to go. She remains emotionally frozen, with nothing to do but tend her decrepit parents. Her refusal may have been an act of dignified self-assertion, but it is futile so long as her resistance to authority holds her trapped within the structures of authority. Anyone who fights with monsters, says Nietzsche, should take care that he does not in the process become a monster. 17. Amalia's story is a partial analog to K.S. By the time he hears it from her sister Olga, K has himself become obsessed with the castle. When his lover Frida reproaches him for neglect, he listens to nothing but her mention of Clam's name. He spends many hours in the Barnabas house listening to stories about the castle, with the result that Frida gets fed up, leaves him, and returns to her old job as a barmaid. Yet it is not clear why he is so obsessed or why it is so important to him to meet Clam. He admits, "It's difficult to say just what I want of him." Page 78. And yet K fails to learn from his repeated experiences of disappointment. The castle, seen by daylight, looks mean and ramshackle. Barnabas the messenger is at first an attractive figure, wearing a white coat that resembles silk, and with an encouraging smile. But when Barnabas brings K to his own house instead of to the castle, K feels he has been misled. He had let himself be captivated by the silken gleam of Barnabas's close-fitting jacket, which he now unbuttoned, revealing a coarse, gray, much-mended shirt over a powerful, broad chest like a laborer's. Page 30. In Clam's sleigh, K finds a bottle of cognac with a delightful aroma. The smell was as sweet and delightful as hearing praise and kind words from someone you love. Page 92. But when he drinks it, it is a warming but coarse drink fit only for coachmen. Such episodes have been interpreted as indicating a Gnostic conception of the world, in which the purity of spiritual things must always be degraded by their translation into material reality. Point 18. But they could also be interpreted as revealing the human propensity to look for spiritual fulfillment where it is not to be had. K is also betrayed by his own aggressive temperament. From the outset he is convinced, for no apparent reason, that the castle is engaged in a conflict with him. He has been seen as a 20th century Faust, constantly striving for an ever-receding goal, and as an embodiment of Schopenhauer's conception of humanity as perpetually driven onwards by the metaphysical force that Schopenhauer called the will. Point 19. Although he suffers under the bullying of the schoolteacher, he also bullies his childish assistants and resorts to violence by giving one a blow with his fist, perhaps significantly. Faustschlag. Faust means a literal fist, as well as being the name of Goethe's hero. Although we learn little about his past, we are told of an important memory. As a child he climbed the churchyard wall and planted a flag on top of it. He rammed the flag into the wall. It flapped in the wind. He looked down and all around him, glancing back over his shoulder at the crosses sunk in the ground. Here and now he was greater than anyone. Page 29. Point 20. This reads like a triumph of the will and even a symbolic triumph over death. It anticipates a crucial event in the novel when K tries to force a meeting with Clam by waiting beside Clam's sleigh. This proves futile. Clam will not leave the inn so long as K is outside, so the coachman unharnesses the horses, leaving K in possession of an empty triumph. It seemed to Kay as if all contact with him had been cut, and he was more of a free agent than ever. He could wait here in a place usually forbidden to him as long as he liked, and he also felt as if he had won that freedom with more effort than most people could manage to make, and no one could touch him or drive him away. Why, they hardly had a right even to address him. But at the same time, and this feeling was at least as strong, he felt as if there were nothing more meaningless and more desperate than this freedom, this waiting, this invulnerability. Page 95. Such freedom is meaningless precisely because it results from cutting off contact with other people. However, Kay is also, even if briefly and faintly, capable of love. Frida, the barmaid of the Castle Inn, boasts to him that she is Clam's lover, yet conceals Kay in the bar, where they spend the night making love among the beer puddles on the floor. In this unpromising venue, Kay has an experience of self-surrender which is described lyrically. Hours passed as they lay there, hours while they breathed together and their hearts beat in unison, hours in which Kay kept feeling that he had lost himself or was further away in a strange land than anyone had ever been before, a distant country where even the air was unlike the air at home, where you were likely to stifle in the strangeness of it. Yet such were its less lures that you could only go on, losing your way even more. Page 40. But since Frida promptly tells Clam that she has abandoned him for Kay falls into despair, since his hopes of using Frida to approach Clam have been dashed. Instead of a woman he can use, he has found a woman who loves him. Although they plan to get married, their romance founders on Kay's obsession with the castle and also on the mundane difficulties of life. Kay gets a job as school janitor. He, Frida, and his two childish assistants have to live in the school, moving out of the classroom when it is needed for teaching. Needless to say, everything goes farcically wrong. This episode is a triumph of Kafka's often underrated humor. As a result, Frida gives up on Kay. Yet even after they have separated, she still says poignantly, "Oh, how I need to have you close. How lost I have felt when I am without you ever since we met. Being close to you, believe me, is my dream, that and only that." Page 222. At the same time, there is something clinging and deathly in Frida's love, which finds expression in a necrophiliac fantasy of their lying together in a grave, clasped together as though with pincers. The assistants, two identical young men called Artur and Jeremias, have an important bearing on Kay's character. Although he seems prepared to accept that they are his old assistants, he has never seen them before and they know nothing about land surveying. Their main activity is clowning about, but there is more to them. Turns out that they were present all the time Kay and Frida were making love on the barroom floor, and their unseen presence must have had a good effect, for later, when Kay and Frida try to make love in the assistants' absence, they cannot repeat the earlier experience but merely scrabble together like two dogs. The assistants' function becomes clearer when Jeremias explains to Kay that they were sent to him by the official Gallater in order to cheer him up, since he is inclined to take things very hard and cannot take a joke. Another side of Kay which he represses is his mildly homosexual attraction to young men. This is very apparent in his attachment to Barnabas, who is first described as follows. He greatly resembled the assistants. He was as slender as they were. His clothes too were close-fitting. He was nimble and spry, and yet he was quite different. Kay would far rather have had him as his assistant. The man reminded him a little of the woman with the baby whom he had seen in the Master Tanner's house. His clothing was almost white and was probably not silk, but an ordinary winter-weight fabric, but it had the fine look of a silk suit worn for special occasions. His face was clear and open, his eyes very large. His smile was extraordinarily cheering, and although he passed a hand over his face, as if to wipe that smile away, he did not succeed. Page 23. While there is no reason to suppose that Kafka was a practicing homosexual, he was aware of his own homoerotic impulses and confessed them unabashedly in his diary and in letters to close friends. 21 His references to homosexuality never contain the disgust which is part of his feelings about heterosexual intercourse. In the meeting with the Secretary Virgil, two conflicting sides of K.'s character, his aggressive hypermasculinity and his gentler homosexual side, find expression. Virgil is a secretary who is competent to deal with K.'s case. Normally, the secretaries go to great lengths to make themselves unavailable to the public. It is just possible, however, that a member of the public can catch a secretary off guard by entering his room in the middle of the night, and then the secretary feels so helpless that he will grant any request. K, having been summoned by another SEC readery, stumbles into Virgil's room by mistake, but is so exhausted that, even as Virgil tells him about his lucky chance, K is already asleep. On Virgil's bed, there he dreams of a victory being celebrated, the successful conclusion of his struggle against the castle. But the struggle is directed against a naked male secretary who resembles the statue of a Greek god, and who, in response to K's pressure, squeaks like a girl being tickled. K then finds himself ready for a fight but without an opponent, a repetition of his futile victory in the snow-covered courtyard, and on waking he feels like a child. Strangely, the officials too appear as childlike. K witnesses the early morning distribution of documents, in which the officials concealed in their rooms behave like naughty children. One empties a basinful of water over the servant's head. Another imitates the crowing of a cock. This descent into the unconscious brings about a change in K. He wakes up a new person, freed from the control of obsessive fictions, and deriving his identity from sources of his personality which lie below the threshold of his will. 22 When he sees the servant tearing up a scrap of paper which no official wants, K wonders if that is the file referring to him, a sign of humility that was not present before. Thenceforth he is milder and gentler in his behavior towards others. But there is little for him to live for, and the suggestions of death which haunt the novel become more intense. The little room where Pepe invites him to spend the winter, for example, sounds disturbingly like the grave. 23. The narrative, then, follows an emotional trajectory involving love, loss, and a breakthrough into self-understanding, at least on the unconscious level, which tragically comes too late to help K to rebuild his life. According to Brod, Kafka said that the story was to end as follows. The alleged land surveyor gains at least partial satisfaction. He does not slacken in his struggle, but dies of exhaustion. The community gathers round his deathbed, and just then the decision comes down from the castle that although he has no legal claim to live in the village, nevertheless, in the light of certain circumstances, he is allowed to live and work there. 24 So the novel would have ended with a success that was also a failure. Along the way, however, the novel keeps offering alternatives to K's solitary struggle. Involvement in a community is offered him through Frida's love, which he wears out by neglecting her. Another possibility of human contact is revealed when the normally withdrawn and somber Amalia, in conversation with K, breaks into a smile. Amalia smiled, and that smile, although a sad one, lit up her somber face, made her silence eloquent and her strangeness familiar. It was like the telling of a secret, a hitherto closely guarded posse. Shown that could be taken back again, but never taken back entirely. Page 149. This luminous breach in the wall of personal isolation is cited by Stephen Dowden as an example of Kafka's sublime. For classical aesthetics, the sublime is a mode of experience that gives us thrilling glimpses of a sort of infinity outside everyday life. 25 Kafka, however, locates the sublime not in magnificent landscapes, but in the mystery of another person. Kafka's sublimity has to do with human identity, a bond that is individual and common. Amelia's smile breaks through the hard shell of ice that surrounds her, and it gives off a light that clarifies her face and establishes a humane contact with K that exceeds words. 26. The novel shows a repeated narrative pattern whereby K think he is on his way to the castle, in fact finds himself in a domestic and hence communal setting. Thus Barnabas leads him not to the castle but to the family home, and when K finds that the village street does not lead to the castle, he rests briefly in the Laseman household where it is washing day. This washing, in which the Brunswick family also share, deserves a closer look, for it contrasts with a ceremony involving water and fire that later plays a crucial part in the narrative. This seemed to be wash day for everyone. Page 14, not only are clothes being washed in a corner, but in the center of the room there is a huge tub as big as 2 beds where 2 men are bathing. The comparison with beds points forward to Virgil's bed, which is the site of K.'s healing dream, and the washing itself suggests purification. The ritual bath is an important feature of Judaism. Though superficially similar, the washing day contrasts with a ceremony described later by Olga, the fire brigade festival held in summer, after which Sordini issued his fateful invitation to Amalia. On that occasion, the castle donated a new hosepipe, and many castle officials were present. In contrast to the family atmosphere of the washing day, the fire brigade festival is riotous. Firemen blow trumpets with a hideous noise. Everyone gets drunk on sweet castle wine. Officials observe the village girls, sizing them up. Sordini fixes his gaze on Amalia. The sense of male dominance is reinforced by the phallic hosepipe and the double entendre whereby spritzen can mean both to emit a jet of water and to ejaculate. Richard Shepard sees the occasion as a festival of procreation and renewal. 27, but it seems more like a scene of sexual predation. And if the bath evoked aspects of Judaism, the fire brigade festival sounds like a pagan or Dionysiac orgy. That would imply not that Amalia is guilty of a sin by refusing to participate in the great festival of procreation around the phallic fire pump. 28, but rather that she is asserting her dignity somewhat in the manner of early Christian women who, as Peter Brown has shown, valued virginity as a way of preserving the integrity and autonomy of their own bodies. 29. Although Amalia's resistance to the castle may in the end be incomplete and damaging, just as K.'s resistance is undone by a fatal obsession with the castle, both show that one need not simply submit to an abusive and oppressive authority. But the novel also suggests that a more effective form of resistance, if one could manage it, would be not to fight against the authority, for a struggle is ultimately self-defeating, but to ignore it. It may well be that the castle contains no secret and has no power except the power that the villagers bestow on it by treating its representatives with servile reverence and by projecting onto it their own hopes and desires. If one withdraws one's desires from the castle and attaches them instead to everyday tasks and family relationships, one has a far better chance of leading a fully human life. Kafka liked to quote the remark that Flaubert, one of his favorite writers, made after visiting a family with many children. Ils sont dans le vrai. They are in the right. 30. Kafka's protagonist, of course, fails in this endeavor, but his story enables Kafka to strike a range of new and poignant emotional notes that one might not expect to find in his fiction. The castle needs to be read with fresh eyes and ears, and without the customary associations of the Kafkaesque. Note on the text: the castle was prepared for publication after Kafka's death by his friend Max Brod, and published by the Kurt Wolf Verlag in Munich. In 1926, this text stops at the point where K leaves Frida nursing Jeremias in the Herrenhof. Brod summarized the subsequent events, notably the encounter between K and Virgil, in his afterword but maintained that these episodes were too sketchy and inconclusive to be published as part of the novel. The first English translation, made by Willa and Edwin Muir and published in 1930, was therefore also incomplete. Broad supplied the remaining chapters, stopping at the end of K.'s conversation with the landlady about clothes in the SEC Ond edition, 1935. He also presented in an appendix a number of passages which Kafka had stroked out. 1. The present translation is based on the text of the castle in the critical edition of Kafka's works, edited by Malcolm Paisley and published by S. Fisher Verlag in 1982. This edition follows the manuscript of the castle held in the Bodleian Library at Oxford. Cancelled passages are printed in an accompanying volume of critical apparatus, and have not been included in the present translation, though they are mentioned in the notes where relevant. The apparatus in the critical edition makes it possible to follow in detail how Kafka wrote the novel. As usual, he did not make plans or drafts, but he did make many small alterations as he went along. Mark Harman, in an illuminating essay on Kafka's textual variants, has shown that his changes tended to make the novel more opaque. Suggestions of allegory were toned down. Thus, a reference to Clam's dear name was removed. K.'s motives are made less explicit. His reflection, in "This way I was not fighting against the others but against myself," is removed, leaving the reader to work out that his aggression is futile. K is also made somewhat less aggressive. Kafka erased his statement, "I'm here for a fight," and removed such actions as threatening the rustics with his walking stick and snatching Amelia's knitting. 2 From the apparatus we can also see that Kafka began the novel in the first person. In the third chapter, immediately before the sex scene between K and Frida, he decided to switch to the third person and went back through the manuscript, changing all the first-person pronouns to K. An obvious reason for this change is that the love-making scene is the first episode in which K.'s alert consciousness becomes blurred and he makes contact with unconscious feelings. He could hardly, therefore, have reported this experience consciously. It is noteworthy that all three of Kafka's novels are in the third person, as are many of his stories, where a first-person narrator is present. It is usually as an onlooker and commentator rather than as a participant in the action. In such exceptions as A Report for an Academy and A Country Doctor, the narrator is recounting past experiences. The initial use of the first person in the castle was an experiment, which proved unsustainable. Note on the translation: Kafka's The Castle was never completed, and when the author died, breaking off in mid-sentence, it had not been edited in the modern manner. A translator of the novel therefore has to face some unsolved problems of terminology. The first problem arises in the SEC on paragraph of the book where at the bridge in Einigeborn, Sassen nach beim Bier, were still sitting over their beer. Look up the word Bauer in a German to English dictionary, and you find that on the face of it the choice is between peasant and farmer. Neither term appealed to me in context. In English, peasants have a rather medieval sound to them, while farmers suggest, to me at least, the modern National Farmers' Union of the British Isles, and in any case, many of the people thus described by Kafka are not farmers but small tradesmen, a carrier, a tanner, a couple of shoemakers. What is clear is that die-born are, so to speak, the working class of the strange world of the castle, whereas the bureaucratic officials of the castle itself are the upper class and have their own pecking order within the larger social hierarchy. For that first instance of born I have therefore translated as the local rustics, and subsequently, either in the same way or simply as the locals or the rustics, or, where it seemed to fit better, as the villagers. One of them who, in discussion of land boundaries with K. the land surveyor, does seem to be a farmer is also der Vorster, or, in full, Gemeindevorster, the top man in the local government of the village, and answerable to the castle, although his mousy wife does all the real work of the post. All available terms for him seem to me to have been used already by other translators, and I have nothing new to offer here. I settled for village mayor as the term conveying the most graphic idea of his position, combining it on first occurrence with chairman of the parish council. Another problematic term is die-necti. In modern parlance, connect, the singular of this noun, is usually a farm laborer or, in U.S. English, a farmhand, but it is pointed out at once that the people thus described and first called, born like the drinkers in the bridge, in whom we meet in the first chapter, are not exactly the same as those local rustics. They frequent the village's other inn and turn out to be the servants of the gentleman, the officials who come down from the castle to stay there or regulate local affairs on the spot. They are also referred to as diener, servants, and only later as necti. In fact, the switch between diener and necti, the latter word being often but not always used for them thereafter, occurs in the middle of a paragraph, making it obvious that they are exactly the same people. Connect was earlier used as a term for a servant in general, sometimes occurring as part of a compound, a stallknecht. For instance, a stable servant is a groom, and while aware that I was exchanging two terms in German for a single term in English, I have called die-necti servants throughout. The inn to which they and their masters resort is, in German, der Herrenhof. The Herren are the gentlemen from the castle, while Hof, primary English meanings are yard, courtyard, farm, court as in a royal court, is very often found in German as the second element of a compound in the names of inns and hotels, as here. I have called this place the Castle Inn, since it is frequented by the gentlemen from the castle, and the name balances the bridge inn where the locals drink, and about the translation of which, mercifully, there is no difficulty. Finally, another term which comes up very frequently in the closing chapters of the book as we have it, although it does not occur at all earlier on, is die-partien, the plural of die parte, primary sense, party, in the sense of someone representing a certain side or shade of opinion, as in a political party, someone who is party to a dispute, a conversation, a legal case, and so on. Again, all that is really clear is that the parties who come from the village are under the authority of the bureaucrats from the castle, to whom they apply for the settlement of various matters, the granting of permits, and so forth. I owe to the editor, Richie Robertson, the idea of calling them members of the public as a general all-embracing term. I would have liked to set out this translation in the modern English manner, with new dialogue beginning on a new line, if only to illustrate visually what a large proportion of the castle consists of direct speech. Sometimes it is conversation in general, sometimes a duologue, and often a monologue of an obsessive or near deranged nature, but still direct speech. Setting it out in that way would not, however, have been in accord with the usual tradition of Kafka translation, or the style within the present series, which is to follow the layout of Kafka's manuscript. However, I do think it is useful to remember how much of the castle is told through the mouths of the characters, who in the process may inadvertently reveal their own feelings, misconceptions, and ulterior motives. A satisfyingly useful function of dialogue in fiction and drama. A chronology of Franz Kafka. 1883, July 3rd. Franz Kafka, born in Prague, son of Herman Kafka, 1852 to 1931, and his wife Julie, née Loie, 1856 to 1934. 1885, birth of FK's brother George, who died at the age of 15 months. 1887, birth of FK's brother Heinrich, who died at the age of 6 months. 1889, birth of FK's sister Gabrielle, Ellie, died in 1941. 1890, birth of FK's sister Valerie, Valley, died in 1942. 1892, birth of FK's sister Ottilie, Atla, died in 1943. 1901, FK begins studying law in the German language section of the Charles University, Prague. 1906, gains his doctorate in law and begins a year of professional expiry in the Prague courts. 1907 begins working for the Prague branch of the insurance company, Assicurazioni Generali, based in Trieste. 1908 moves to the state-run workers' accident insurance company for the Kingdom of Bohemia. First publication, 8 prose pieces, later included in the volume Meditation, appear in the Munich Journal Hyperion. 1909 holiday with Max and Otto Brod at Riva on Lake Garda. They attend a display of aircraft, about which FK writes, the aeroplanes. At Brescia. 1910 holiday with Max and Otto Brod in Paris. 1911 holiday with Max Brod in northern Italy, Switzerland, and Paris. Attends many performances by Yiddish actors visiting Prague, and becomes friendly with the actor Isaac Lowy, Jitzchak Levi. 1912 holiday with Max Brod in Weimar, after which FK spends 3 weeks in the nudist sanatorium Jungborn in the Harz Mountains. Works on The Man Who Disappeared. August 13th. First meeting with Felice Bauer, 1887 to 1960. From Berlin. 22 to 3 September, writes The Judgment in a Single Night. November, December, works on The Metamorphosis. December, Meditation, a collection of short prose pieces published by Kurt Wolff in Leipzig. 1913 visits Felice Bauer 3 times in Berlin. September, attends a conference on accident prevention in Vienna, where he also looks in on the 11th Zionist Congress. Stays in a sanatorium in Riva. Publishes The Stoker, equals the first chapter of The Man Who Disappeared, in Wolff's series of avant-garde prose text, The Last Judgment. 1914 June 1st. Officially engaged to Felice Bauer in Berlin. July 12th. Engagement dissolved. Holiday with the Prague novelist Ernst Weiss in the Danish resort of Marylist. August-December writes most of the trial. October, in the penal colony. 1915 the dramatist Karl Sternheim, awarded the Fontaine Prize for Lit Era. Tour transfers the prize money to Kafka. The Metamorphosis published by Wolff. 1916 reconciliation with Felice Bauer. They spend 10 days together in the Bohemian resort of Marienbad, Mariensglasn. The Judgment, published by Wolff. FK works on the stories later collected in A Country Doctor. 1917 July. FK and Felice visit the latter's sister in Budapest and become engaged again. 9 to 10 August. FK suffers a hemorrhage which is diagnosed as tubercular. To convalesce, he stays with his sister, Atla, on a farm at Zurauserum in the Bohemian countryside. December. Visit from Felice Bauer. Engagement dissolved. 1918 March. FK resumes work. November. Given health leave, stays till March 1919 in a hotel in Skelesen, Zalesna. 1919 back in Prague. Briefly engaged to Julie Wurazek, 1891 to 1944, in The Penal Colony, published by Wolff. 1920 intense relationship with his Czech translator Milena Polak. Nay. Jazenska, 1896 to 1944. July, ends relationship with Julie Wurazek. Publication of A Country Doctor, Little Stories. December, again. Granted health leave, FK stays in a sanatorium in Matlieri, in the Tatra Mountains, till August 1921. 1921 September. Returns to work, but his worsening health requires him to take 3 months further leave from October. 1922 January. Has his leave extended till April. Stays in Mountain Hotel Inn, Spindlermal, Spindleruv MLYN. January, August, writes most of The Castle. July 1st. Retires from the insurance company on a pension. 1923 July. Visits Müritz on the Baltic and meets Dora Diamond, 1898 to 1952. September. Moves to Berlin and lives with Dora. 1924 March. His declining health obliges FK to return to Prague and, in April, to enter a sanatorium outside Vienna. Writes and publishes Josephine the Singer or the Mousefolk. June 3rd dies. August, a hunger artist. For stories published by Die Schmid. 1925 The Trial, edited by Max Brod, published by Die Schmid. 1926 The Castle, edited by Max Brod, published by Wolf. 1927 America, now known by Kafka's title, The Man Who Disappeared, edited by Max Brod, published by Wolf. 1930 The Castle, translated by Willa and Edwin Muir, published by Martin Secker, London, the first English translation of Kafka. 1939 Max Brod leaves Prague just before the German invasion, taking Kafka's manuscripts in a suitcase and reaches Palestine. 1956 Brod transfers the manuscripts, except that of the trial, to Switzerland for safekeeping. 1961 The Oxford scholar Malcolm Paisley, with the permission of Kafka's heirs, transports the manuscripts to the Bodleian Library. The Castle, Chapter 1. It was late evening when Kay arrived. The village lay deep in snow. There was nothing to be seen of Castle Mount, for mist and darkness surrounded it, and not the faintest glimmer of light showed where the great castle lay. Kay stood on the wooden bridge leading from the road to the village for a long time, looking up at what seemed to be a void. Then he went in search of somewhere to stay the night. People were still awake at the inn. The landlord had no room available, but, although greatly surprised and confused by the arrival of a guest so late at night, he was willing to let Kay sleep on a straw mattress in the saloon bar. Kay agreed to that. Several of the local rustics were still sitting over their beer, but he didn't feel like talking to anyone. He fetched the straw mattress down from the attic himself and lay down near the stove. It was warm, the locals were silent. His weary eyes gave them a cursory inspection, and then he fell asleep. But soon afterwards he was woken again. A young man in town, clothes with a face like an actor's, narrowed eyes, strongly marked eyebrows, was standing beside him with the landlord. The rustics were still there too, and some of them had turned their chairs round, so that they could see and hear better. The young man apologized very civilly for having woken Kay, introduced himself as the son of the castle warden, and added, "This village belongs to the castle, so anyone who stays or spends the night here is, so to speak, staying or spend the night at the castle, and no one's allowed to do that without a permit from the count. However, you don't have any such permit, or at least you haven't shown one." Kay had half sat up, had smoothed down his hair, and was now looking up at the two men. "What village have I come to, then?" he asked. "Is there a castle in these parts?" "There most certainly is," said the young man slowly, as some of those present shook their heads at Kay's ignorance. "Count West's asterisk castle. And I need this permit to spend the night here?" asked Kay, as if to convince himself that he had not, by any chance, dreamed the earlier information. "Yes, you need a permit," was the reply, and there was downright derision at Kay's expense in the young man's voice as, with arm out stretched, he asked the landlord and the guests, "Or am I wrong? Doesn't he need a permit?" "Well, I'll have to go and get a permit, then," said Kay, yawning and throwing off his blanket as if to rise to his feet. "Oh yes? Who from?" asked the young man. "Why, from the count," said Kay. "I suppose there's nothing else for it." "What? Go and get a permit from the count himself at midnight?" cried the young man, retreating a step. "Is that impossible?" asked Kay, unruffled. "If so, why did you wake me up?" At this the young man was positively beside himself. "The manners of a vagrant," he cried. "I demand respect for the count's authority. I woke you up to tell you that you must leave the count's land immediately." "That's enough of this farce," said Kay in a noticeably quiet voice. He lay down and pulled the blanket over him. "Young man, you're going rather too far, and I'll have something to say about your conduct tomorrow. The landlord and these gentlemen are my witnesses, if I need any. As for the rest of it, let me tell you that I'm the land surveyor *, and the count sent for me. My assistants will be coming tomorrow by carriage with our surveying instruments. I didn't want to deprive myself of a good walk here through the snow, but unfortunately I did lose my way several times, and that's why I arrived so late. I myself was well aware, even before you delivered your lecture, that it was too late to present myself at the castle. That's why I contented myself with sleeping the night here, and you have been, to put it mildly, uncivil enough to disturb my slumbers. And that's all the explanation I'm making. Good night, gentlemen. And Kate turned to the stove. Land surveyor? He heard someone ask hesitantly behind his back, and then everyone fell silent. But the young man soon pulled himself together and told the landlord, in a tone just muted enough to sound as if he were showing consideration for the sleeping Kay, but loud enough for him to hear what was said. I'll telephone and ask. Oh, so there was a telephone in this village was there? They were very well equipped here, as a detail that surprised Kay. But on the whole, he had expected this. Turned out that the telephone was installed almost right above his head, but drowsy as he was, he had failed to notice it. If the young man really had to make a telephone call, then, with the best will in the world, he could not fail to disturb Kay's sleep. The only point at issue was whether Kay would let him use the telephone, and he decided that he would. In which case, however, there was no point in making out that he was asleep, so he turned over on his back again. He saw the locals clustering nervously together and conferring. Well, the arrival of a land surveyor was no small matter. The kitchen door had opened, and there, filling the whole doorway, stood the monumental figure of the landlady. The landlord approached, on tiptoe, to let her know what was going on. And now the telephone conversation began. The warden was asleep, but a deputy warden, or one of several such deputies, a certain Mr. Fritz, was on the line. The young man, who identified himself as Schwarzer, told Mr. Fritz how he had found Kay, a man of very ragged appearance in his 30s, sleeping peacefully on a straw mattress with a tiny rucksack as a pillow, and a gnarled walking stick within reach. He had naturally felt suspicious, said the young man, and as the landlord had clearly neglected to do his duty, it had been up to him to investigate the matter. Kay, he added, had acted very churlishly on being woken, questioned, and threatened in due form with expulsion from the county, although, as it finally turned out, perhaps with some reason, for he claimed to be a land surveyor and said his lordship the count had sent for him. Of course it was at least their formal duty to check this claim, so he, Schwarzer, would like Fritz to inquire in central office, find out whether any such surveyor was really expected, and telephone back with the answer at once. Then all was quiet. Fritz went to make his inquiries, and here at the inn they waited for the answer, Kay staying where he was, not even turning round, not appearing at all curious, but looking straight ahead of him. The way Schwarzer told his tale, with a mingling of malice and caution, gave him an idea of what might be called the diplomatic training of which even such insignificant figures in the castle as Schwarzer had a command. There was no lack of industry there either. Central office was working even at night, and clearly it answered questions quickly, for Fritz soon rang back. His report, however, seemed to be a very short one, for Schwarzer immediately slammed the receiver down in anger. I said as much, he cried. There's no record of any land surveyor. This is a common, lying vagabond, and probably worse. For a moment Kay thought all of them, Schwarzer, the local rustics, the landlord and landlady, were going to fall on him, and to avoid at least the first onslaught he crawled under the blanket entirely. Then he slowly put his head out. The telephone rang again, and so it seemed to Kay, with particular force, although it was unlikely that this call too could be about Kay. They all stopped short, and Schwarzer went back to the phone. He listened to an explanation of some length, and then said quietly, a mistake, then? This is very awkward for me. You say the office manager himself telephoned? Strange, strange. But how am I to explain it to the land surveyor now? Asterisk. K pricked up his ears. So the castle had described him as the land surveyor. In one way this was unfortunate, since it showed that they knew all they needed to know about him at the castle. They had weighed up the balance of power and were cheerfully accepting his challenge. In another way, however, it was fortunate, for it confirmed his opinion that he was being underestimated and would have more freedom than he had dared to hope from the outset. And if they thought they could keep him in a constant state of terror by recognizing his qualifications as a land surveyor in this intellectually supercilious way, as it certainly was, then they were wrong. He felt a slight frisson, yes, but that was all. Kay waved away Schwarzer, who was timidly approaching. He declined to move into the landlord's room, as he was now urged to do, merely accepting a nightcap from the landlord and the use of a washbasin with soap and a towel from the landlady, and he didn't even have to ask for the saloon to be cleared, since all present were hurrying out with their faces averted, perhaps to keep him from identifying them in the morning. The light was put out and he was left alone at last. He slept soundly through until morning, scarcely disturbed once or twice by rats scurrying past. After breakfast, which, like K.'s entire board and lodging, so the landlord told him, was to be paid for by the castle, he thought he would go straight into the village. But when the landlord, to whom, remembering his behavior yesterday, he had said only the bare minimum, kept hovering around him with a silent plea in his eyes, he took pity on the man and asked him to sit down and keep him company for a while. I haven't met the Count yet, said Kay, but they say he pays well for good work. Is that so? If you're traveling as far from your wife and child asterisk as I am, you want to bring something worthwhile home. No need to worry about that, sir. There've never been any complaints of poor pay. Well, said Kay, I'm not the timid sort myself, and I can speak my mind even to a count, but of course it's far better to be on friendly terms with such gentlemen. The landlord was perched opposite Kay, on the edge of the window sill, not daring to sit anywhere more comfortable, and he kept looking at Kay with his large, brown, anxious eyes. To begin with, he had moved close to his guest, but now he seemed to want to run away. Was he afraid of being interrogated about the Count? Did he fear that, although he was now calling his guest Sir, Cave was not to be relied on? Kate thought he had better distract the man's mind. Looking at his watch, he said, Well, my assistants will soon be arriving. Will you be able to accommodate them here? Of course, sir, said the landlord. But won't they be staying with you up at the castle? Was he so easily and cheerfully giving up the prospect of guests, and in particular the custom of Kay, whom he seemed anxious to send off to the castle? That's not decided yet, said Kay. First I must find out what kind of work they want me to do. For instance, if I'm to work down here, then it would be more sensible for me to stay down here too. And in addition, I'm afraid that living up in the castle wouldn't agree with me. I always prefer to be a free agent. You don't know what the castle is like, said the landlord quietly. True, said Kay. One ought not to judge too early. At the moment, all I know about the castle is that up there they know how to pick a good land surveyor. And perhaps there are other advantages there as well. And he rose to his feet to allow the landlord, who was uneasily biting his lip, a chance to be rid of his company. It wasn't easy to win this man's trust. As Kay was walking away, he noticed a dark portrait in a dark frame on the wall. He had seen it even from where he lay last night, but at that distance he hadn't been able to make out the details, and had thought that the real picture had been removed from the frame, leaving only a dark backing. But there was indeed a picture, as he now saw the head and shoulders of a man of about 50. The sitter's head was bent so low on his chest that you could hardly see his eyes, and the reason why he held it like that seemed to be the weight of his high, heavy forehead and large hooked nose. The man's beard, which was squashed in at his throat by the angle of his head, stood out below his chin. His left hand was spread and he was running it through his thick hair, but he could raise his head no higher. "Who's that?" asked Kay. "The Count?" He was standing in front of the portrait and did not even look at the landlord. "Oh no," said the landlord, "that's the castle warden." "Well, they have a fine warden at the castle, to be sure," said Kay. "A pity his son has turned out so badly." "No, no," said the landlord, drawing Kay slightly down to him and whispering in his ear. "Schwarzer was putting on airs yesterday. His father is only a deputy warden and one of the most junior of them." At this moment the landlord seemed like a child to Kay. "What a rascal," he said, laughing. However, the landlord did not join in his laughter, but said, "His father is powerful, too." "Oh, come along," said Kay. "You think everyone is powerful, including me? I wonder." "No," said the man, diffidently but gravely. "I don't think you are powerful. You're a very good observer, then," said Kay. "The fact is, and just between you and me, I really am not powerful. As a result, I probably feel no less respect for the powerful than you do, but I am not as honest as you and won't always admit it." And to cheer the landlord and show his own goodwill, he tapped him lightly on the cheek. At this the man did smile a little. He was only a boy really, with a soft and almost beardless face. How had he come to marry his stout, elderly wife who could be seen through a hatch, bustling about the kitchen next door, hands on her hips, elbows jutting? But Kay did not want to probe the man any further now or wipe the smile he had finally won from him off his face. He just signed to him to open the door and stepped out into the fine winter morning. Now he could see the castle above, distinctly outlined in the clear air, and standing out even more distinctly because of the thin cover, of snow lying everywhere and changing the shape of everything. In fact, much less snow seemed to have fallen up on Castle Mount than here in the village, where Kay found it as difficult to make his way along the road as it had been yesterday. Here the snow came up to the cottage windows and weighed down on the low rooftops, while on the mountain everything rose into the air, free and light, or at least that was how it looked from here. Altogether the castle, as seen in the distance, lived up to Kay's expectations. It was neither an old knightly castle from the days of chivalry, nor a showy new structure, but an extensive complex of buildings, a few of them with 2 stories, but many of them lower, and crowded close together. If you hadn't known it was a castle, you might have taken it for a small town. Kay saw only a single tower and could not make out whether it was a dwelling or belonged to a church. Flocks of crows were circling around it. His eyes fixed on the castle, Kay went on, paying no attention to anything else. But as he came closer, he thought the castle disappointed. After all, it was only a poor kind of collection of cottages bled into a little town, and distinguished only by the fact that, while it might all be built of stone, the paint had flaked off long ago, and the stone itself seemed to be crumbling away. Kay thought fleetingly of his own hometown, which was hardly inferior to this castle. If he had come here only to see the place, he would have made a long journey for nothing much, and he would have done better to revisit the old home that he hadn't seen for so long. In his mind, he compared the church tower of his childhood home with the tower up above. The former, tapering into a spire and coming down to a broad, red-tiled roof, was certainly an earthly building. What else can we build? But it had been erected for a higher purpose than these huddled, low-built houses, and made a clearer statement than the dull, workaday world of this place did. The tower up here, the only visible one, now turned out to belong to a dwelling, perhaps the main part of the castle. It was a simple, round building, partly covered with ivy, and it had small windows now shining in the sun. There was something crazed about the sight, and was built into the shape of a balcony at the top, with insecure, irregular battlements crumbling as if drawn by an anxious or careless child as they stood out zigzag fashion against the blue sky. It was as if some melancholy inhabitant of the place who should really have stayed locked up in the most remote room in the house had broken through the roof and was standing erect to show himself to the world. Once again Kay stopped, as if standing still improved his powers of judgment, but his attention was distracted. Beyond the village church where he now was, in fact it was only a chapel extended like a barn so that it could hold the whole congregation, lay the school. It was a long, low building, curiously combining the character of something temporary and something very old, and it stood in a fenced garden that was now covered with snow. The children were just coming out with their teacher. They crowded around him, all eyes were fixed on him, and they were talking away the whole time so fast that Kay couldn't make out what they were saying. The teacher, a small, narrow-shouldered young man who held himself very upright but without appearing ridiculous, had already seen Kay from a distance. After all, apart from his own little flock, Kay was the only living soul to be seen far and wide. Kay, as the stranger here, greeted him first, noticing that despite his small stature he was used to being in command. "Good morning, sir," he said. All at once the children fell silent, and the teacher probably appreciated this sudden silence. In anticipation of his remarks, "Looking at the castle, are you?" he asked, more gently than Kay had expected, but in a tone suggesting that he didn't like what Kay was doing. "Yes," said Kay, "I'm a stranger here. I arrived in the village only yesterday evening." "Don't you like the castle?" the teacher was quick to ask. "What?" Kay asked in return, slightly surprised. He repeated the question in a milder tone. "Do I like the castle? What makes you think that I don't?" "Strangers never do," said the teacher. Here Kay changed the subject to avoid saying anything the teacher didn't like, and asked, "I expect you know the Count?" "No," said the teacher, and he was about to turn away, but Kay wasn't giving up, and asked again. "What? You don't know the Count? What makes you think I would?" asked the teacher, very quietly, and he added in a louder voice, speaking French, "Kindly recollect that we're in the company of innocent children." This made Kay think he might properly ask, "Could I visit you one day, sir? I shall be here for some time and feel rather isolated. I don't fit in with the local rustics here, and I don't suppose I shall fit in at the castle either. There's no distinction between the local people and the castle," said the teacher. "Maybe not," said Kay, "but that makes no difference to my situation. May I visit you sometime? I lodge in Swan Alley at the butcher's house." This was more of a statement than an invitation, but all the same Kay said, "Good, then I'll come." The teacher nodded and went on with the crowd of children, who all started shouting again. They soon disappeared along a street that ran steeply downhill, but Kay was distracted, fretting at this conversation. For the first time since his arrival he felt real weariness. At first the long journey here had not seemed to affect him at all, and he had walked for days, step after step, on and on. But now all that physical strain was claiming its due, and at just the wrong time. He was irresistibly drawn to seek new acquaintances, but every new acquaintance left him wearier than ever. If he forced himself to walk at least as far as the entrance to the castle, that was more than enough in his present state. So he walked on, but it was a long way, for he was in the main street of the village, and it did not lead to Castle Mount but merely passed close to it before turning aside, as if on purpose, and although it moved no further away from the castle, it came no closer either. Kay kept thinking that the road must finally bring him to the castle, and, if only because of that expectation, he went on. Because of his weariness, he naturally shrank from leaving the road, and he was surprised by the extent of the village, which seemed as if it would never end, with more and more little houses, their window panes covered by frost flowers, and with the snow and the absence of any human beings. So at last he tore himself away from the road on which he had persisted and struck out down a narrow alley where the snow lay, even deeper. Pulling his feet out of it as they kept sinking in again was hard work. He broke out in a sweat and suddenly he stopped and could go no further. But he wasn't entirely alone after all. There were cottages to his right and his left. He made a snowball and threw it at a window. The front door opened at once, the first door he had seen opening on his entire walk all the way through the village, and he saw an old man in a brown fur jacket, his head on one side, looking both frail and friendly. "May I come into your house for a little while?" asked Kay. "I'm very tired." He did not hear what the old man was saying, but gratefully he realized that a plank was being pushed his way. This got him clear of the snow straight away, and a few more paces took him into the parlor of the cottage. It was a large, dimly lit room. Coming in from outside, he could see nothing at first. Kay staggered and nearly fell over a washing trough. A woman's hand caught him. He heard a number of children shouting in one corner. Steam billowed out of another, turning the twilight into darkness. Kay might have been surrounded by clouds. "He's drunk," someone said. "Who are you?" cried a peremptory voice, and added, probably turning to the old man, "Why did you let him in? Are we to let in everyone who goes slinking around the streets?" "I'm the Count's land surveyor," said Kay, by way of justifying himself to the still invisible speaker. "Oh, it's the land surveyor," said a woman's voice, and then there was total silence. "You know me?" asked Kay. "Yes, indeed," was all the first voice said again, briefly. Knowing who Kay was didn't seem to recommend him to these people. At last some of the steam drifted away, and gradually Kay was able to get his bearings. This seemed to be wash day for everyone. Clothes were being washed near the door, but the vapor came from the left-hand corner, where two men were having a bath in steaming water in a wooden tub larger than any Kay had ever seen before. It was about the size of two beds. But even more surprising, although it was hard to say just why, was the right-hand corner of the room. Through it, large hatch, the only opening in the back wall of the parlor, pale, snowy light came in, no doubt from the yard, and cast a sheen like silk asterisk on the dress of a woman almost lying, for she looked so tired, in a tall armchair far back in that corner. She had a baby at her breast. A few children were playing around her, obviously village children, although she did not look like a villager herself. But sickness and weariness will make even rustics appear refined. "Sit down," said one of the men, a bearded, mustached fellow who kept his mouth open all the time under his mustache, breathing noisily. Raising his hand above the side of the tub, a comical sight, he pointed to a chest, and in doing so splashed hot water all over Kay's face. The old man who had let Kay in was sitting on the chest too, lost in thought. Kay was glad of the chance to sit down at last. No one bothered about him anymore. The woman at the washing trough, who was blonde, young, and buxom, was singing softly at her work. The men in the tub were stamping their feet and turning this way and that. The children were trying to get closer to them, but were always chased away by great jets of water which did not spare Kay either. The woman in the armchair lay as if lifeless, not even looking down at the child at her breast, but gazing vaguely upwards. Kay had probably been watching this unchanging, sad, and beautiful scene for some time, but then he must have fallen asleep, for when a loud voice hailed him, he woke with a start and found that his head was resting on the shoulder of the old man beside him. The men had finished bathing in the tub. The children were now splashing about in it, with the blonde woman watching over them, and were standing, fully clothed, in front of Kay. The bearded man with the loud voice turned out to be the less important of the two. The other man, no taller than his friend and with a much sparser beard, was a quiet, slow-thinking fellow, sturdy of stature and broad of face, and held his head bent. "Mr. Land Surveyor, sir," he said, "forgive the incivility, but you can't stay here." "I didn't want to stay," said Kay, "only to rest for a little while. I feel rested now, and I'll be on my way. You're probably surprised to find us so inhospitable, said the man, but hospitality isn't a custom here, and we don't need any visitors. Slightly refreshed by sleep and listening a little more attentively than before, Kay was glad to hear him speak so frankly. He was moving more easily by this time and placing his walking stick now here, now there. He approached the woman in the armchair. He himself was physically the largest person in the room. To be sure, said Kay, why would you need visitors? But a visitor or so is needed now and then. For instance, me as a land surveyor. I don't know about that, said the man slowly. If they sent for you, then they probably do need you, but that's an exception. As for us, ordinary folk, we stick to the rules and you can't hold that against us. No, said Kay. I owe you thanks, you and everyone here. And when none of them expected it, he suddenly swung round to stand in front of the woman. She looked at Kay from tired blue eyes. A translucent silk headscarf came halfway down her forehead, and the baby was sleeping at her breast. Who are you? Asked Kay dismissively, and it was not clear whether her disdain was meant for Kay or her own answer. She said, I'm from the castle. All this had taken only a moment, but already the two men were, one on each side of Kay, forcibly frog-marching him to the door, as if there were no other means of communication. The old man, Watch, and G seemed pleased about something, and clapped his hands. The washerwoman too laughed as she stood among the children, who were suddenly romping noisily. As for Kay, he was soon out in the alley with the two men watching him from the doorway. Snow was falling again, but it seemed a little brighter than before. The bearded man called impatiently, Where do you want to go? This is the way to the castle, that's the way to the village. Kay did not answer, but said to the other man, who despite his superior status seemed more approachable, Who are you? To whom do I owe thanks for my rest here? I am Lazeman * the master. Tanner, was the reply, and you owe no one any thanks. Very well, said Kay. Perhaps we'll meet again. I shouldn't think so, said the man. At this moment the bearded man, raising a hand, called out, Good day, Artur. Good day, Jeremias. Kate turned. So there were people out and about on the village streets after all. Two young men were ing along the road from the castle. They were of medium height, very lean in close-fitting clothes, and their faces too were very much alike, with dark brown complexions setting off their very black goatee beards. They were walking remarkably fast, considering the present state of the roads, swinging their long legs in time. What's going on? Called the bearded man. He had to raise his voice to communicate with them. They were walking so fast and didn't stop. We have business here, they called back, laughing. Where? At the inn. I'm going there too, shouted Kay, his voice suddenly rising above all the others. He very much wanted the two men to take him with them. Striking up an acquaintance with them didn't seem as if it would lead anywhere much, but they would obviously be good, cheerful companions on a walk. However, although they heard what Kay said, they simply nodded, walked on, and were gone in a moment. Kay was left standing in the snow, feeling disinclined to haul his foot out of it, only to have it sink in again a little further on. The master, Tanner, and his friend, happy to be rid of Kay at last, made their way slowly back through the door of the house, which was only standing ajar, still keeping an eye on him. Kay was left alone in the all-enveloping snow. If I'd come here by chance and not on purpose, he thought, I might fall into despair at this point. Then a tiny window opened in a cottage on his left. Closed it had, looked dark blue, perhaps reflecting the snow, and it was so very tiny that now it had been opened you couldn't see the whole face of the person behind it, only that person's eyes. They were old brown eyes. There he is, Kay heard a quavering female voice say. It's the land surveyor, said a male voice. The man came to the window and asked, in not unfriendly tones, but as if anxious to make sure that all was well with the street outside his house. "Who are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for a sleigh that will give me a lift," said Kay. "There won't be any sleighs coming this way," said the man. "We don't have traffic here." "But this is the road to the castle," Kay objected. "All the same," said the man, with a certain implacable note in his voice, "we don't have traffic here." Then they both fell silent. But the man was obviously thinking something over, for the window was still open and smoke was pouring out of it. "It's a bad road," said Kay, to help the conversation along. However, all the man said was, "Yes, to be sure." After a while, however, he did add, "I'll take you in my own sleigh if you like." "Yes, please do," said Kay, delighted to hear it. "How much will you ask?" "Nothing," said the man, to Kay's great surprise. "Well, you're the land surveyor," he explained, "and you belong at the castle. Where do you want to go?" "Why, to the castle," Kay was quick to say. "Oh, then I'm not going," the man said at once. "But I belong at the castle," Kay said, repeating the man's own words. "Maybe," said the man, coldly. "Take me to the inn, then," said Kay. "Very well," said the man. "I'll bring the sleigh round in a minute." None of this exchange sounded particularly friendly. It was more like a kind of self-interested pettily meticulous attempt to get Kay away from where he was, standing in front of the man's house. The yard gate opened, and a small, flat-bottomed sleigh appeared. It was for carrying light loads, had no seat of any kind, and was drawn by a feeble little horse, behind which the man came into view. Although he wasn't old, he seemed feeble himself. He stooped and walked with a limp, and his face was red, as if he had a cold. Seemed particularly small because of a woolen scarf wrapped tightly around his neck. The man was obviously sick and had come out of the house only to get Kay away from here. Kay said something to that effect, but the man dismissed it. All Kay learned was that he was Jerstacker * the carrier. He had brought this uncomfortable sleigh because it happened to be standing ready, and getting another one would have taken too much time. "Sit down," he said, pointing to the back of the sleigh with his whip. "I'll sit beside you," said Kay. "I'm going to walk," said Jerstacker. "But why?" asked Kay. "I'm going to walk," repeated Jerstacker, and then succumbed to a fit of coughing, which shook him so badly that he had to brace his legs in the snow and hold on to the side of the sleigh. Kay said no more, but sat down. At the back of the sleigh, the man's coughing gradually subsided, and they started to move. The castle up above, now curiously dark, the place that Kay had hoped to reach today, was retreating into the distance again. As if suggesting that this was only a temporary farewell, however, a bell rang. There with a lively, cheerful note, although the sound was painful too, and made his heart quail momentarily as if threatened with getting what it vaguely desired. But soon the clang of this great bell died away, to be succeeded by the faint, monotonous sound of a smaller bell, perhaps also up at the castle or perhaps in the village. Its note was certainly a more suitable accompaniment to their slow progress with the feeble but implacable driver. "You know," cried Kay suddenly, they were already near the church. The road to the inn was not far away, and Kay thought he might venture this remark. "I'm very surprised to find you willing to drive me on your own responsibility. Is it allowed?" Jerstacker took no notice and continued to walk along beside the horse. "Hey!" cried Kay. A snowball from the snow on the sleigh and throwing it. It hit Jerstacker right on the ear. At this he did stop and turned, but when Kay saw him so close, the sleigh had moved a little further on. When he saw the man's bent form, as if physically mistreated, the red and raw face with cheeks that somehow looked lopsided, one smooth and the other fallen in, the almost toothless mouth constantly open as if to help him listen better, he found he had to repeat what he had just said in malice, but this time with compassion, asking whether Jerstacker might be punished for giving Kay a lift in his sleigh. "What are you getting at? Asked Jerstacker blankly, but waiting for no further explanation. He called to the little horse and they moved on. When they had almost reached the inn, which Kay recognized by a bend in the road, he saw to his surprise that the place was already entirely dark. Had he been out so long? Only 1 or 2 hours by his calculations, and he had left in the morning and had not felt hungry since. Again, it had been full daylight until a little while ago, and only now was it dark. Short days, he said to himself, slipping off the sleigh and going towards the inn. On the small flight of steps up to the house he saw a welcome sight. The landlord raising a lantern in the air and shining it in his direction. Fleetingly remembering the carrier, Cabe stopped. There was a cough somewhere in the darkness. That was him. Well, he'd probably be seeing him again soon. Only when he reached the top of the steps, to be respectfully greeted by the landlord, did he see 2 men, one on each side of the door. Taking the lantern from the landlord's hand, he shone it on the pair of them. They were the men he had already met and who had been addressed as Artur and Jeremias. They saluted him. Reminded of the happy days of his military service, he laughed. Well, so who are you? He asked, looking from one to the other. Your assistants, they replied. That's right, they're the ants, the landlord quietly confirmed. What? Asked Kay. Do you say? You're my old assistants who were coming on after me and whom I'm expecting? They assured him that they were. Just as well then, said Kay after a little while. It's a good thing you've come. What's more, he added after another moment's thought, you're extremely late. That's very remiss of you. It was a long way, said one of them. A long way, Kay repeated. But I saw you coming down from the castle. Yes, they agreed without further explanation. What have you done with the instruments? Asked Kay. We don't have any, they said. I mean the surveying instruments that I entrusted to you, said Kay. We don't have any of those, they repeated. What a couple you are, said Kay. Do you know anything about land surveying? No, they said. But if you claim to be my old assistants, then you must know something about it, said Kay. They remained silent. Oh, come along, then, said Kay, pushing them into the house ahead of him. Chapter 2. Barnabas. The 3 of them were sitting rather silently at a small table in the saloon bar of the inn over their beer, Kay in the middle, his assistants to right and left of him. Otherwise, there was only a table where some of the local rustics sat, just as they had yesterday evening. I'm going to have a hard time with you too, said Kay, comparing their faces yet again. How am I to know which of you is which? The only difference between you is your names, and apart from that, he hesitated. Apart from that, you're as like as 2 snakes. They smiled. Oh, other people find it easy to tell us apart, they said. I believe you, said Kay. I've seen that for myself, but then I have only my own eyes, and I can't distinguish between you with those. So I shall treat you as a single man and call you both Artur, which is the name of one of you. You perhaps? Kay asked one of the assistants. No, he said, my name is Jeremias. Well, never mind that, said Kay. I shall call you both Artur. If I send Artur somewhere, you'll both go. If I give Artur a job to do, you'll both do it, which from my point of view will be a disadvantage in that I can't employ you on separate tasks, but also an advantage because then I can hold you jointly responsible for everything I ask you to do. How you divide the work between you is all the same to me, only you can't make separate excuses. To me, you'll be just one man. They thought this over and said, we wouldn't like that at all. Of course not, said Kay. Naturally, you're bound to dislike it, but that's how it's going to be. For some time, he had been watching one of the local rustics prowling around the table, and at last the man made up his mind, went over to one of the assistants, and was about to whisper something in his ear. Excuse me, said Kay, slamming his hand down on the table and standing up. These are my assistants and we are in the middle of a discussion. No one has any right to disturb us." "Oh, I see, said the local man in some alarm, walking backwards to rejoin his company. "I want you two to take particular note of this," said Kay, sitting down again. "You may not speak to anyone without my permission. I'm a stranger here, and if you're my old assistants, then you are strangers here too. So we three strangers must stick together. Let's shake hands on it," they offered. Kay their hands only too willingly. "Well, never mind about those great paws of yours," he said, "but my orders stand. I'm going to get some sleep now, and I advise you to do the same. We've missed out on one working day already, and work must start early tomorrow. You'd better find a sleigh to go up to the castle and be here outside the inn with it at 6 in the morning, ready to leave." "Very well," said one of the assistants, but the other objected. "Why say very well when you know it can't be done?" "Be quiet," said Kay. "I think you're trying to start distinguishing yourselves from each other now." However, the assistant who had spoken first said, "He's right, it's impossible. No stranger may go up to the castle without a permit. So where do we have to apply for a permit?" "I don't know. Maybe to the castle warden. Then we'll apply by telephone. Go and telephone the castle warden at once, both of you." They went to the telephone, made the connect, tie-in, crowding together eagerly and showing that outwardly they were ridiculously ready to oblige, and asked whether Cave might come up to the castle with them next day. The reply was a no that Kay could hear all the way over to his table, but the answer went on. It ran, "Not tomorrow nor any other time either." "I'll telephone myself," said Kay, rising to his feet. So far, apart from the incident with that one local rustic, no one had taken much notice of Kay and his assistants, but this last remark of his aroused general attention. The whole company stood up with Kay, and although the landlord tried to fend them off, they crowded around him in a semicircle close to the telephone. Most of them seemed to be of the opinion that Kay wouldn't get an answer. Kay had to ask them to keep quiet, telling them he didn't want to hear their views. A humming, such as Kay had never before heard on the telephone, emerged from the receiver. It was as if the murmur of countless childish voices, not that it was really a murmur, it was more like the singing of voices very, very far away, as if that sound were forming, unlikely as that might be, into a single high, strong voice, striking the ear as if trying to penetrate further than into the mere human sense of hearing. Kay heard it and said nothing. He had propped his left arm on the telephone stand and listened like that. He didn't know just how long he stood there, but after a while the landlord plucked at his coat and told him that someone had come with a message for him. "Go away," cried Kay, angrily, perhaps into the telephone, for now someone was answering at the other end, and the following conversation took place. "Oswald speaking." "Who's there?" asked the speaker in a stern, haughty voice with a small speech defect, for which, as it seemed to Kay, he tried to compensate by dint of extra severity. Kay hesitated to give his name. He was powerless against the telephone, leaving the other man free to shout at him and put down the receiver. If that happened, Kay would have cut himself off from what might be a not unimportant means of getting somewhere. Kay's hesitation made the man impatient. "Who's there?" he repeated, "Ng, I really would rather you lot down there didn't do so much telephoning. We had a call only a minute ago." Taking no notice of this remark, Cave came to a sudden decision and announced, "This is the land surveyor's assistant speaking." "What assistant? What land surveyor?" Cave remembered yesterday's conversation. "Ask Fritz," he said briefly. To his surprise, this worked. But over and beyond that, he marveled at the consistency among the people up there. For the answer was, yes, I know. That eternal land surveyor. Asterisk yes. So what else? What assistant?" "Joseph," said Kay. He was slightly taken aback by the way the locals were muttering behind him. Obviously, they didn't like to hear him giving a false name, but Kay had no time to bother about them, for the conversation called for all his attention. "Joseph," came the answer. "No, the assistants are called." Here there was a pause while someone else was obviously consulted. "Are called Artur and Jeremias." "Those are the new assistants," said Kay. "No, they're the old ones. They are the new assistants, but I'm the old one, and I came on later than the land surveyor and got here today." "No," the other man replied, shouting now. "Who am I then?" asked Kay, still keeping calm. And after a pause, the same voice with the same speech defect, yet sounding like another and deeper voice, commanding more respect, agreed. "You are the old assistant." Kay was listening to the sound of the voice and almost missed here. The next question. "What do you want?" He felt like slamming the receiver down, expecting no more to come of this conversation. But he was forced to reply at once. "When may my boss come up to the castle?" "Never," was the reply. "I see," said Kay. And he hung up. The locals behind him had come very close now, and the assistants, with many surreptitious glances at him, were busy keeping them back. However, it seemed to be just for show, and the locals, satisfied by the outcome of the conversation, slowly gave way. Then a man walked through the group from behind it, dividing it in two, bowed to Kay, and gave him a letter. Holding the letter in his hand, Kay looked at the messenger, who just now seemed to him more important than the message itself. He greatly resembled the assistants. He was as slender as they were. His clothes too were close-fitting. He was nimble and spry, and yet he was quite different. Kay would far rather have had him as his assistant. The man reminded him a little of the woman with the baby whom he had seen in the master tanner's house. His clothing was almost white and was probably not silk, but an ordinary winter-weight fabric, yet it had the fine look of a silk suit worn for special occasions. His face was clear and open, his eyes very large. His smile was extraordinarily cheering, and although he passed a hand over his face, as if to wipe that smile away, he did not succeed. "Who are you?" asked Kay. "My name is Barnabas," he said, "and I am a messenger." His lips moved in a manly yet gentle way as he spoke. "How do you like it here?" asked Kay, indicating the rustics who were still taking an interest in him. They were watching him with their positively tormented faces. Their skulls looked as if they had been beaten flat on top, and their features had contorted into an expression of pain in the process. They were watching him with their thick-lipped mouths open, and yet not watching either, for sometimes their eyes wandered, lingering for a long time on some ordinary object, before returning to him. Then Kay also pointed to the assistants, who were holding each other close, cheek to cheek and smiling. Whether humbly or in derision, it was hard to say. He indicated all these people, as if to introduce a retinue forced on him by special circumstances, expecting which implied familiarity, and that mattered to Kay just now, that Barnabas would see the difference between him and them. But Barnabas did not respond to the question, although, as could easily be seen, in all innocence, and let it pass him by, like a well-trained servant hearing his master say something that is only apparently addressed to him. He merely looked around as the question required, greeting acquaintances among the locals with a wave of his hand, and exchanged a few words with the assistants, all easily and as a matter of course, without actually mixing with them. Kay, warned off the subject but undeterred, turned back to the letter in his hand and opened it. It ran as follows: "Dear sir, you are, as you know, taken into the Count's service. Your immediate superior is the village mayor as chairman of the parish council, who will communicate to you all further details concerning your work and your remuneration, and to whom you will be answerable. Nonetheless, I will keep an eye on you myself. Barnabas, the messenger who brings this letter, will make inquiries of you from time to time, find out what your requirements are and impart them to me. You will find me always ready to oblige you as far as possible. I am anxious to have contented words. The signature was illegible, but printed beside it were the words, Chief Executive, Office X. Wait a minute, said K to Barnabas, who was bowing to him, and he called to the landlord to show him his room, saying he wanted to spend a little time alone studying this letter. As he did so, he remembered that although he had taken to Barnabas so much, he was only a messenger, and ordered him a beer. He watched to see how he would take this. He was obviously pleased, and drank it at once. Then Kay went with the landlord. They had been able to give him only a little attic room at the inn, which was a small place, and even that had been difficult, for two maids who had been sleeping there before had to be accommodated elsewhere. In fact, all that had been done was to clear the maids out of the room, which otherwise appeared unchanged, with no linen on the only bed and just a couple of bolsters and a horse blanket, left in the state it had been in after last night, with a few pictures of saints and photographs of soldiers on the walls. The room hadn't even been aired. Obviously, they hoped that the new guest would not stay long, and they were doing nothing to keep him. But Kay didn't mind. He wrapped himself in the blanket and began rereading the letter by the light of a candle. It was not all of a piece. There were passages where he was addressed as a free agent whose autonomy was recognized, for instance in the opening greeting and the part about his requirements. But then again, there were passages in the letter where he was openly, or by implication, addressed as a common laborer, hardly worthy even to be noticed by the chief executive of Office X, who obviously felt he must make an effort to keep an eye on him, while his superior, to whom he was actually answerable, was only the village mayor, and perhaps his sole colleague would be the village police man. These contradictions were certainly so blatant that they must be intentional, considering that the letter came from such an author. K scarcely even entertained the crazy idea that any indecision might have entered into it. Rather, he saw himself offered a choice. It was left to him to make what he liked of the arrangements in this letter, and decide whether he wanted to be a village worker who seemed, but only seemed, to have the distinction of a link to the castle, or apparently a village worker but one whose conditions of work were really determined entirely by the message that Barnabas had brought. Cade did not hesitate to choose, nor would he have done so even without his experiences so far. Only as a village worker, as far as possible from the gentleman in the castle, could he get anywhere with the castle itself. These villagers, who were still so suspicious of him, would start talking to him once he was, if not their friend, at least one of them, indistinguishable from, say, Gerstacker and Laisman. That must be brought about very soon. Everything depended on it, and then he was sure all paths would be open to him, paths that would have been closed to him forever, and not only closed but invisible, if it had depended solely on the good graces of the gentleman up above. Of course there was a danger, and it was sufficiently emphasized in the letter, even represented with a certain pleasure as if it were inevitable. It was that his was the status of a laborer, service, superior, work, conditions of remuneration, answerable, workman. The letter was full of such terms, and even when something else and more personal was said, it was written from the same point of view. If Kay wanted to work here, then he could, but if so, it must be in deadly earnest, without so much as glancing elsewhere. Kay knew that no real compulsion threatened him. He wasn't afraid of that, least of all here, but he did fear the force of his aging surroundings. He feared getting used to disappointment. He feared the imperceptible influence of every passing moment. But he must contend with that danger. The letter did not, after all, gloss over the fact that if there were any disagreements, it would be the fault of K's recklessness. It was said with delicacy and only an uneasy conscience, uneasy, not guilty, would have noticed it in those 3 words, as you know, referring to his entering the employment of the castle. Kay had applied for the post, and now he knew that, as the letter put it, he had been accepted into the Count's service. Kate took a picture off the wall and hung up the letter on the nail. Instead, he would be living in this room, so this was where the letter should hang. Then he went down to the saloon bar of the inn. Barnabas and the assistants were sitting at a little table. "Oh, there you are," said Kate for no special reason, just because he was glad to see Barnabas, who got to his feet at once. No sooner had Kay entered the room than the rustics rose to come closer to him. It had become a habit of theirs to follow him around. "What is it you keep wanting from me?" cried Kay. They did not take offense, but turned slowly back to their places. One said, by way of explanation as he turned away, but with an inscrutable smile copied by some of the others in the saloon bar, "We're always hearing something new," and he licked his lips as if the new was something delicious to eat. Kay said not a word to smooth things over. It would be good for them to feel a little respect for him, but no sooner was he sitting beside Barnabas than he felt one of the locals breathing down the back of his neck. The man said he had come to fetch the salt cellar, but Kay stamped his foot angrily and he went away without it. It was really easy to irritate Kay. You would only have to set the rustics against him, for instance, for the persistent attention of some of them bothered him more than the reserve of others. But the attitude of the former showed reserve too, for if Kay had sat down at their table, they would certainly have left it. Only, the presence of Barnabas kept him from making a scene. But still, he turned to them menacingly, and they had also turned to him. However, when he saw them sitting like that, each in his place, without talking, without any visible connection with each other, the only thing they had in common being that they were all staring at him, it struck him that it might not be malice at all that made them pester him. Perhaps they really did want something from him, but simply could not say it, or then again it could be just childishness. This seemed to be a great place for childishness. Wasn't the landlord himself childlike as he held a glass of beer in both hands, taking it to one of the guests? He stood still, looked at Kay, and failed to hear something that the landlady had called out to him from the kitchen hatch. Feeling calmer, Kay turned to Barnabas. He would have liked to get the assistants out of the way, but could find no pretext for ridding himself of them, and in any case they were staring in silence at their beer. "I've read the letter," said Kay. "Do you know what it says?" "No," replied Barnabas. His glance seemed to convey more than his words. Perhaps Kay was mistaken in detecting goodwill in him as well as malice in the rustics, but the messenger's presence still made him feel better. "The letter mentions you too. It says you are to carry messages between me and the chief executive, so that's why I thought you would know what was in it." "My orders," said Barnabas, "were simply to carry the letter, wait until it had been read, and if you think it necessary, take back an answer, either oral or written." "Good," said Kay. "There's no need to write. Just tell the chief executive. What's his name, by the way? I couldn't read the signature." "Clam*, said Barnabas. "Then thank Mr. Clam on my behalf for my acceptance, and his particular kindness, which I know how to value as I ought, not having proved my merits here yet. I will act entirely in accordance with his plans, and I have no particular requirements today." Barnabas, who had been listening attentively, asked if he could run through that message out loud. Kay said yes. Barnabas recited everything word for word. Then he rose to leave. All this while Kay had been scrutinizing his face, and now he did so for the last time. Although Barnabas was about the same height as Kay, he seemed to be looking down at him from above, but almost humbly, although it was impossible to imagine him causing awkwardness to anyone. To be sure, he was only a messenger and did not know the contents of the letter he had delivered, but his eyes, his smile, his carriage seemed to be a message in themselves, even if he didn't know it. and Kay offered his hand, which clearly surprised Barnabas, who had intended only to bow. As soon as he had gone, before opening the door, he had leaned against it for a moment and looked around the room with a glance that was not meant for any particular person. As soon as he was gone, Kay told the assistants, "I'm going to fetch my drawings from my room and then we'll discuss our first job of work." They moved to accompany him. "No, stay here," said Kay. They still wanted to go with him, and Kay had to repeat his order more sternly. Barnabas was no longer out in the front hall, but he had only just left, for Kay did not see him outside the house, where new snow was falling. "Barnabas," he called. No answer. Could he still be inside the inn? There seemed to be no other possibility. All the same, Kay shouted his name at the top of his voice, and it echoed through the night. At last a faint answer came back from the distance. Barnabas was so far away already. Kay called him back, at the same time going towards him. They met where they were out of sight of the inn. "Barnabas," said Kay, unable to keep a quiver out of his voice, "there's something else I wanted to say to you. I'll just point out that it's a poor arrangement if I have to rely on your coming by chance when I need something from the castle. It's not by chance that I've found you now, and what speed you make. I thought you must still be in the house. But who knows how long I'd have had to wait for your next appearance. You can ask the chief executive for me always to come at times of your choice," said Barnabas. "That wouldn't do either," said Kay. "Perhaps I might go for as long as a year without wanting to send a message, and then there'd be something urgent. Only quarter of an hour after you'd left." "Well, in that case," said Barnabas, "shall I tell the chief executive that there should be some other kind of link between him and you, not involving me?" No, said Kay. "Definitely not. I just mentioned the matter in passing. This time, fortunately, I was able to reach you. Shall we go back to the inn so that you can give me your new message there?" said Barnabas. He had already taken another step towards the building. "That's not necessary, Barnabas," said Kay. "I'll walk part of the way with you." "Why don't you want to go to the inn?" asked Barnabas. "The people there bother me," said Kay. "You saw for yourself how importunate those rustics are." "We can go to your room," said Barnabas. "It's the maid's room," said Kay. "Dirty and dismal. I wanted to walk a little way with you so as not to have to stay there." "Let's link arms," added Kay to overcome his hesitation, "and then you'll walk more securely." And Kay took his arm. It was quite dark. Kay could not see his face. His figure was indistinct, and he had already tried to touch his arm a little while before. Barnabas did as he wished, and they moved away from the inn. Hard as he tried, Kay found it difficult to keep up with Barnabas. He was impeding the other man's freedom of movement, and in ordinary circumstances this little detail would surely lead to failure, especially in the side streets like the one where Kay had sunk in the snow that morning and where he was only able to get along now with the support of Barnabas. But he fended off such anxieties, and it cheered him that Barnabas said nothing. If they went along in silence, perhaps Barnabas too felt that just walking might be the point of their keeping company, and they were indeed walking on, but Kate didn't know where they were going. He could make out nothing and did not even know whether they had passed the church yet. The difficulty he had in simply walking meant that he could not command his thoughts. Instead of remaining fixed on his goal, they became confused. Images of his home kept coming back to him, and memories of it filled his mind. There was a church in the main square there too, partly surrounded by an old graveyard, which in turn was surrounded by a high wall. Only a few boys had ever climbed that wall, and Kay had so far failed to do so. It was not curiosity that made them want to climb it. The graveyard had no secrets from them, and they had often gone into it through the little wrought iron gate. It was just that they wanted to conquer that smooth, high wall. Then one morning, the quiet, empty square was flooded with light. When had Kay ever seen it like that before or since? He succeeded surprisingly easily. climbed the wall at the first attempt at a place where he had often failed to get any further before, with a small flag clenched between his teeth. Little stones crumbled and rolled away below him as he reached the top. He rammed the flag into the wall. It flapped in the wind. He looked down and all around him, glancing back over his shoulder at the crosses sunk in the ground. Here and now he was greater than anyone. Then, by chance, the schoolteacher came by and, with an angry look, made Kay get down from the wall. As he jumped, he hurt his knee, and it was only with some difficulty that he got home. But still he had been on top of the wall, and the sense of victory seemed, to him at the time, something to cling to all his life. It had not been entirely a foolish idea, for now, on this snowy night many years later, it came to his aid as he walked on, holding Barnabas's arm. He held that arm more firmly. Barnabas was almost pulling him along, and they preserved an unbroken silence. All Kay knew about the way they were going was that, judging by the state of the road surface, they had turned into another side alley. He resolved not to be deterred from going on by any difficulty on the road, or indeed by anxiety about finding his own way back. His strength would surely hold out, and could this walk go on forever? By day the castle had seemed an easy place to reach, and a messenger from it was sure to know the shortest way. Then Barnabas stopped. Where were they? Didn't their path go any further? Was Barnabas going to say goodbye to him now? He would not succeed. Kay held Barnabas by the arm so tightly that it almost hurt his own fingers. Or could the incredible have happened, and they were already in the castle or at its gates? But so far as Kay was aware, they had not gone up any hill, or had Barnabas led him along a way that climbed only imperceptibly? Where are we? Kay asked, quietly, more to himself than his companion. Home, said Barnabas just as quietly. Home. Take care now, sir, mind you don't slip. This path goes downhill. Downhill? It's only a few steps, Barnabas added, and he was already knocking at a door. A girl opened it. They were standing in the doorway of a large room which was almost dark, for only one tiny oil lamp hung over a table to the left at the back of the room. Who's this with you, Barnabas? Asked the girl. The land surveyor, he said. The land surveyor? Repeated the girl in a louder voice, looking at the table. Two old people sitting there rose to their feet, a man and a woman, and so did another girl. They greeted Kay. Barnabas introduced them all to him. They were his parents and his sisters Olga and Amalia. Kay hardly looked at them. They took his wet coat from him to dry it by the stove, and Kay let them do as they liked. So they weren't home, or rather only Barnabas was. But why were they here? Kay took Barnabas aside and asked, Why did you come? Here to your home? Or do you live in the castle precincts? In the castle precincts? Repeated Barnabas, as if he didn't understand Kay. Barnabas, said Kay. You were leaving the inn to go up to the castle. Oh no, sir, said Barnabas. I was going home. I don't go up to the castle until morning. I never sleep there. I see, said Kay, you weren't going to the castle, only here. He felt that his smile was wearier and he himself more insignificant. Why didn't you tell me so? You didn't ask, sir, said Barnabas. You only wanted to give me another mes sage, but not in the saloon bar at the inn or in your room there, so I thought you could give me the message here at your leisure at home. With my parents, they'll all go away at once if you say so, and if you like it better here with us, you could spend the night. Did I do wrong? Kay could not reply. So it had been a misunderstanding. Stupid, ordinary misunderstanding, and Kay had swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. He had let himself be captivated by the silken gleam of Barnabas's close-fitting jacket, which he now unbuttoned, reveal a coarse, gray, much-mended shirt over a powerful broad chest, like a laborer's, and everything around him was not only in harmony with this sight but went further. The gouty old father who made his way forward more with the help of his groping hands than his slow, stiff legs. The mother with her arms crossed over her breast, so stout that she too could take only the tiniest of steps. Both of them, father and mother, had left their corner when Kay entered the room, moving towards him, and they were nowhere near him yet. The sisters, two blondes, resembling both each other and Barnabas, but with harsher features than their brother, were tall, strong girls. They stood near the two new arrivals, expecting some kind of greeting from Kay. But he couldn't get out a word. He had been thinking that everyone here in the village would matter to him, and no doubt that was so, but he wasn't interested in these particular people. If he had been able to make his way back to the inn on his own, he would have set off at once. Even the chance of getting into the castle with Barnabas in the morning didn't entice him. He had wanted to get into the castle now by night and unnoticed, guided by Barnabas, but by Barnabas, as he had appeared to Kay until now, a man more congenial to him than anyone else he had yet seen here, and who, so he had also thought, was closely connected with the castle, far more so than his visible status might suggest. But it was impossible, a hopelessly ridiculous plan, to try going up to the castle in full daylight arm in arm with the son of this family, a family of which he, Barnabas, was entirely a part, sitting with them now at their table, a man who, significantly enough, might not even sleep at the castle. Cabe sat down on a window seat, determined to spend the night there, and accept no further favors from the family. The villagers who sent him away or seemed to fear him struck him as less dangerous, for basically they were rejecting only his person while helping him to concentrate his forces. Such apparent helpers as these, however, putting on a little masquerade so as to take him to the bosom of their family rather than the castle, were distracting him whether or not they meant to, working to destroy his powers. He ignored a call invite and him to the family table and stayed where he was, his head bent. Then Olga, the gentler of the two sisters and the one who showed a touch of girlish awkwardness, came over to Kay and again invited him to join them. There was bread and bacon, she said, and she would go to fetch some beer. Where from? Asked Kay. Why, the inn, she said. This was welcome news to Kay. He asked her to accompany him to the inn, where he said he had left some important work instead of going to fetch beer. However, now it turned out that she didn't intend to go as far as the inn where he was staying, but to another and much closer one, the Castle Inn. All the same, Cave asked her to let him be her companion. Perhaps, he thought, there'll be a bed for me there. Whatever it was like, he'd have preferred it to the best bed in this house. Olga did not reply at once, but looked at the table. Her brother, standing there, nodded readily and said, "Oh yes, if that's what the gentleman wants." This consent almost brought Kay to withdraw his request. If the man agreed to it, the idea must be worthless. But when they discussed the question of whether Kay would be allowed into the inn, and everyone present doubted it, he insisted on going with Olga, although without taking the trouble to invent some reasonable pretext for his request. This family must take him as he was, and it was a fact that he felt no sense of shame in front of them. He was slightly put off only by Amalia with her grave, direct gaze. Her expression was unimpressed, but perhaps a little stupid too. On the short walk to the inn, Kay had taken Olga's arm and, despite himself, found that she was pulling him along very much as her brother had done earlier. He learned that this inn was really meant only for gentlemen from the castle who ate and sometimes even spent the night there when they had business in the village. Olga spoke to Kay quietly and as if she knew him well. It was pleasant to walk with her, just as it had been pleasant with her brother. Kay fought against this sense of pleasure, but it was there. Outwardly, the inn resembled the one where Kay was staying. There were probably no great outward differences in the whole village, but he noticed small ones at once. The front steps had a handrail. There was a handsome lantern over the door, and as they entered, some thing fluttered overhead, a banner in the Count's colors. They were greeted at once in the front hall by the landlord, who was obviously on his rounds keeping an eye on the place. His small eyes inquiring, or sleepy, examined Kay in passing, and he said, "The land surveyors. Not allowed anywhere but the bar." "Of course," said Olga, answering. "For Kay, he's just keeping me company." The ungrateful Kay, however, let go of Olga's arm and took the landlord aside, while Olga waited patiently at the other end of the hall. "I'd like to spend the night here," said Kay. "I'm afraid that's impossible," replied the landlord. "You don't seem to know that this inn is exclusively for the use of the gentlemen from the castle." "Those may be the rules," said Kay. "But surely you can find me a corner to sleep in somewhere." "I'd be very glad to oblige you," said the landlord, "but even apart from the strict nature of the rules, and you speak of them very much like a stranger, another reason why it's impossible is that the gentlemen are extremely sensitive, and I am sure they couldn't tolerate the sight of a stranger, or not without being prepared for it in advance. So if I were to let you spend the night here and by some chance, and chance is always on the gentleman's side, you were discovered, not only would I be finished but so would you. It may sound ridiculous, but it's the truth." This tall man, his coat tightly buttoned up, one hand leaning on the wall, the other on his hip, his legs crossed, bending down to Kay slightly and speaking to him in a familiar tone, hardly seemed to be one of the villagers, even if his dark clothes looked no better than a local farmer's Sunday best. "I believe every word you say," said Kay, "and I don't underestimate the importance of the rules, even if I may have expressed myself clumsily. Let me just point out one thing. I have valuable connections in the castle, and shall have some that are even more valuable, and they will secure you against any risk you might incur by my staying here, and guarantee that I'm in a position to render all due thanks for a small favor." "I know that," said the landlord, and he repeated it. "Yes, I know that." At this point Kay might have put his request more forcefully, but the landlord's answer took his mind off it, so he asked only, "Are there many gentlemen from the castle staying here tonight?" "As far as that goes, this is our lucky day," said the landlord, almost as if tempting him. "We have just the one gentleman staying here." Kay still felt he couldn't press the landlord, but he hoped he was almost accepted, so he asked the gentleman's name. "Clam," said the landlord casually as he turned to look for his wife, who came hurrying up in curiously shabby, old-fashioned, but fine city clothes, laden with pleats and frills. She had come to fetch the landlord, saying the chief executive wanted something. But before the landlord left, he turned to Kay again, as if not he himself but Kay must now decide whether he should spend the night here. However, Kay could say nothing. In particular, he was surprised to discover that his own superior was staying here, and without being able to explain it entirely to himself, he didn't feel he could be as free with Clam as with the castle as a whole. Being found here by Clam would not have deterred Kay in the way that the landlord meant, but it would have been an embarrassing impropriety, rather, as if he were thoughtlessly planning to upset someone to whom he owed gratitude. He was sorry, however, to see that such thoughts obviously showed how he feared the consequences of being regarded as an inferior, a common workman, and how he couldn't dismiss his fears even here where they showed so clearly. So he stood where he was, biting his lip and saying nothing. Once, before the landlord disappeared through a doorway, he looked back at Kay, and Kay looked at him and did not move from the spot until Olga came and led him away. "What did you want to ask the landlord?" asked Olga. "I wanted to spend the night here," said Kay. "But you are spending the night with us?" said Olga in surprise. "Yes, of course," said Kay, leaving her to take that whatever way she liked. Chapter 3. Frida. In the bar, a large room entirely empty in the middle, several men were sitting around the walls, near and on casks, but they looked different from the local rustics in KS Inn. They were more neatly dressed, all of them wearing clothes of the same coarse grayish, yellow fabric, their jackets flared out, their trousers fitted closely. They were small men, very like each other at first sight, with flat, bony, and yet round-cheeked faces. They were all quiet and hardly moved, only their eyes followed the new arrivals in the room, but slowly and with an expression of indifference. All the same, they made a certain impression on Kay. Perhaps because there were so many of them and it was so quiet. He took Olga's arm again by way of explaining his presence here to these people. A man in one corner, evidently an acquaintance of Olga's, rose to his feet and was going to approach them, but Kay, who was arm in arm with her, turned her away in a different direction. No one but Olga herself could have noticed, and she allowed it with a smiling sideways glance at him. The beer was poured by a young woman called Frida *. She was a small blonde, rather insignificant, with a sad face and thin cheeks, but with a surprising expression of conscious superiority in her eyes. When they fell on Kay, it seemed to him that they had already discovered, aired things about him of which he knew nothing, although that gaze convinced him that they existed. Kay kept on looking sideways at Frida and still did so as she spoke to Olga. Olga and Frida did not seem to be great friends. They exchanged only a few cool words. Kay decided to help the conversation along, so he asked suddenly, "Do you know Mr. Clam?" Olga laughed out loud. "Why do you laugh?" asked Kay, rather annoyed. "I'm not laughing," she said, but she still laughed all the same. "Olga is a very childish girl," said Kay, leaning over the bar counter to make Frida look at him again. But she kept her eyes lowered and said quietly, "Would you like to see Mr. Clam?" Kay said he would, and she pointed to a door on her left. "There's a little peephole there. You can look through that." "And what about these people?" asked Kay. She pouted, thrusting out her lower lip, and led Kay over to the door with a hand that was very soft. Through the small hole, which had obviously been made in it for purposes of observation, he could see almost the whole of the next room. Mr. Clam was sitting at a desk in the middle of the room in a comfortable, round armchair, brightly illuminated by an electric light bulb hanging in front of him. He was a stout, ponderous man of middle height. His face was still smooth, but his cheeks drooped slightly with the weight of advancing age. He had a long black mustache and a pair of pince-nez set on his nose at a crooked angle, and reflecting the light covered his eyes. If Mr. Clam had been sitting upright at the desk, Kay would have seen only his profile, but as he was turning away from it, Kay saw him full face. Clam was resting his left elbow on the desk, and his right hand, holding a Virginia cigarette, lay on his knee. A beer glass stood on the desktop. As the desk had a raised rim, Kay couldn't see if there were papers of any kind on it, but he rather thought it was empty. To make sure, he asked Frida to look through the hole and tell him. However, she had been in that room herself only a little while ago, so she could assure Kay without more ado that there were no papers there. Kay asked Frida if he had to leave the peephole now, but she said he could look through it as long as he liked. Now Kay was alone with Frida, for Olga, as he soon saw, had made her way over to her acquaintance and was perched on a cask, swinging her feet in the air. "Frida," said Kay in a whisper, "do you know Mr. Clam?" "Very well." "Oh yes," she said. "Very well." She leaned close to Kay and playfully adjusted her cream-colored blouse, which, as Kay only now saw, was cut rather low at the neck. It was a neckline, which didn't quite suit her meager body. Then she said, "Don't you remember how Olga laughed?" "Yes, she's ill-mannered," said Kay. "Well," she said soothingly, "there really was something to laugh about. You were asking if I knew Clam, and as it happens I am." Here she instinctively stood a little straighter, and Kay once again felt the force of her triumphant expression, which did not seem to connect at all with what she was saying. "As it happens, I am his lover." "Clam's lover," said Kay. She nodded. Then, said Kay, smiling so as to keep their talk from getting too serious, as far as I am concerned you are someone worthy of respect, and not just as far as you're concerned, said Frida in friendly tones, but without responding to his smile. However, Kay had a weapon to use against her pride, and he brought it to bear by saying, "And have you ever been in the castle?" But that did not have the desired effect, for she replied, "No, but isn't it enough that I'm here in the bar?" She obviously had a raging thirst for praise, and she seemed to want to slake it on Kay. "To be sure," said Kay. "Here, in the bar you're doing the landlord's work for him." "So I am," she said, "and I began as a dairymaid at the Bridge Inn." "With those soft hands," said Kay, half questioning and not sure himself whether he was merely flattering her or she had really made a conquest of him. "No one ever noticed them at the time," she said, "and even now." Kay looked inquiringly at her, but she shook her head and would say no more. "Of course you have your secrets," said Kay, "and you won't discuss them with someone you've known for only half an hour and who has had no chance to tell you anything about himself yet." But that, it turned out, was the wrong thing to say. It was as if he had woken Frida from a slumber in which she liked him, for she took a small piece of wood out of the leather bag that hung from her belt, stopped up the peephole with it, and said to Kay, visibly forcing herself not to let him see how her mood had changed, "As for you, I know everything about you. You are the land surveyor." And she added, "But now I must get on with my work," and went back behind the counter, while now and then one of the men here rose to have his empty glass refilled. Kay wanted another quiet word with her, so he took an empty glass from a stand and went over to her. "One more thing, Miss Frida," he said. "It's extraordinary and takes great strength of mind to work your way up from dairymaid to barmaid. But is that the height of ambition for a person like you?" "No, what a silly question. Your eyes." "Don't laugh at me, Miss Frida. Speak not so much of past struggles as of struggles yet to come. But there are great obstacles in the world. They become greater the greater your goals, and there's nothing to be ashamed of in making sure you have the help of a man who may be small and uninfluential, but is none the less ready to fight. Perhaps we could talk quietly sometime without so many eyes watching us." "I don't know what you're after," she said, and this time, against her will, her tone of voice spoke not of the triumphs of her life but of its endless disappointments. "Are you by any chance trying to take me away from Clam? Good heavens!" And she struck her hands together. "You see right through me," said Kay, as if worn out by such distrust. "Yes, I secretly intended to do that very thing. I wanted you to leave Clam and become my lover instead. Well, now I can go." "Olga!" cried Kay, "we're going home." Olga obediently slid down from the cask, but she couldn't get away at once from her friends as they surrounded her. Now Frida said quietly, with a dark glance at Kay, "When can I speak to you?" "Can I stay the night here?" asked Kay. "Yes," said Frida. "Can I stay here now?" "You'd better go out with Olga so that I can get the men here to leave. Then you can come back in a little while." "Good," said Kay, and waited impatiently for Olga. But the men here weren't letting her go. They had invented a dance with Olga at its center. They danced in a circle, and whenever they all uttered a shout in unison, one of them went up to her, put one hand firmly around her waist, and whirled her about several times. The round dance became faster and faster. The raucous, avid shouting gradually merged into what was almost a single cry. Olga, who had tried to break through the circle earlier, smiling, was now staggering from one man to another, with her hair coming down. "The kind of people they send me here," said Frida, biting her thin lips in annoyance. "Who are they?" asked Kay. "Clam's servants," said Frida. "He always brings them with him, and their presence upsets me. I hardly know what I was discussing with you just now, Mr. Land Surveyor, and if there was anything wrong in it, you must forgive me. I blame it on the company here. They are the most contemptible and repulsive people I know, and here am I, obliged to fill up their beer glasses. How often I've asked Clam to leave them behind. I have to put up with other gentle men's servants too. He might think of me for once, but whatever. I say it's no use. An hour before he arrives, they come barging in like cattle into the cowshed. And now they really must go to the stables, where they belong. If you weren't here, I'd open that door and Clam himself would have to drive them out. Doesn't he hear them then? Asked Kay. No, said Frida. He's asleep. What? Cried Kay. Asleep? When I looked into the room, he was awake and sitting at the desk. He's still sitting there like that, said Frida. He was already asleep when you saw him. Would I have let you look in otherwise? That's the position he sleeps in. The gentlemen sleep a great deal. It's hard to understand. Then again, if he didn't sleep so much, how could he stand those men? Well, I'll have to chase them out myself. And picking up a whip asterisk from the corner, she took a single awkward leap high into the air, rather like a lamb gamboling, and made for the dancers. At first they turned to her as if she were a new dancer, joy, envy them, and indeed, for a moment it looked as if Frida would drop the whip. But then she raised it again. In the name of Clam, she cried, out into the stables, all of you out into the stables. Now they saw that she was serious, and in a kind of terror that Kay couldn't understand, they began crowding away to the back of the room. A door was pushed open by the first to get there. Night air blew in, and they all disappeared with Frida, who was obviously driving them across the yard to the stables. However, in the sudden silence, Kay heard footsteps in the corridor. For the sake of his own safety, he went round behind the bar counter. The only possible place to hide was underneath it. He had not, to be sure, been forbidden to stay in the bar, but as he was planning to spend the night here, he didn't want to be seen now. So when the door really was opened, he got under the counter. Of course, there was a danger of being discovered there, too. But he could always say he had hidden from the boisterous Sir Vance, which was a not improbable excuse. It was the landlord who came in. Frida, he called, pacing up and down the room several times. Luckily, Frida soon came back and did not mention Kay, but just complained of the common people here and went round behind the bar in her attempt to find Kay, who managed to touch her foot. Now he felt sure of himself, since Frida did not mention Kay. In the end, the landlord had to. So where's the land surveyor? He asked. In fact, he was a courteous man, whose manners had benefited by constant and relatively free intercourse with those of much higher rank than himself, but he spoke to Frida with particular respect, which was all the more noticeable because during their conversation he was still very much an employer talking to a member of his staff, and a very impertinent one at that. I'd quite forgotten the land surveyor, said Frida, planting her small foot on Kay's chest. He must have left long ago, but I never saw him, said the landlord, and I was out in the front hall almost all the time. Well, he isn't here, said Frida, coolly, pressing her foot down harder on Kay. There was something cheerful and easygoing in her demeanor which Kay hadn't noticed at all before, and now improbably it gained the upper hand as she suddenly bent down to Kay, smiling and saying, maybe he's hidden down here. She quickly kissed him and then popped up again, saying regretfully, no, he isn't here. The landlord too sprang a surprise by saying, I don't like it at all. I wish I knew for certain whether he's gone. It's not just because of Mr. Clam, it's because of the rules. And the rules apply to you, Miss Frida, just as they do to me. You stay here in the bar. I'll search the rest of the house. Good night and sleep. Well, he had hardly left the room when Frida turned off the electric light and joined Kay under the bar. My darling, my sweet darling, she whispered, but she did not touch Kay. She lay on her back as if swooning with desire and spread her arms wide. Time must have seemed endless to her in her amorous bliss, and she sighed rather, then sang a little song of some kind. Then she took alarm, for Kay remained quiet, lost in thought, and she began tugging at him like a child. Come on, I'm stifling down here. They embraced one another. Her little body burned in Kay's hands. They rolled, in a semi-conscious state from which Kay tried constantly but unsuccessfully to surface. Little way on, bumped into Clam's door with a hollow thud. Then, lay there in the puddles of beer and the rubbish covering the floor. Hours passed as they lay there, hours while they breathed together, and their hearts beat in unison, hours in which Kay kept feeling that he had lost himself, or was further away in a strange land than any one had ever been before, a distant country where even the air was unlike the air at home, where you were likely to stifle in the strangeness of it. Yet such were its senseless lures that you could only go on, losing your way even more. So it was not a shock to him, at least at first, but a cheering sign of dawn when a voice from Clam's room called for Frida in a deep, commanding, but indifferent tone. "Frida," said Kay in Frida's ear, alerting her to the summons. In what seemed like instinctive obedience, Frida was about to jump up, but then she remembered where she was, stretched, laughed quietly, and said, "I won't go. I'm never going back to him." Kay was about to argue and urge her to go to Clam, and he began to look for what remained of her blouse, but he couldn't get the words out. He was too happy to have Frida in his hands, happy but fearful too, for it seemed to him that if Frida left him, he would lose all he possessed. And as if K's consent had given her strength, Frida clenched her fist, knocked on the door with it, and called, "I'm with the land surveyor. I'm with the land surveyor." At this, Clam fell silent, but Kay got up, knelt down beside Frida, and looked around him in the dim light that comes before dawn. What had happened? Where were his hopes? What could he expect of Frida now that all was revealed? Instead of making very cautious progress with his rival's stature and the greatness of his own goal in mind, he had spent a whole night here rolling about in puddles of beer. The smell of the beer dazed him. "What have you done?" he asked quietly. "We're both lost." "No," said Frida, "I'm the one who's lost, but I've gained you." "Calm down, see how those two are laughing." "Who?" asked Kay, and turned. On the bar counter sat his two assistants, looking as if they hadn't slept well but were still cheerful. It was the cheerfulness that comes from doing your duty punctiliously. "What do you want here?" cried Kay, as if they were to blame for everything, and he looked round for the whip that Frida had used yesterday evening. "We had to go looking for you," said the assistants, "and since you didn't come back to us at the inn, we tried Barnabas's house and finally found you here. We've been sitting here all night. Being your assistants isn't an easy job. I need you by day, not by night," said Kay. "Go away." "It's day now," they said, and stayed put. In fact, it really was day. The doors into the yard were opened, and the servants came pouring in with Olga, whom Kay had quite forgotten. Olga was as lively as she had been yesterday evening, untidy as her hair and clothes were, and even in the doorway her eyes sought Kay. "Why didn't you take me home?" she asked, almost in tears. "For the sake of a woman like that," she answered herself, repeating it several times. Frida, who had disappeared for a moment, came back with a small bundle of clothes, and Olga stepped sadly aside. "We can go now," said Frida, and it was obvious that she meant they should go to the Bridge Inn. They formed a little procession, Kay leading the way with Frida and the assistants following. The gentleman's sire, Vance, showed evidence of great dislike for Frida, understandably, since she had been so stern and domineering with them earlier. One even took his stick and acted as if he wasn't going to let her pass, unless she jumped over it, but a glance from her was enough to deter him. Out in the snow, Kay breathed a sigh of relief. The pleasure of being out of doors was so great that it made the difficulty of the path tolerable this time, and if Kay had been alone it would have been even better. On reaching the inn, he went straight to his room and lay down on the bed. Frida made herself a bed on the floor beside it, and the assistants who had come in with them were turned out, but then they came back through the window. Kay was too tired to send them away again. The landlady came up specially to welcome Frida, who called her dear little mother, and their meeting was a bafflingly warm affair with much kissing and hugging. There was certainly little peace and quiet in the small room, and the maids often came trudging in wearing men's boots to fetch or remove something. If they needed some item of theirs from the bed, which was stuffed full of all sorts of things, they unceremoniously pulled it out from under Kay. They spoke to Frida as one of themselves. In spite of all this bustle, Kay stayed in bed all day and all night. Frida did him various small services. When he finally got up the next morning, very much refreshed, it was already the 4th day * since he had arrived in the village. Chapter 4. First conversation with the landlady. He would have liked to speak to Frida in private about the assistants. She laughed and joked with them now and then, but their mere intrusive presence troubled him. Not that they were demanding. They had settled down on the floor in a corner of the room, lying on 2 old skirts. Their aim, as they often assured Frida, was to avoid disturbing their boss, the land surveyor, and to take up as little room as possible. They made various attempts to achieve that end, although with much chuckling and whispering, by folding their arms and legs and huddling together so that in the twilight all you could see in their corner was a large and indeterminate tangled mass. None the less, K's daylight experiences showed him that they were observing him very attentively and constantly staring at him, whether they made telescopes of their hands in an apparently childish game and played similar nonsensical tricks or just looked his way while they devoted most of their attention to the care of their beards, of which they thought a great deal, each comparing his with the other's time, and again for length and profusion, and getting Frida to judge between them. Kay often watched the 3 of them with complete indifference from his bed. When he felt strong enough to leave it, they all came hurrying to serve him. Much as he might defend himself against their attentions, he had not yet recovered entirely. He noticed that when he realized that he was to some extent dependent on them, so he had to let them do as they pleased. And it was not so very unpleasant to drink the good coffee that Frida had brought to his table, or to warm himself by the stove that Frida had lit, to make the eager, if clumsy, ants run up and down stairs 10 times to fetch water for washing, soap, a comb and a mirror, and finally, because Kay had expressed a quiet wish that might possibly indicate that he wanted it, a small glass of rum. In the middle of all this ordering them about and being served, Kay said, more in an easygoing mood than with any real hope of success, "Go away, you two. I don't need anything more just now, and I'd like to talk to Miss Frida alone." And on seeing no actual opposition to this idea in their faces, he added, to make it up to them, "And then the 3 of us will go and see the village mayor. Wait for me in the saloon downstairs." Curiously enough, they obeyed, except that before leaving the room they said, "We could always wait here," to which Kay replied, "I know, but I don't want you to." It was annoying, and yet in a way Kay was also glad of it, that when Frida came to sit on his lap as soon as the assistants had gone, she said, "What do you have against the assistants, darling? We needn't keep any secrets from them. They're good, faithful souls." "Oh, faithful," said Kay, watching me all the time. "It's pointless, it's horrible." "I think I understand you," she said, putting her arms around his neck, and she was about to say something else but could not go on. The chair on which they were sitting was close to the bed, and they staggered over to the bed and fell on it. There they lay, although not as absorbed in each other as on their first night together. She was in search of something, and so was he. They tried to get at it almost angrily, grimacing. butting each other's breasts with their heads, and their embraces and writhing bodies did not bring oblivion but reminded them of their duty to go on searching. Like dogs desperately scraping at the ground, they worked away at one another's bodies, helplessly disappointed as they tried to retrieve the last of their bliss, sometimes licking each other's faces with their tongues. Only weariness brought them to lie still, feeling gratitude to each other. Then the maids came upstairs. "Oh, just look at them lying here," said one of the maids, and in her kindness threw a length of cloth over them. When Cabe freed himself from the cloth later and looked around, the assistants were back in their corner, which did not surprise him, and were warning each other to preserve a serious demeanor, pointing to Kay and saluting. But in addition, the landlady was sitting beside the bed knitting a stocking. The fiddly little job didn't seem to suit her huge figure, which almost blotted out the light. "I've been waiting a long time," she said, and raised her broad face, which had many of the lines of old age on it, but in its vast size was still smooth and might once have been beautiful. Her words sounded like an accusation, which was unfair, for Kay hadn't asked her to come. So he merely nodded his head in acknowledgement and sat up. Frida got up too, left Kay, and went to lean against the landlady's armchair. "Madam," said Cave fretfully, "couldn't you put off whatever it is you want to say until I come back from seeing the village mayor? I have an important meeting with him." "Mr. Land Surveyor, this is more important. Take my word for it," said the landlady. "Your meeting is probably just about some job or other to be done, but I'm concerned with a human being, my dear maid Frida here." "Oh," said Kay. "Well then, yes, though I don't know why you can't leave our own affairs to the two of us. Out of love, out of concern. That's why," said the landlady, drawing Frida's head to her. As the girl stood there, she came only up to the seated landlady's shoulder. "Since Frida has such faith in you," said Kay, "there's nothing I can do about that. And as Frida only recently called my assistants faithful, then we're all friends together. So I can tell you, madam, that I think the best thing would be for Frida and me to get married, and very soon too. Sad to say, very sad to say, I won't be able to compensate Frida for what she has lost. Through me, her position at the Castle Inn and the friendship of Clam." Frida looked up. Her eyes were full of tears, and there was no expression of triumph in them. "Why me? Why was I chosen? Why?" asked Kay and the landlady at the same time. "She's confused. Poor child," said the landlady, bewildered by too much happiness and unhappiness coming all at once, and as if to confirm what the landlady had said, Frida now ran to Kay, kissed him wildly as if there were no one else in the room, and then fell on her knees in front of him, weeping and still embracing him. As Cabe stroked Frida's hair with both his hands, he said to the landlady, "You seem to agree with me. You're an honorable man," said the landlady, and her own voice sounded tearful. She looked a little weary and was breathing heavily, but she found the strength to say, "Now, there are certain assurances that you must give Frida. For much as I respect you, you're a stranger here, you can't call on anyone to vouch for you. We don't know your domestic circumstances, so assurances are necessary, as I am sure you will realize, my dear sir. You yourself have pointed out how much Frida stands to lose by throwing in her lot with yours." "Of course, assurances, naturally," said Kay. "They'd better be made in front of a notary, I expect, but perhaps some of the Count's authorities will want to be involved as well. What's more, there is something else I absolutely must do before the marriage. I must speak to Clam." "That's impossible," said Frida, straightening up slightly and pressing close to Kay. "What an idea!" "But it must be done," said Kay. "If it's impossible for me to arrange it, then you must." "I can't, Kay. I can't," said Frida. "Clam will never speak to you." "How can you imagine that Clam would speak to you?" "Well, would he speak to you?" asked Kay. "He wouldn't speak to me either," said Frida. He wouldn't speak to either you or me, it's downright impossible. She turned to the landlady with her arms outspread. There, ma'am, you see what he asks. You're a strange man, sir, said the landlady, and she looked rather alarming as she sat there very upright, with her legs spread and her mighty knees showing beneath her flimsy skirt. You want the impossible. Why is it impossible? Asked Kay. I'll explain, said the landlady, in a tone suggesting that by explaining she was not doing Kay a final favor but inflicting his first punishment on him. I will be happy to explain to you. I do not belong to the castle, to be sure. I am only a woman. I am only the landlady of the lowest kind of inn. Well, not quite the lowest kind, but not so very far from it. So maybe you won't set much store by my explanation, but I have kept my eyes open all my life. I have met a great many people, and I have borne the whole burden of running this inn on my own, for my husband may be a good young fellow, but he's no landlord, and he will never understand the meaning of responsibility. You, for instance, owe it only to his carelessness. I was tired to death the other evening that you are here in the village at all, sitting on that bed in peace and comfort. What do you mean? Cried Kay, emerging from a certain mood of abstraction but aroused from it more by curiosity than by anger. You owe it only to his carelessness, repeated the landlady, pointing her forefinger at Kay. Frida tried to mollify her. What do you expect? The landlady asked Frida, with a swift turn of her whole body. The land surveyor here has asked me a question, and I must answer him. How else is he to understand what we ourselves take for granted, which is that Mr. Clam will never speak to him? And why do I say will? He never can speak to him. Listen, sir, Mr. Clam is a gentleman from the castle, which in itself, quite apart from Clam's position in any other respect, means that he is of high rank. But what about you, whose agreement to marry Frida we are so humbly soliciting here? You're not from the castle, you're not from the village, you're nothing. Unfortunately, however, you are a stranger, a superfluous person getting in every one's way, a man who is always causing trouble. Why, the maids have had to move out of their room on your account. A man whose intentions are unknown. A man who has seduced dear little Frida, and whom, unfortunately, we must allow to marry her. Basically, I don't blame you for all this. You are what you are. I've seen too much in the course of my life to be unable to tolerate this sight too. But think what you are really asking. You expect a man like Clam to speak to you. I was sorry to hear that Frida let you look through the peephole. You'd already seduced her when she did that. Tell me, how did you bear the sight of Clam? You needn't answer that, I know. You bore it very well. You are in no position to see Clam properly, and that's not arrogance on my part, because I am in no position to do so either. You want Clam to speak to you, but he doesn't even speak to the villagers. He himself has never spoken to anyone from the village. It was Frida's greatest distinction, a distinction that will be my pride to my dying day, that at least he used to call her by name, and she could speak to him as she liked and had permission to use the peephole, although he never really spoke to her either. And the fact that he sometimes called for Frida doesn't necessarily have the importance with which you might wish to endow it. He simply called Frida by name. Who knows his intentions? And the fact that Frida, of course, came hurrying up was her own business. Well, it was due to Clam's kindness that she was allowed in to see him without any trouble, but you couldn't say he actually summoned her to him. And what's gone is certainly gone forever. Perhaps Clam will call for Frida by name again. Yes, that's possible, but she certainly won't be allowed in to see him anymore. Not a girl who has given herself to you. And there's one thing, just one thing that I can't get my poor head around, which is how a girl said to be Clam's lover, although personally I consider that a greatly exaggerated description, would so much as let you touch her. Remarkable, to be sure, said Kay. And he took Frida, who complied at once, although lowering her head to sit on his lap. But I think it shows that not everything is exactly as you think. For instance, yes, I am sure you're right when you say that I am nothing compared to Clam, and if I now demand to speak to Clam and even your explanation does not dissuade me, it doesn't mean that I am in a position to bear the sight of Clam without so much as a door between us, or that I might not run out of the room when he appeared. But as I see it, such a fear, though it might be justified, is no reason not even to try the venture. If I succeed in standing up to him, then it's not necessary for him to speak to me. I will be satisfied by seeing what impression my words make on him, and if they make none or he doesn't listen at all, then it's to my advantage to have spoken freely in front of a powerful man. But you, madam, with all your knowledge of life and human nature, and Frida here, who was still Clam's lover yesterday, I see no reason to avoid that word myself, can surely get me an opportunity to speak to Clam easily enough. If it's not possible in any other way, then at the Castle Inn. Perhaps he may still be there today. It is not possible, said the landlady, and I see that you lack the ability to understand that. But tell me, what do you want to speak to Clam about? Why, Frida, of course, said Kay. Frida? Asked the landlady, baffled, and turned to Frida herself. Did you hear that, Frida? This man, he wants to speak to Clam of all people, about you. Oh dear, said Kay. You are such a clever woman, madam, and so awe-inspiring too. Yet every little thing frightens you. Well, if I want to speak to him about Frida, that's not such a monstrous idea. It is perfectly natural. For you are certainly mistaken if you think that from the moment when I appeared Frida became of no importance to Clam. You underestimate him if you believe that. I realize that it is presumptuous of me to try putting you right there, but I must do it. I can't have caused any change in Clam's relationship with Frida. Either there was no real relationship, as those who would deprive Frida of the honorable title of being his lover say, in which case there is none now, or there was such a relationship, but if so, how could it be wrecked by me, a man who, as you rightly say, is nothing in Clam's eyes? Such things may be believed in the first moment of shock, but even the slightest reflection is sure to put that right. Why don't we let Frida say what she thinks about it? With her eyes looking into the distance, her cheek against K.S. breast, Frida said, I am sure it is just as my little mother says. Clam won't want to know any more about me. But not because you turned up, darling. Nothing of that kind could have troubled him. In fact, I think it is his doing that we came together under the bar. Blessings and not curses on that hour. If that's the case, said Kay, slowly, for Frida's words were sweet, and he closed his eyes for a few seconds to let them sink in. If that's the case, there is even less reason to fear an interview with Clam. Really, said the landlady, as if looking down at Cave from above, you sometimes remind me of my husband. You're just as contrary and childish. You spend a few days here and already you think you know better than those who were born in the village, better than me, old woman that I am, better than Frida who has seen and heard so much at the Castle Inn. I don't deny that it may be possible to do something that transgresses the rules and the good old customs. I have never known anything of the kind myself, but there are said to be instances, although it certainly isn't done in the way you would set about it, by saying no all the time, relying on your own mind and ignoring advice, however well intended. Do you think I'm anxious on your behalf? Did I bother about you while you were on your own? Although if I had, it might have been a good idea, and much of this might have been avoided. All I said to my husband about you at the time was, keep well away from him, and I would have felt the same today if Frida hadn't been dragged into your own fate. It's to her, whether you like it or not, that you owe my concern, even my consideration for you, and you can't simply dismiss me because you are strictly responsible to me as the only person who watches over little Frida with maternal care. It's possible that Frida is right and everything that has happened is what Clam wants, but I don't know anything about Clam. I will never speak to him. He is entirely beyond my reach. But you sit here, keeping your hold on my Frida. And why deny it? You will be kept here by me. Yes, kept by me. For young man, if I turn you out of this house, you just try finding accommodation anywhere in the village, even in a dog kennel. Well, thank you very much, said Kay. This is plain speaking indeed, and I believe every word you say. Then my position is extremely insecure, and so is Frida's too. No, cried the landlady furiously. In that respect, Frida's position has nothing to do with yours. Frida belongs to my household, and no one has any right to call her position here insecure. Very well, said Kay. I'll agree that you are right in that, too, especially since, for reasons unknown to me, Frida seems too much afraid of you to join in our discussion. So let's stick to me for the time being. My position is very insecure, you don't deny that. Indeed, you go to great lengths to prove it. However, as with everything you say, that statement is largely but not entirely correct. For instance, I know where I could have a very good bed for the night. Where? Cried Frida and the landlady at the same time, as avidly as if they had the same reasons for asking. At Barnabas's house, said Kay. With those villains, *, cried the landlady. Those infernal villains. At Barnabas's house. Did you hear that? She asked, turning to the assistant's corner, but they had left it long ago and were standing arm in arm behind the landlady, who now seized the hand of one of them, as if she needed support. Did you hear where this gentleman goes? To Barnabas and his family. Yes, I'm sure he can have a bed for the night there. Oh, if only he'd preferred it to the Castle Inn. But where were you two? Madame, said Kay, before the assistants could answer. These are my assistants. You treat them as if they were my guards instead. And your assistants. I'm prepared at least to discuss your opinions civilly in all other respects, but not when it comes to my assistants, where the situation is only too clear. So I will request you not to speak to my assistants, and if my request to you is not enough, then I will forbid my assistants to answer you. So I'm not allowed to speak to you, said the landlady to the assistants, and they all three laughed, the landlady with derision but much more quietly than Kay had expected, the assistants as they usually did, in a meaningful kind of way yet meaning nothing, just disclaiming any responsibility. Oh, don't be angry, said Frida. You must understand our alarm. We owe it all to Barnabas, if you like, that you and I belong to each other now. When I first saw you in the bar, you arrived arm in arm with Olga. I knew a little about you, but on the whole you were a matter of perfect indifference to me. And not just you, everything was a matter of indifference to me. I was dissatisfied with a good deal at the time, and there was a good deal that annoyed me, too. But what kind of dissatisfaction and annoyance was that? For instance, one of the guests in the bar insulted me. They were always after me, you saw those fellows, but then much worse came in too. Clam's servants weren't the worst of them. Well, one of them did insult me, but what did I care for that? I felt as if it had happened years ago, or as if it hadn't happened at all, or as if I had only heard tell of it or had already forgotten it. But oh, I can't describe it. I can't even imagine it. That's how everything has changed since Clam left me. And Frida broke off her story, bowed her head sadly, and folded her hands in her lap. There, you see, cried the landlady, as if she were not speaking herself but merely lending her voice to Frida, to whom she now moved closer until she was sitting right beside her. There, Mr. Land, surveyor, you see the consequences of your actions, and your aunts, whom I'm not allowed to speak to, may see them too and learn from them. You have torn Frida away from the happiest situation she was ever in, and it happened mainly because, going too far in her childish pity for you, Frida couldn't bear to see you arm in arm with Olga, delivered up to Barnabas's family. She saved you, sacrificing herself in the process. And now that it's done and Frida has exchanged all she had for the happiness of sitting on your knee, now you come along and play your great trump card, which is the fact that You once had the opportunity of spending the night at Barnabas's house. I suppose you're trying to prove that you are independent of me. To be sure, if you really had spent the night with Barnabas, you would be so independent of me that you'd have to leave my house this minute, and in a great hurry too. I don't know what sins Barnabas and his family have committed, said Kay, while he carefully raised Frida, who seemed almost lifeless, placed her slowly on the bed, and rose to his feet. Perhaps you're right there, but certainly I was right when I asked you to leave our business, Frida's and mine, to the two of us alone. You mentioned just now something about love and concern, but I haven't seen a lot of either of those. Instead, I've heard words of dislike and disdain and threats to turn me out of the house. If you had it in mind to part Frida from me, or me from Frida, it was very cleverly done, but all the same I don't think you'll succeed, and if you do succeed, then forgive me a veiled threat of my own for once. If you do succeed, you will regret it bitterly. As for the room you have given me, by which you can only mean this repellent hole, it is not at all certain that you're doing it of your own free will. I'm more inclined to think that instructions came from the Count's authorities. I will let them know that I have been given notice here, and if they find me some other lodging, I expect you'll breathe a deep sigh of relief, but my own will be even deeper. And now I'm going to see the village mayor about this and various other matters, so please take care of Frida, to whom you have done enough harm with what you describe as your maternal advice. Then he turned to the assistants. Come along, he said, taking Clam's letter off the nail and making for the door. The landlady had been watching him in silence, and only when he had his hand on the doorknob did she say, Mr. Land Surveyor, I will give you a piece of information to take with you, for whatever you may say and whatever insults you may offer me, poor old woman that I am, you are Frida's future husband. It's only on that account that I tell you how shockingly ignorant you are of circumstances here. A person's head fairly spins just listening to you, comparing what you say and think with the situation as it really is. Such ignorance can't be put right all at once, perhaps not at all, but there can be a good deal of improvement if you will only believe some of what I say, and keep in mind your ignorance all the time. Then, for instance, you will immediately do me far more justice and begin to glean some idea of what a shock it was to me, and the consequences of that shock still affect me. When I realized that my dear little girl had, so to speak, deserted the eagle asterisk to ally herself to the slow worm. But the real situation is far, far worse, and I keep trying to forget it, or I couldn't speak a calm word to you. Oh, now you're angry again. No, don't go yet, just listen to my request. Wherever you go, always remember that you know less than anyone here, and mind you proceed carefully. Here, where Frida's presence protects you from harm, you may talk your heart out. Here, if you like, you can tell us what you intend to say to Clam. But don't, I beg you, don't do it in reality. She rose to her feet, swaying slightly in her agitation, went over to Kay, and looked imploringly at him. Madam, said Kay, I don't understand why you demean yourself to beg me for anything with such small cause. If, as you say, it is impossible for me to speak to Clam, then I won't be able to come near him whether I'm asked to or not. But if it were to be possible, why shouldn't I do it, particularly as then your other fears would become very questionable once your main objection was seen to be invalid? I am certainly ignorant, but facts are facts, which is very sad for me but also advantageous, since an ignorant man will dare to do more, so I will happily go about in my ignorance with what I am sure are its unfortunate consequences, for a little longer, as long as my strength allows. In essence, however, those consequences affect only me, and so I really don't understand why you should beg me for anything. I am sure you will always care for Frida, and if I vanish entirely from Frida's view, that, as you see it, can only be a good thing. So what are you afraid of? I suppose you don't, for to the ignorant anything seems possible. And here, Kay, open the door. I suppose you don't fear for Clam? The landlady watched in silence as he hurried down the stairs, with the assistants following him. Chapter 5. The Village Mayor. To his own surprise, K.'s conversation with the village mayor went smoothly. He accounted for that by telling himself that, in his experience so far, official dealings with the Count's authorities had been very simple. One reason was that a definite decision on his own affairs had obviously been made once and for all, apparently in his favor, and another was the admirable consistency of the offices involved, which you could sense was particularly good in cases where no such thing appeared to be present. When Kate thought about all this, he was not far from considering his situation satisfactory, although, after such cheering moments, he always told himself that this was just where the danger lay. Direct communication with the authorities was not too difficult, for well-organized as they might be, those authorities had only to defend something remote in the name of remote and, indeed, invisible gentlemen, whereas K was fighting for something very close to him for himself, and doing so, at least at first, of his own free will, for he was the one on the attack. And not only was he fighting for himself, so too, it seemed, were other powers unknown to him, although the measures taken by the authorities allowed him to believe in them. However, the fact that from the first the authorities had met K.'s wishes in minor matters, and so far nothing more had been involved, meant that they deprived him of the chance of winning small, easy victories and of the satisfaction that went with them, and the well-justified confidence that he would then derive from them for embarking on other and larger battles. Instead, the authorities allowed K to go anywhere he liked, although only inside the village, thus indulging him but weakening his position, ruling out any possibility of a struggle, and leaving him living a non-official, unpredictable, troubled, and strange kind of life. If he wasn't always on his guard, then it could be that, despite the amiability of the authorities and his own performance of all his extremely light official duties to everyone's satisfaction, he might, deceived by the favor apparently shown him, conduct the rest of his life so incautiously that he failed in this place, and the authorities, still in their gentle and kindly way, and as if it were against their will but in the name of some official decree unknown to him, would have to get rid of him. And what actually was the rest of his life here to be? Nowhere before had K ever seen official duties and life so closely interwoven, so much so that sometimes it almost seemed as if life and official duties had changed places. What was the meaning, for instance, of the power, so far only formal, that Clam had over K.'s services compared with the power that Clam really did exert in K.'s bedroom? It just showed how any carelessness in procedure or easygoing attitude was appropriate only in direct contact with the authorities, while elsewhere great caution was necessary, and you had to look round on all sides before taking any step. At first K found his idea of the authorities here fully confirmed by the village mayor, a friendly, stout, clean-shaven man. The mayor was ill with a severe attack of gout and received K in bed. "Ah, so this is our land surveyor," he said, trying to sit up straight to greet the visitor, but he couldn't manage it, and pointing apologetically to his legs, he leaned back on the pillows again. A quiet woman, looking almost shadowy in the dimly lit room where the small windows were, also veiled by curtains, brought a chair for K and placed it by the bed. "Sit down, Mr. Land Surveyor, sit down," said the mayor, "and tell me what you want." K read Clam's letter aloud and made a few comments on it. Once again, he felt how very easy it was to communicate with the authorities. They would bear absolutely any burden. You could hand them anything to deal with and remain unaffected, and a free agent yourself. As if the mayor felt the same thing in his own way, he shifted uneasily in his bed. Finally he said, "As you'll have noticed, Mr. Land Surveyor, I knew all about this affair. I haven't done anything about it myself, first because of my illness, and then because it took you so long to arrive that I was beginning to think you'd abandoned the whole business. But now that you have been kind enough to come and see me yourself, I have to tell you the whole, if unwelcome, truth. You have been engaged, you say, as a land surveyor, but unfortunately we don't need a land surveyor. There wouldn't be any work for you here at all. The boundary markings of our little farms are all established. Everything has been duly recorded. Property hardly ever changes hands, and we settle any little arguments about the boundaries ourselves. So why would we need a land surveyor? Without actually having thought about it in advance, Kay felt firmly convinced that he had expected some such information. For that very reason he was able to say instantly, well, that does surprise me a great deal. It throws out all my calculations. Can only hope there's some misunderstanding. I'm afraid not, said the mayor. It's exactly as I say. But how can that be possible? Cried Kay. I didn't make such an endless journey just to be sent back again. Now, oh, that's another question, said the mayor, and it's not for me to decide, but I can explain how the misunderstanding may have come about. In such a large authority as the Count's, it sometimes happens that one department will arrange this matter, another that, and neither hears about it from the other. A higher supervisory department checks everything, and very closely too, but of its nature, such supervision comes too late, and so a little confusion can still arise. To be sure, that is only in the tiniest of minor details, such as your own case, and to the best of my knowledge no mistake of the kind has ever been made in matters of real importance, but the minor ones often give trouble enough. And as for your case, I will tell you, I'm not giving any official secrets away. I'm not enough of an official for that. I'm a farmer, and that's that. As for your case, I'll tell you straight out what happened. Long ago, I'd been village mayor. For only a few months at the time, a decree came from I forget which department, saying in the categorical terms typical of the gentleman there that a land surveyor was to be appointed, and the village was directed to have all the plans and sketches necessary for his work ready. That decree can't, in fact, have had anything to do with you personally, because it was many years ago, and I wouldn't have bared it but for being sick just now, with plenty of time to lie in bed and think about the most ridiculous incidents. Mizzy, he added, suddenly interrupting his account to address his wife, who was still scurrying about the room busy with something, though Kate couldn't make out just what. Please look in the cupboard there, and perhaps you'll find the decree. The fact is, he said in an explanatory tone, turning to Kay, it dates back to my early days as village mayor, when I used to keep everything. The woman opened the cupboard at once, while Kay and the mayor watched. It was stuffed with papers, and when it was opened, 2 large bundles of files fell out, tied up as you might tie up bundles of firewood. The woman flinched in alarm. Try. Lower down, said the mayor, directing operations from his bed. The woman, gathering up the files in her arms, obediently cleared everything out of the cupboard to get to the papers at the bottom. The room was already half full of papers. Oh, there's been a lot of work done, said the mayor, nodding, and this is only a small part of it. I keep the larger part of what I have here in the barn, but most of it has been lost. How can anyone keep all this together? But there's still plenty in the barn. Will you be able to find the decree? He asked, turning to his wife again. You must look for a file with the words land surveyor underlined in blue on it. It's too dark in here, said his wife. I'll fetch a candle, and she walked over the papers and out of the room. My wife is a great help to me, said the village mayor, with the burden of all this official stuff which I have to do as a sideline. I do have another assistant for the written work, that's the schoolteacher, but all the same no one can ever get through it. There's always a great deal left undone, and it's in that cupboard. He pointed to another cupboard. And when I'm ill, as I am now, it really gets the upper hand, he said, lying back wearily, but with an expression of pride on his face. Couldn't I help your wife to search? asked Kay. When the woman had come back with the candle and was kneeling in front of the cupboard, looking for the decree. Smiling, the mayor shook his head. As I said just now, I'm keeping no official secrets from you, but I can't go so far as to let you search the files yourself. All was still in the room now, only the rustle of the papers was to be heard, and the mayor may even have dropped off to sleep for a moment. A soft knock at the door made Kay turn. Inevitably, it was his assistants, but at least they had learned to behave a little better and didn't burst straight into the room but began by whispering through the door, which stood slightly ajar. "It's too cold for us out there," they said. "Who's that?" asked the mayor, waking with a start. "Only my assistants," said Kay. "I don't know where to leave them to wait for me. It's too cold outside and they'll be in the way in here." "They won't bother me," said the mayor in kindly tones. "Let them come in. Anyway, I know them. We're old acquaintances." "Well, they bother me," said Cave frankly, letting his gaze wander from the assistants to the mayor and back to the assistants and finding it impossible to tell. They're 3 smiles apart. "However, since you're here," he suggested tentatively, "you can stay and help the lady look for a file with the words Land Surveyor on it underlined in blue." The mayor did not object to that. While Kay wasn't allowed to search the papers, the assistants were, and they flung themselves on the files immediately, but just churning up the heaps rather than searching properly, and while one of them was spelling out the words on a piece of paper, the other kept snatching it from his hand. As for the mayor's wife, she was kneeling in front of the empty cupboard and no longer seemed to be searching at all, or at least the candle was a long way away from her. "So your assistants bother you, do they?" said the mayor with a satisfied smile, as if it was all due to his own arrangements, but no one was in a position even to suspect as much. "But they're your own assistants." "No," said Kate coolly, "they didn't latch on to me until I got here." "Latch on to you?" said the mayor. "I suppose you mean they were allocated to you." "Very well, then they were allocated to me," said Kay. "But they might just as well have fallen like snow from the sky, so little thought went into choosing them." "Oh, nothing happens here without thought," said the mayor, forgetting the pain in his foot and even sitting up in bed. "Nothing," said Kay. "What about my appointment?" "Your appointment will have been carefully considered too," said the mayor. "But collateral circumstances entered into it and confused things. I can show you how it all happened from the files." "I don't think the files are going to be found," said Kay. "Not found?" cried the mayor. "Mizzy, please search a little faster. For a start, however, I can tell you the story without files." We replied to the decree. I was talking about by sending our thanks, but pointing out that we didn't need a land surveyor. However, that reply doesn't seem to have reached the original department, let's call it A, but by mistake went to another department, B. So Department A received no answer. But unfortunately, Department B didn't get our full answer either. Whether the contents of the file were left behind here or were lost in transit. They weren't lost in the department itself, I can vouch for that. Well, anyway, Department B also received the cover of a file bearing only the remark that the enclosed file, which in fact unfortunately was not enclosed, dealt with the appointment of a land surveyor. Department A, meanwhile, was waiting for our answer. It did have some preliminary notes on the matter, but as often and understandably happens, and indeed should happen, in view of the meticulous nature of all the official work done, the head of department was relying on us to send an answer, whereupon he would either appoint the land surveyor or, if necessary, correspond with us on the subject further. As a result, he neglected to look at the preliminary notes and let the whole affair lapse into oblivion. In Department B, however, the cover of the file reached an official well known for his conscientiousness, Sordini * by name, an Italian. Even to me, and I'm in the know, it's hard to understand why a man of his abilities is left languishing in one of the lowest ranking positions of all. Well, this Sordini naturally sent us back the empty cover of the file, asking for the rest of it. But many months, if not years, had passed since those first documents were drawn up for Department A, which is understandable, for when, as generally happens, a file is sent in the proper way, it reaches the right department within a day at the latest and is dealt with that same day. However, if it gets lost, and considering the excellence of the organization, it really has to try very hard to get lost, or it will never succeed in doing so, then it can indeed take a very long time. So when we received Sordini's note, we had only the vaguest memory of the affair. There were only the two of us doing the work at the time, Mizzy and me. They hadn't given me the teacher to assist me yet. We kept copies only of the most important documents. In short, all we could reply, very uncertainly, was that we didn't know anything about any such appointment, and there was no need for a land surveyor here. However, said the mayor, interrupting himself as if, in his eagerness to tell the tale, he had gone too far, or as if it were at least possible that he had gone too far. I do hope this story isn't boring you? Not at all, said Kay. It's entertaining me. I'm not telling it to entertain you, said the mayor. The only reason why it entertains me, said Kay, is the insight it gives me into the ridiculous confusion which, in some circumstances, can determine the course of a man's life. You haven't been given any such insight yet, said the mayor gravely, and I can go on with the story. Naturally, a man of Sordini's caliber wasn't going to be satisfied with our reply. I admire him, even though he's a thorn in my flesh. The fact is, he distrusts everyone. Even when, say, he has come to recognize a person on countless occasions as the most trustworthy man alive, he distrusts him on the next occasion as if he didn't know him at all, or more correctly, as if he knew him to be a rogue. I think that's quite right. That's the way an official ought to proceed, but unfortunately I can't seem to follow that basic principle. It's on account of my own nature. You see how, frankly, I am telling you, a stranger, all this. I just can't help it. Sordini, on the other hand, distrusted our answer at once. And then a long correspondence ensued. Sordini asked why it had suddenly occurred to me that no land surveyor ought to be appointed, and I replied, with the help of Mizzy's excellent memory, that the first idea had come from the authorities themselves. Of course, we had long ago forgotten that it came from a different department of the castle authorities. Sordini then asked why I mentioned the official letter only now, to which I said that it was because I had only just remembered it. That, said Sordini, was very remarkable. To which I replied that it wasn't at all remarkable in an affair that had dragged on so long. Sordini said no, it was remarkable because the letter I had remembered did not exist. Of course it didn't exist, I said, since the whole file had been lost. Here Sordini said that there must surely have been a preliminary note regarding that first letter, the one that didn't exist. Here I hesitated, for I didn't like to claim that a mistake had been made, or say I believed that it had been made in Sordini's department. In your mind, Mr. Land Surveyor, perhaps you are blaming Sordini and thinking that reflection on my claim should at least have caused him to inquire about the case in other departments. But that wouldn't have been right. I don't want any blame imputed to the man, even in your mind. It is a working principle of the author. It is that they do not even consider the possibility of mistakes being made. The excellent organization of the whole thing justifies that principle, which is necessary if tasks are to be performed with the utmost celerity. Sordini, therefore, could not inquire in other departments. Moreover, those departments would not have responded to his inquiries because they would have noticed at once that they were being asked to look into the possibility of some mistake. Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt you with a question? Said Kay. Didn't you mention a supervisory authority checking everything? From what you say, the organization is of such a kind that one feels quite ill at the mere idea of these supervisory checks failing. You are very severe, said the mayor, But if you multiplied your severity 1,000 times, it would still be as nothing compared to the severity of the authorities' attitude to themselves. Only a complete stranger would ask your question. Are there supervisory authorities? There are only supervising authorities. To be sure, they're not intended to detect mistakes in the vulgar sense of the word, since there are no mistakes, and even if there is a mistake, as in your own case, who's to say that it's really a mistake in the long run? That strikes me as an entirely new idea, cried Kay. It's a very old one to me, said the mayor. I am no less convinced than you that there has been a mistake, and as a result of his despair, Sordini has fallen very ill, and the first supervisory authorities to check the case, those to which we owe the discovery of the source of the mistake, also acknowledge its existence. But who can claim that? The second set of supervisory authorities will come to the same conclusion, and then the third set, and so on with all the others. Maybe, said Kay. But I'd rather not indulge in such reflections, and anyway, this is the first time I've heard of these supervisory authorities, so of course I can't understand them yet. Only I do think that we have to distinguish between two things here. First, what goes on within the authorities, and what is then official or can be taken as official. And second, my own person outside the orbit of all these official authorities as I am, and threatened by them with such less restrictions that I still can't believe the danger is serious. As for the first point, what you, Mr. Mayor, describe with such astonishing and extraordinary command of the subject is probably true. Only, I wouldn't mind hearing a word about myself as well. I'm coming to that, said the mayor, but you couldn't understand it without a little more preamble. I even mentioned the supervisory authorities too soon, so I'll go back to my argument with Sordini. As I said, my defenses gradually came down, but if Sordini can gain even the slightest advantage over someone else, he has already won the day, because then his close attention, energy, and presence of mind are all the greater, and to the man he is attacking he is a fearsome sight, although a welcome one to that man's enemies. It's because I've had this experience in other cases that I can speak of him as I do. By the way, I've never yet managed to set eyes on him myself. He can't come down here, he is so overworked. As his office has been described to me, all the walls are hidden behind towers of huge bundles of files, stacked one above another, and these are only the files on which Sordini is working at present. Since files are always being taken out of the bundles or put back into them, and it's all done in a great hurry, the towers are always collapsing, and the sound of them constantly crashing to the floor has become typical of Sordini's office. Well, Sordini is a real worker, and he devotes the same attention to both the smallest cases and the largest. Mr. Mayor, said Kay, you keep calling my case one of the smallest, yet a great many officials have put their minds to it, and while it may have been very small at first, the zeal of officials like Mr. Sordini has made it into a major one. That is unfortunate and not at all what I want, since I have no ambition to see towers of files about me rise in the air and come crashing down. I just want to work at a little drawing board in peace as a humble land surveyor. No, said the mayor, it's not a major case. You have no grounds for complaint there. It is one of the smallest of small cases. The status of the case is not determined by the amount of work done on it, and if that's what you think, you are still very far from understanding the authorities. But even if it did depend on the amount of work, your case would be one of the slightest. There are far more normal cases, cases where no so-called mistakes creep in, and indeed much more rewarding work is done on them. Anyway, you know nothing at all about the real work your case has entailed, and I will now tell you about. At first Sordini left me right out of it, but then his officials arrived, and there were daily hearings of highly regarded members of this parish at the Castle Inn, all taken down for the records. Most of the villagers backed me, and only a few expressed distrust, saying that the question of land surveying concerns a farmer's interests closely, and thinking that they detected secret deals of some kind and instances of injustice. Furthermore, they found a leader, and Sordini was bound to be convinced from what they said that if I had raised the question at the parish council, not all its members would have been against the appointment of a land surveyor. So something obvious, the fact that no land surveyor was needed, was at least questioned. A man called Brunswick was particularly active here. You probably don't know him. He may not be a bad fellow, but he is stupid and has a wild imagination. He's the brother-in-law of Laseman. Laseman the master tanner, said Kay. And he described the bearded man he had seen at Laseman's house. Yes, that's him, said the mayor. I know his wife as well, said Kay, trying a shot at random. Quite possibly, said the mayor, and fell silent. She's beautiful, said Kay, but rather pale and ailing. I suppose she comes from the castle. This was said half as a question. The mayor looked at the time, poured medicine into a small spoon, and quickly swallowed it. I suppose all you know of the castle is the offices? Asked Kay, brusquely. Yes, agreed the mayor, with an ironic yet grateful smile. And they're the most important part of it. As for Brunswick, if we could keep him out of the parish council, we'd nearly all of us be glad. Not least Laseman. But at that time Brunswick gained some influence. He's not a good speaker, but he shouts, and that's enough for many people. That's how it happened that I was obliged to lay the whole affair before the parish council, which in fact was Brunswick's sole success at first, for of course the great majority of the parish council wouldn't hear of appointing a land surveyor. That was all years ago, too, but the case has never really been settled all this time, partly because of the conscientious approach of Sordini, who was trying to discover the motives of both the majority and the opposition through the most careful investigation, and partly because of the stupidity and ambition of Brunswick, who has various personal links with the authorities, which set his imagination to work thinking up more and more new ideas. Sordini, however, was not to be deceived by Brunswick, and how, indeed, could Brunswick deceive Sordini? But if he was not to be deceived, new inquiries were necessary, and even before they were dealt with, Brunswick had come up with something fresh. Oh yes, his mind is very quick, it's all of a piece with his stupid ty. And now I come to a particular feature of our official mechanism. When an affair has been under consideration for a very long time, and even before assessment of it is complete, it can happen that something occurs to settle it, like a sudden flash of lightning at some unforeseeable point, and you can't pinpoint it later. The case is thus brought to an arbitrary, if usually quite correct, conclusion. It's as if the official mechanism could no longer stand up to the tension and the years of attrition caused by the same factor, which in itself may be slight, and has made the decision of its own accord with no need for the officials to take a hand. Of course, there has not been any miracle, and certainly some official or other made a note of the matter, concluding the case, or came to an unwritten decision, but at least we here can't find out, even from the authority which official made the decision in this case, and the supervisory authorities will discover that much later, but we ourselves never do, and by then hardly anyone would be interested. Well, as I was saying, these decisions are generally excellent, and the only disruptive aspect of them is that, as it usually turns out, we learn about them too late. So passionate discussion of an affair that was fled long ago still goes on. I don't know whether such a decision has been taken in your case. There is much to suggest that it has and much to suggest that it hasn't, but if it had, then a note of your appointment would have been sent to you, and you would have set out on your long journey here. Meanwhile, a lot of time would have passed, and Sordini would still have been working himself to exhaustion on the same case. Brunswick would have been plotting and intriguing, and I'd have been plagued by the pair of them. I merely suggest this possibility, but I do know the following for certain. Meanwhile, a supervisory authority discovered that many years ago Department A had sent an inquiry to the parish about a land surveyor, and no answer ever came back. I was Asked about it recently, and then of course the whole matter was cleared up. Department A was satisfied with my answer to the effect that no land surveyor was needed, and Sordini was obliged to realize that he had not been the person competent to deal with this case and, through no fault of his own, had done a great deal of unnecessary and nerve-wracking work. If new work hadn't been coming in from all sides, as usual, and if yours had not, after all, been a very small case, we might almost say the smallest of the small, then we would probably all have breathed a sigh of relief, all of us, including even Sordini himself, with only Brunswick still feeling ridiculously rancorous. And now, Mr. Land Surveyor, imagine my dismay when, after the happy conclusion of the whole affair, and a great deal of time has passed since then too, you suddenly turn up, and it looks as if the whole thing is going to begin again. I am firmly determined not to allow this, so far as in me lies, as I am sure you will understand. To be sure, said Kay. But I understand even better that I and perhaps the law too have been shockingly abused. Personally, I will know how to defend myself. How are you going to do that? Asked the mayor. I can't tell you, said Kay. I don't wish to impose on you, said the mayor, but I suggest you consider me as, well, I won't say a friend since we are total strangers, but to some extent an associate. I can't allow you to be accepted as a land surveyor here, but otherwise you can turn to me with confidence, although only within the limits of my power, which is not large. You keep talking, said Kay, about the possibility of my being accepted as a land surveyor, but I have already been appointed in that capacity. Here is Clam's letter. Clam's letter, said the mayor, is valuable and deserves respect. For the sake of Clam's signature, which does seem to be genuine, but otherwise, no, I dare not even tell you my opinion. Mizzy, he called, adding, what on earth are you all doing? The assistants, who had been out of sight for some time, and Mizzy had obviously failed to find the file they were looking for, and had then tried to shut everything up in the cupboard again, but had failed in that too because of the disorganized and exorbitantly large number of files. So the assistants had thought of a plan that they were now putting into practice. They had laid the cupboard down on the floor, stuffed all the files into it, and they and Mizzy sat on the cupboard doors, thus trying to squeeze them slowly shut. So the file hasn't been found, said the mayor. Well, that's a pity, but you know the story now, so we don't really need the file any more. Anyway, it's sure to be found sometime. It's probably at the teacher's place. He has a great many files there. Now bring the can. Lee over here, Mizzy, and read this letter with me. Mizzy came over, looking even more gray and insignificant than before as she sat down on the edge of the bed close to her strong, vigorous husband, who put his arms around her. Only her little face showed now in the candlelight, its clear, stern features softened by the ravages of age. No sooner had she looked at the letter than she clasped her hands and said, "From Clam." Then they read the letter together, whispering to each other from time to time, and finally, just as the assistants were cheering because they had finally managed to close the cupboard doors, and Mizzy was looking at them in quiet gratitude, the mayor said, "Mizzy thinks just as I do, and now I can venture to speak my mind. This is not an official communication at all, but a private letter. That's clear enough even from the salutation, dear sir. What's more, there isn't a word in it about your being accepted as a land surveyor. It just deals in general terms with service to the castle, and even that says nothing binding, only that you have been appointed. As you know, that is to say, the burden of proof of the fact that you have been appointed lies on you. Finally, you are officially referred to me, the village mayor, as your immediate superior, who will tell you everything else, and I've done most of that already. This is all as clear as day to anyone who is accustomed to reading official communications, and as a consequence reads unofficial letters even better. But I'm not surprised that you, a stranger, don't understand that. Altogether, the letter means nothing but that Clam personally intends to concern himself with you should you be accepted into the service of the castle. You interpret the letter so well, Mr. Mayor, said Kay, that in the end there's nothing left of it but the signature on a blank sheet of paper. Don't you think that in doing so you are belittling Clam's name which you claim to respect? You misunderstand me, said the mayor. I don't mistake the meaning of the letter. I don't belittle it with my interpretation, quite the contrary. A private letter from Clam naturally means much more than an official communication. It just doesn't mean what you think it means. Do you know Schwarzer? Asked Kay. No, said the mayor. Do you, Mizzy? No, she doesn't either. We don't know him. That's strange, said Kay. He's the son of one of the deputy wardens. My dear sir, said the mayor, how can I be expected to know all? The sons of all the deputy wardens? Very well, said Kay. Then you'll just have to believe me when I tell you that he is. I had a difference of opinion with this man Schwarzer on the day of my arrival. He then spoke on the telephone to a deputy warden called Fritz and was told that I had indeed been appointed land surveyor. How do you explain that, Mr. Mayor? Very easily, said the mayor. You have never really been in contact with our authorities. All your contacts are only apparent, but as a result of your ignorance you think that they are real. And as for the telephone, look, there's no telephone here in my house, and I certainly have plenty to do with the authorities. Telephones may come in useful add-ins and so on, rather like a musical box, but that's all. Have you ever telephoned anyone here? Well, then perhaps you'll see what I mean. The telephone obviously works very well in the castle. I've been told that they are telephoning all the time there, which of course speeds the work up a great deal. Down here we hear that constant telephoning as a rushing, singing sound on the line, and I'm sure you've heard it too. But that rushing, singing sound is the only real, trustworthy information that the telephone conveys to us down here, and everything else is just an illusion. There is no telephone connection to the castle. There's no switchboard passing on our calls. If we call someone in the castle from here, the telephones ring in all the lower departments, or perhaps they would if, as I know for a fact, the sound was not turned off on nearly all of them. Now and then a tired official feels the need to amuse himself a little, especially in the evening or at night, and switches the sound back on, and then we get an answer, but an answer that is only a joke. It's very understandable. Who has the right to disturb such important work, always going full steam ahead with his own little private worries? I really don't understand how even a stranger can believe that if he calls, say, Sordini, it will really be Sordini who answers him. More likely it will be some little clerk in quite a different department. Although then, again, a wonderful moment might come when you call the little clerk, and Sordini himself answers. In that case, of course, it's advisable to hurry away from the telephone before the first sound is heard. Well, that's not how I saw it, said Kay. I wasn't to know these details, but it's true that I didn't have much confidence in those telephone calls. I was always aware that only something experienced or achieved in the castle itself has any real significance. You're wrong, said the mayor, pouncing on one part of this. Of course these telephone calls have real significance. Why not? How could a message passed on from the castle by an official be insignified? Can't? I said so just now in connection with Clam's letter. None of what it says has any official meaning. If you ascribe official meaning to it, you are wrong. On the other hand, its private significance, whether friendly or hostile, is very great, generally greater than an official mean ng can ever be. Very well, said Kay. Assuming it's all as you say, then I must have a number of good friends in the castle. In fact, look at it properly, and when that department thought many years ago of sending for a land surveyor, it was an act of friendship to me, and act after act of friendship followed, until at last I was enticed here to no good purpose and then threatened with expulsion. There's something in what you say, said the mayor. You're right. To think that communications from the castle mustn't be taken leader, ally. But caution is necessary in general, not just here, and the more important the communication concerned, the more necessary it is to be cautious. I don't understand what you say about being enticed. Here, if you had followed what I was saying better, you would surely realize that the question of your appointment is far too difficult for us to be able to answer it in the course of a little conversation. So the outcome is, said Kay, that everything is very confused and nothing can be solved, and I'm being thrown out. Who would venture to throw you out, my dear sir, said the mayor. The very lack of clarity in the earlier questions assures you of the most civil treatment, but you appear to be oversensitive. No one is keeping you here, but that doesn't amount to being thrown out. Oh, Mr. Mayor, sir, said Kay. Now you're the one seeing all this too clearly again. Let me tell you some of the things that keep me here. The sacrifices I made to leave my home, my long and difficult journey, my well-founded hopes of my appointment here, my complete lack of means, the impossibility of finding suitable work at home now, and last but not least my fiancée who comes from this village. Ah, yes, Frida, said the mayor, not surprised. I know about that, but Frida will follow you anywhere. As for the rest of it, certain considerations will be necessary, and I will speak to the castle about that. Should a decision come, or should it be necessary to question you again first, I'll send for you. Does that suit you? No, not at all, said Kay. I don't want any tokens of favor from the castle. I want my rights. Mizzy, said the mayor to his wife, who was still sitting close to him toying dreamily with Clam's letter, which she had folded into paper boat. In alarm, Kate took it from her. Mizzy, my leg is beginning to hurt badly again. We'll have to change the compress. Cave rose to his feet. Then I'll say goodbye, he said. Yes, do, said Mizzy, who was already preparing some ointment. There's a nasty draft. Kate turned. The assistants, in their ever inappropriate readiness to make themselves useful, had opened both sides of the double door as soon as they heard K.S. remark. If he was to keep the penetrating cold out of the sick room, Kay could only bow fleetingly to the mayor. Then, taking the assistants with him, he went out of the room and was quick to close the door. Chapter 6. Second conversation with the landlady. The landlord was waiting outside the inn for him. He would not have ventured to speak without being asked first, so Kay asked what he wanted. Have you found new lodgings? Asked the landlord, his eyes bent on the ground. I think you must be asking on behalf of your wife, said Kay. You seem to be extremely dependent on her. No, said the landlord, I'm not asking on her behalf. But she is very upset and unhappy about you. She can't work. She lies in bed sighing and complaining all the time. Shall I go and see her? Asked Kay. I wish you would, said the landlord. I came to fetch you from the village mayor's house, but listening at the door I heard the two of you in conversation and didn't like to disturb you. I was worried about my wife too, so I came straight back, but she wouldn't let me in to see her, so all I could do was wait for you. Come along then, let's be quick about it, said Kay. I'll soon set her mind at rest. I only hope so, said the landlord. They went through the well-lit kitchen where 3 or 4 maids, all keeping some distance from each other, positively froze in the midst of whatever they were doing at the sight of Kay. The landlady's sighs could be heard even here in the kitchen. She was lying in a little room without any windows, divided from the kitchen by a thin wooden partition. There was space only for a big double bed and a wardrobe. The bed was placed so that its occupant could keep an eye on the entire kitchen and what was going on there. On the other hand, hardly anything of the little room could be seen from the kitchen. It was dark inside, and only the red and white bedclothes stood out a little. You couldn't make out any details until you had gone in and your eyes became used to the dim light. Here you are at last, said the landlady faintly. She lay stretched full length on her back, and obviously had some difficulty in breath, She had thrown back the eiderdown. In bed she looked much younger than when she was fully dressed, but all the same the lacy nightcap she wore was too small for her, and perched unsteadily on top of her head, making her worn face look pitiable. "How could I have come?" asked Kay gently. "You didn't send for me. You shouldn't have kept me waiting so long," said the landlady with the fretful persistence of an invalid. "Well, sit down," she said, pointing to the edge of the bed, "and you others go away," for not only K's assistants but also the maids had now come in as well. "Do you want me to go too, Gardina?" asked the landlord, and for the first time Kay heard his wife's name. "Of course," she said slowly, and as if her thoughts were elsewhere she added, distractedly, "Why should you, of all people, stay?" But when all the others had withdrawn to the kitchen, and this time even the assistants went at once, though the fact was that they were chasing one of the maids, Gardina was obviously paying enough attention to realize that everything said here could be heard from there, for the little room had no door, so she ordered everyone to leave the kitchen too. They obeyed at once. "Now, Mr. Land Surveyor," Gardina said, "there's a shawl hanging at the front of the wardrobe. Please will you give it to me? I want to cover myself with it. I can't bear the weight of this eiderdown. I'm breathing with such difficulty." And when Kay had brought her the shawl, she said, "See this fine fabric, isn't it?" It looked to Kay like perfectly ordinary woolen fabric, and he felt it, simply to please her, but made no comment. "Yes, very fine fabric," said Gardina, wrapping it around her. Now she lay there peacefully, and did not seem to be suffering any longer. She even noticed that her hair was untidy from the way she had been lying on it and sitting up for a little while. She rearranged it round the nightcap. She had thick hair. Kay was getting impatient and said, "Ma'am, you sent to ask if I had found other lodgings." "I sent to ask you that?" asked the landlady. "No, you're mistaken. But your husband has just asked me." "I can believe that," said the landlady. "I've been at daggers drawn with him. When I didn't want to have you staying here, he let you stay. Now that I'm happy to have you here, he's driving you away. He's always doing that kind of thing. Have you changed your mind about me so much?" said Kay. "In just a couple of hours? I haven't changed my mind," said the landlady, sounding weaker again. "Give me your hand, there. And now promise to be perfectly frank with me, and I will be frank with you." "Good," said Kay. "Which of us is going to begin?" "I will," said the landlady. She did not give the impression that she was ready to oblige Kay, but just seemed eager to speak first. She took a photograph out from under her pillow and handed it to Kay. "Look at that picture," she asked earnestly. To get a better view of it, Kay stepped into the kitchen, but even there it wasn't easy to make anything out, for the photograph had faded with age and was cracked, crumpled, and stained in many places. "It's not in very good condition," said Kay. I'm afraid not," said the landlady. "That's what happens when you carry something on your person over the years. But if you look at it closely, I'm sure you'll be able to see everything. I can help you out. Just tell me what you see. I like to hear about that picture. What do you see in it, then?" "The young man," said Kay. "Quite right," said the landlady. "And what is he doing?" "I think he's lying on a plank, stretching and yawning." The landlady laughed. "That's quite wrong," she said. "But here's the plank, and there he is lying on it," said Kay, sticking to his own opinion. Look more closely," said the landlady, annoyed. "Is he really lying down?" "Why no," said Kay now. "He's not lying down, he is in the air, and now I see it isn't a plank, it's probably a cord, and the young man is doing the high jump." "There you are then," said the landlady, pleased. "He's jumping, yes. That's how the official MES singers practice. I knew you'd see what it was. Can you see his face, too?" Very little of it, said Kay. He's obviously making a great effort. His mouth is open, his eyes are narrowed, and his hair is flying in the air. Very good, said the landlady approvingly. As you never saw him in person, you can't make out anymore. But he was a Han, some lad. I saw him only once, briefly, and I shall never forget him. Who was he, then? Asked Kay. He was the messenger, said the landlady. The messenger who was first sent by Clam to summon me to see him. Kay wasn't listening closely. The sound of something tapping on glass distracted his attention. He soon found out the cause of the disturbance. The assistants were standing in the yard, shifting from foot to foot in the snow. They looked pleased to see Kay again. Fully pointed him out to each other and kept on tapping at the kitchen window. At a menacing movement from Kay, they stopped. That at once, trying to push one another back. But each kept escaping the other, and soon they were back at the window. Kay hurried into the little room where the assistants couldn't see him from outside. And he didn't have to see them, but that soft and imploring tapping on the window pane still followed him. It's those assistants again, he told the landlady by way of apology, pointing to the yard outside. However, she took no notice of him. She had taken the picture back, and now she looked at it, smoothed it out, and pushed it under the pillow again. Her movements were slower now, but not from weariness. They were slow under the burden of memory. She had wanted Kay to talk to her, and as he did so she had forgotten about him. She was playing with the fringe of her shawl. Only after a little while did she look up, pass her hand over her eyes, and say, "This shawl came from Clam too, and so did this nightcap. The photograph, the shawl, and the nightcap, they're my three mementos of him. I'm not young like Frida, I don't aim as high as she does, nor am I so tender-hearted. She's very tender-hearted. In short, I know what's right and proper, but I have to confess that without those three things I could probably never have borne it here. For so long, probably not even for a day. These three mementos may perhaps appear small things to you, but then, you see, Frida was intimate with Clam for so long, but she has no memento of him at all. I asked her. She is so impassioned and so insatiable, while I, on the other hand, who was with Clam only those 3 times, he didn't send for me any more after that. I don't know why. I took those mementos away with me, guessing how short my time would be. Well, you have to look after yourself. Clam never gives anything away of his own accord, but if you see something suitable lying about there, you can ask for it. Kay felt uncomfortable listening to these stories, much as they also affected him. How long ago is all this? He asked with a sigh. Over 20 years, said the landlady. Well over 20 years ago. And you've been faithful to Clam so long? Said Kay. But ma'am, do you realize that when you make such confessions you are causing me severe anxiety when I think of my forthcoming marriage? The landlady thought it unseemly for Kay to bring up his own affairs and cast him an angry sideways glance. Don't look so cross, ma'am, said Kay. I'm not saying a word against Clam, but through the force of circumstance I do have a certain connection with him. Clam's greatest admirer couldn't deny that. Well then, as a result of what you say, I can't help think of myself at the mention of Clam. There's no altering that. Moreover, ma'am, and here Kay took her faltering hand, remember how badly our last conversation turned out, and recollect that this time we want to part on good terms. You are right, said the landlady, bowing her head, but spare me. I am no more sensitive than anyone else, far from it, but we all have our sensitive spots, and this is mine. My only one. Unfortunately, it is also mine, said Kay, but I will certainly control myself. However, tell me, ma'am, how am I to bear this terrible fidelity to Clam in my own marriage, always supposing that Frida is like you in this point? Terrible fidelity, repeated the landlady suddenly. Is it fidelity? I am faithful to my husband, but Clam? Clam once made me his mistress. Can I ever lose that rank? And you ask how you are to bear it in Frida? "Oh, Mr. Land Surveyor, who are you to dare to ask such a question?" "Madam," said Kay in a tone of warning. "I know," said the landlady, caving in, "but my husband has never asked me such questions. I don't know which of us is to be called more unhappy, I then or Frida now. Frida, who willfully left Clam, or I, whom he never summoned again. Perhaps Frida is the unhappier one after all, even if she doesn't yet seem to know the full extent of it. But my thoughts then dominated my unhappiness more exclusively, for I kept on asking myself, and at heart I still haven't stopped asking, why did it happen? Why did Clam summon me 3 times and not a 4th time, never again a 4th time? What else could I think about at the time? What else could I speak about to my husband, whom I married soon after it happened? We had no time by day. This inn was in a wretched state when we took it over, and had to try to bring it up to scratch. But by night, for years on end, our conversations at night turned only on Clam and the reasons why he changed his mind. And if my husband fell asleep while we were talking, I woke him up and we went on. "Now, if you will permit me," said Kay, "I am going to ask you a very forthright question." The landlady said nothing to that. "So I see you will not permit me," said Kay. "Very well, that is enough for me." "Indeed it is," said the landlady, "that in particular. You take everything the wrong way, even a silence. You can't help it. I'll allow you to ask." "If I take everything the wrong way," said Kay, "perhaps I'm wrong about my question too, and it isn't so forthright after all. I just wanted to know how you came to know your husband and how this and came into your hands." The landlady frowned, but said equably enough, "It's a very simple story. My father was the blacksmith here, and Hans, my present husband, was groom to a gentleman farmer and often visited my father. That was after my last meeting with Clam. I was very unhappy, although I shouldn't have been, for it was all in order, and the fact that I wasn't allowed near Clam again was Clam's own decision, so that was in order too, only the reasons for it were obscure, and I might well wonder about those, but I ought not to have been unhappy. However, I was, and I couldn't work but sat in our front garden all day. Hans saw me there and sometimes sat down with me. I didn't tell him my troubles, but he knew what it was all about, and because he's a good lad, he would sometimes shed tears in sympathy with me. And when the landlord of that time, whose wife had died, so that he had to give up the business, besides being an old man already, well, when he passed our little garden one day, he saw the 2 of us sitting there, stopped, and without more ado, offered to lease us the inn. He trusted us, so he didn't want any money in advance, and he set the rent very low as well. I didn't want to be a burden to my father. I was indifferent to everything else, and so, thinking of the inn and the new work there that might perhaps help me to forget a little, I gave Hans my hand in marriage. And that's my story. There was silence for a while, and then Kay said, "The old landlord acted generously, if rashly, or did he have special reasons to trust you both?" "Oh, he knew Hans well," said the landlady. "He was Hans's uncle." "Then, to be sure," said Kay, "Hans's family must have been greatly in favor of his marriage to you." "Perhaps," said the landlady. "I don't know, I never troubled to think about it. But it must have been so," said Kay, "if his family was ready to make such a sacrifice and simply hand the inn over to you without security." "He wasn't being rash, as it turned out later," said the landlady. "I threw myself into the work. I was strong. I was the blacksmith's daughter. I didn't need a maid or a manservant about the place. I was everywhere, in the saloon bar, in the kitchen, in the stables, in the yard. I cooked so well that guests were even enticed away from the castle. You haven't been in the saloon bar at midday, you don't know. Our guests at lunchtime, at that time there were even more of them, although since then many have stopped coming. As a result, we could not only pay the rent properly, we were able to buy the whole place after a few years, and we owe almost nothing on it today. To be sure, another result was that I undermined my health with all this. I developed a serious heart condition, and now I am an old woman. You may think that I am much older than Hans, but in reality he is only 2 or 3 years younger than me, and you can be sure he will never age for his kind of work, smoking a pipe, listening to the guests, knocking out his pipe again, sometimes fetching a beer. His kind of work doesn't age anyone. Your achievements are remarkable, said Kay. No doubt about that, but we were speaking of the time before your marriage, and then it really would have been amazing for Hans's family to urge the two of you to marry when it meant financial sacrifice, or at least shoulder such a great risk as handing over the entrusting only in your own capacity for work, which they couldn't have known at the time, and Hans's capacity for work, the total absence of which they must have noticed. Yes, well, said the landlady wearily, I can see what you're getting at and how wide you are of the mark. Clam had no hand in any of this. Why would he have thought he should do anything for me, or, more accurately, how could he have thought of doing so anyway? He knew nothing about me. The fact that he never summoned me again showed that he had forgotten me. When he doesn't summon anyone anymore, he forgets her entirely. I didn't want to say so in front of Frida, but it's not just that he forgets. It's more than that. For if you have forgotten someone, you can get to know her again. With Clam, however, that's impossible. When he stops summoning someone, he's forgotten her entirely, not just in the past, but for the future too, once and for all. If I go to a great deal of trouble, I can think myself into your mind and your ideas, which make no sense here, however much to the point they may be wherever it is you come from. Perhaps your foolish fancies are wild enough to imagine that Clam gave me in marriage to a man like Hans so that I would have no trouble in coming to him again should he summon me at some time in the future. Well, folly can go no further. Where is the man who could keep me from going to Clam if Clam were to give me a sign? Nonsense, utter nonsense, nothing but confusion comes of playing about with such nonsensical ideas. No, said Kay, let's not confuse ourselves. My thoughts had gone nowhere near as far as you assume, although to tell you the truth they were on their way there. For the time being, however, I was simply marveling that Hans's family hoped for so much from his marriage to you, and their hopes were indeed fulfilled, although at the cost of your own heart and your health. The idea of connecting those facts with Clam was, indeed, forcing itself upon me, but not. Yet, in the crude way in which you presented it, obviously solely for the purpose of allowing you to snap at me again, which you seem to enjoy. I wish you joy of that, but I was thinking first, Clam is obviously the reason for your marriage. If not for Clam, you wouldn't have been unhappy, you wouldn't have been sitting idle in the front garden. If not for Clam, Hans wouldn't have seen you there, and were it not for your grief, Hans, who is shy, would never have ventured to speak to you. If not for Clam, you and Hans would never have found yourselves in tears. If not for Clam, Hans's kind old uncle, the landlord, would never have seen you and his nephew sitting amicably together. If not for Clam, you would not have been indifferent to life, so you wouldn't have married Hans. Well, I would say that Clam features prominently in all this, but it goes further. If you hadn't been trying to forget, you certainly wouldn't have worked so hard with no thought for yourself and given the inn such a good reputation. So I detect Clam again here, too. But quite apart from that, Clam is the cause of your illness, for your heart was exhausted with unhappy passion even before your marriage. There remains only the question of what induced Hans's family to favor the marriage so much. You mentioned once that to have been Clam's mistress means a rise in rank for a woman that she can never lose, so I suppose that may have tempted them. But in addition, I think it was the hope that the lucky star which led you to Clam, always supposing it was a lucky star, but you say so, was still yours, that is to say, luck was bound to stay with you and would not abandon you as suddenly and abruptly as Clam did. Do you mean all that seriously? Asked the landlady. I do mean it seriously, Kay was quick to say, only I think that Hans's family were neither entirely right nor entirely wrong in their hopes, and I also think I see the mistake you made. Outwardly it all seems to have been successful. Hans is well off, his wife is a fine, capable woman, he enjoys high regard. No money is owed on the inn. But it wasn't really successful. Hans would certainly have been much happier with a simple girl whose first great love he was. If, as you say reproachfully, he sometimes stands there in the saloon bar lost, it may be because he really does feel lost without being unhappy about it, to be sure, as far as I know him by now, but it is equally sure that this handsome, intelligent young man would have been happier with another wife, by which I mean he would have been more independent, hardworking, and virile. And you yourself, certainly are not happy. As you said, you wouldn't want to go on living without those three mementos, and you have a weak heart as well. So were Hans's family wrong in their hopes? No, I don't think so. The blessing of that lucky star was yours, but they didn't know how to make the most of it. What did they fail to do then? Asked the landlady. She was now lying full length on her back, looking up at the ceiling. They didn't ask, Clam, said Kay. Ah, so we're back with your own affairs, said the landlady. Or yours, said Kay. Our affairs run parallel. What do you want of Clam, then? Asked the landlady. She had now shaken up the pillows so that she could lean back on them, sitting upright, and was looking Kay full in the face. I have told you, frankly, about my case, from which you might have learned something. Now, tell me equally frankly what you want to ask Clam. It was only with difficulty that I persuaded Frida to go up to your room and stay there. I was afraid you wouldn't speak frankly enough in front of her. I have nothing to hide, said Kay. But first let me point something out to you. Clam forgets at once, you said. First, that seems to me most unlikely, and second, it can't be proved and is obviously not but a legend invented by the girlish minds of those who have been in favor with Clam. I am surprised that you believe such a downright invention. It isn't a legend, said the landlady. It derives from general experience, but it can also be countered by a new experience, said Kay. There's a difference between your case and Frida's. Clam didn't stop summoning Frida. One might say he did summon her, but she didn't comply. It's even possible that he is still waiting for her. The landlady fell silent and merely let her eyes wander over Kay, observing him. Then she said, I will listen calmly to everything you have to say. I would rather you spoke openly than think you were sparing me. I have only one request. Do not mention Clam's name. Call him he or something else, but don't call him by his name. I'm happy to oblige you, said Kay, but it's difficult to say just what I want of him. First I want to see him at close quarters, then I want to hear his voice, and then I want to know from the man himself how he feels about our marriage. Anything else I may ask him depends on the course of the conversation. There could be a good many subjects for discussion, but what matters most to me is to see him face to face. I have never yet spoken directly to any of the real officials here. Seems harder to achieve that than I expected. But now it's my duty to speak to him as a private person, and as I see it, that's much more easily done. I can speak to him as an official only in his office, which may be inaccessible in the castle and I'm not sure about that, at the Castle Inn, but I can speak to him as a private person anywhere, indoors or in the street, wherever I happen to meet him. If I then find I have the official facing me instead, I'm happy with that, but it is not my prime aim. Very well, said the landlady, pressing her face down into the pillows as if venturing to make an indecent remark. If I can get your request for a conversation with Clam passed on through my connections, then promise me to do nothing on your own account until the answer comes down from the castle. Much as I'd like to do as you ask or humor your whim, said Kay, I can't promise that. This is urgent, particularly after the unfortunate outcome of my conversation with the village mayor. We can dismiss that objection, said the landlady. The mayor is a man of no importance at all. Didn't you notice? He wouldn't keep his job for a day if it weren't for his wife. She's in charge of everything. Mizzy asked Kay. The landlady nodded. She was there, yes, Kay said. Did she give an opinion on anything? Asked the landlady. No, said Kay, and I didn't get any impression that she could. Ah, well, said the landlady, you have the wrong idea of everything here. At least, whatever the mayor has decided about you is of no significance. I'll have a word with his wife sometime, and if I also promise you that Clam's answer will come in a week at the latest, you have no reason not to do as I say. None of this is the deciding factor, said Kay. I've made my decision, and I would try to act by it even if a negative answer came. But if that's what I mean to do all along, I can't request an interview first. What might still be a daring but honestly meant venture without such a request would be downright insubordination after an answer. Rejecting it. Surely that would be much worse. Worse, said the landlady. It's insubordination in any case. And now do as you like. Hand me my dress. Taking no more notice of Kay, she put on her dress and hurried into the kitchen. A commotion in the saloon had been audible for some time. Someone had knocked on the hatch in the partition. The ants had pushed it open and called in that they were hungry. Then, other faces had appeared there. You could even hear several voices, singing in harmony. It was true that Kay's conversation with the landlady had ably delayed the cooking of the midday meal, which was not ready yet, but the customers were assembled, although no one had dared to break the landlady's ban on entering the kitchen. However, now that the watchers at the hatch were calling for the landlady to hurry up, the maids came running into the kitchen, and when Kay entered the saloon bar, the remarkably large company, over 20 people, both men and women, dressed in provincial but not rustic fashion, left the window where they had been assembled and streamed towards the small tables to make sure of their places. A married couple and several children were already sitting at one little table in a corner. The husband, a friendly, blue-eyed gentleman with ruffled gray hair and a beard, was standing up and bending over towards the children, beating time with a knife to their song, which he kept trying to quieten down. Perhaps he hoped that singing would make them forget they were hungry. The landlady apologized to the company in a few words, perfunctorily spoken, and no one reproached her. She looked round for the landlord, but in view of the awkwardness of the situation, he had probably made his escape long ago. Then she went slowly into the kitchen, without another glance at Kay, who hurried up to his room and Frida. Chapter 7. The teacher. Kay found the teacher up there. It was good to see that the room could hardly be recognized. Frida had been so busy. It had been well aired, the stove heated with plenty of fuel, the floor washed, the bed made, while the maid's things, mostly nasty and tawdry, had gone, and so finally had their pictures. The table where the encrusted dirt on top of it had previously positively stared you in the face wherever you turned, was now covered with a white crochet work table cloth. It was possible to receive guests here now, and the fact that Kay's small stock of underwear, which Frida had obviously washed earlier, was hanging near the stove to dry was not obtrusive. The schoolteacher and Frida were sitting at the table and rose to their feet when Kay came in. Frida greeted Kay with a kiss. The teacher bowed slightly. Kay, distracted and still agitated after his conversation with the landlady, began to apologize for not having visited the teacher yet, sounding as if he assumed that the teacher, impatient over his failure to turn up, had now himself come to visit him. However, in his measured way, the teacher seemed to recollect only after a while that he and Kay had made an appointment to meet at some time. So, Mr. Land Surveyor, he said slowly, you're the stranger I spoke to a few days ago outside the church. Yes, replied Kay briefly. Here in his own room, he didn't have to put up with what he had tolerated there when he was feeling so desolate. He turned to Frida and told her that he had to pay an important call at once, one for which he must be as well dressed as possible. Without asking Kay Any further questions? Frida immediately called the assistants, who were busy investigating the new tablecloth, and told them to take K's clothes and the boots he began to pull off at once down to the yard and clean them carefully. She herself took a shirt off the washing line and went down to the kitchen to iron it. Now K was alone with the teacher, who was still sitting at the table in silence, and he made him wait a little longer as he took off the shirt he was wearing and began washing at the basin. Only now, with his back to the teacher, did he wonder why the man had come. "I have come on behalf of the village mayor with a message," said the teacher. K was ready to listen to what the mayor wanted, but as it was difficult to make himself heard through the sound of splashing water, the teacher had to come closer and lean against the wall beside K, who excused himself for washing and for his state of agitation by the urgency of the call he intended to pay. The teacher ignored this and remarked, "You were uncivil to the village mayor, that merit or us, experienced and highly esteemed old man." "I didn't know I had been uncivil," said K, drying himself. "But it's true that I had something other than elegant manners to think about, something of importance to my very existence, which is threatened by a disgrace, full official organization, the details of which I need not describe to you, since you yourself work actively for the authorities. Has the village mayor complained of me?" "In what quarter would he have complained?" said the teacher. "Even if he knew where to turn, would he ever complain? I have simply drawn up at his dictation a small memorandum about your conversation, from which I learned quite enough about the mayor's kindness and the way you answered him back." As K was looking for his comb, which Frida must have tidied away somewhere, he said, "What? A memorandum? Drawn up after the event and in my absence by someone who wasn't present during the conversation? Not bad, I must say. And why a memorandum? Was it something official?" "No," said the teacher, "semi-official. And the memorandum itself is only semi-official. It was written down solely because we must observe strict protocol in everything. At least, it's down on paper now, and it does you no credit." K, who had finally found the comb which had slipped into the bed, said more calmly, "Well, so it's down on paper. Did you come just to tell me that?" "No," said the teacher, "but I am not an automaton and must tell you my opinion. The message I bring, on the other hand, is further proof of the mayor's kindness, which I'd like to point out is beyond my own comprehension and only under the pressure of my position. And out of respect for the mayor do I deliver it." K, now washed and, with his hair combed, sat at the table waiting for the shirt and his other clothes. He was not even curious about what the teacher was telling him, and he was also influenced by the landlady's low opinion of the mayor. "I suppose it's after midday," he said, thinking of the long way he had to go, and then, catching himself up, added, "But you wanted to tell me something about the mayor." "Very well," said the teacher, shrugging his shoulders as if disclaiming any responsibility of his own. "The village mayor fears that, if the decision on your affairs is too long in coming, you may do something thoughtless of your own accord. For my part, I don't know why he fears that. My own view is that you might as well do what you like. We are not your guardian angels, we're not obliged to chase after you wherever you go. Well then, the village mayor does not share my opinion. To be sure, he cannot hasten the decision itself, that's a matter for the count's authorities. But he is ready to make a provisional and truly generous decision within his own competence, and now it remains only for you to accept it. He offers you the temporary post of school janitor." At first K hardly noticed exactly what he was being offered, but the mere fact that there was an offer of any kind seemed to him not insignificant. It indicated that, in the mayor's view, he was in a position to do things in his own defense which justified the parish council in going to some trouble to protect itself. And how seriously everyone took all this. The teacher, who had been waiting here for Some time after writing out the memorandum, must have been positively driven to come here by the mayor. When the teacher saw that he had made Kay thoughtful after all, he went on, I put forward my own objections. I pointed out that so far, no school janitor had been necessary. The sexton's wife tidies up from time to time, supervised by my assistant teacher Miss Giza, and I have quite enough trouble with the children. I really don't want a janitor giving me more. But the mayor said that in fact it was very dirty in the school. I replied truthfully that it wasn't so very bad, and I added, will it be any better if we take this man on as janitor? Certainly not. Apart from the fact that he knows nothing about such work, the schoolhouse has only 2 large classrooms and no extra rooms, so the school janitor and his family would have to live in one of the classrooms, sleep in it, perhaps even cook in it, which would hardly leave the place any cleaner. But the mayor pointed out that this tie-in was a haven for you in your time of need, and so you would do your utmost to fill it well, and in addition, said the mayor, we would also be obtaining your wife and your assistants to work for us so that it would be possible to keep not only the school itself but the school garden in perfect order. I was easily able to disprove all this. At last, there was no more the mayor could plead in your favor, so he laughed and just said, well, after all, you are a land surveyor, so you'd be able to tend the beds in the school garden particularly well. Now, one can take exception to a joke, and so I came to see you with this offer. You have gone to unnecessary trouble, sir, said Kay. I have no intention of accepting the position. Excellent, said the teacher. Excellent. You decline it out of hand. And he took his hat, bowed, and left. In a moment Frida came up, looking anxious. She brought back the shirt unironed and wouldn't answer any questions. To divert her mind, Kay told her about the teacher and his offer, but she was hardly listening. She threw the shirt down on the bed and hurried away again. Soon she came back, but with the teacher, who looked morose and gave not a word of greeting. Frida begged him for a little patience. Obviously she had done so already on the way here, and then took Kay through a side door which he had not previously noticed, into the attic next to his room, where she finally, out of breath and in great agitation, told him what had happened. The landlady, angry that she had lowered herself to make certain confessions to Kay, and, what was even worse, had condescended, yielding as her nature was, to promote the idea of a conversation between Clam and Kay. And, now, having achieved nothing but, as she said, a cold and moreover insincere rejection, was determined not to have Kay in the house any longer. If he had connections with the castle, she said, he had better make use of them very quickly, because he must leave the inn today, this very hour, and she would not take him back except by direct order of the authorities and under coercion. But she hoped it wouldn't come to that, for she too had connections with the castle and would make use of them. Furthermore, he was in the house now as a result of the landlord's negligence, and was not in any other distress at all, for this very morning he had boasted of having a bed for the night available to him elsewhere. Frida was of course to stay here. If Frida were to move out with Kay, she, the landlady, would be very unhappy. In fact, she had collapsed beside the stove in the kitchen, shedding tears at the mere thought of it. That poor woman with her heart trouble, but what else could she do, said Frida, now that, as the landlady saw it anyway, the honor of Clam's memory and his mementos was at stake. That was the landlady's attitude. Frida would indeed follow him, Kay, wherever he went, she said, through snow and ice. Of course there was no question of that, but they were both in a terrible situation. So she had been very happy to hear about the mayor's offer, and even if it wasn't a suitable post for Kay, after all, it was only temporary, as had been expressly pointed out. They would gain time and would easily find other possibilities, even if the final decision were not to turn out well. If need be, cried Frida finally, clinging round Kay's neck, we can go away. What is there to keep us here in the village? But just for the moment, my dear, let's accept the Offer, shall we? I have brought the teacher back, you just have to tell him I accept no more and will move to the school. This is a poor state of things, said Kay, but without meaning it entirely seriously, for he didn't much mind where he stayed, and here in the attic, which had no walls and windows on two sides, while a cold draft blew keenly through it, he was freezing in his underwear. You've made the room so nice, and now we have to move out. I'd be very, very unwilling to accept the position. It's embarrassing to be instantly humiliated in front of this petty little teacher, and now he is to be my superior. If we could only stay here a little longer, perhaps my situation may change this very afternoon. If at least you were to stay, we could wait and put the teacher off. I can always find a place to spend the night in the bar if needs must. But here, Frida put her hand over his mouth. Not that, she said anxiously. Please don't say that again. However, I'll do as you say in everything else. If you want me to stay here on my own, then I will, sad as it would be for me. If you like, we'll reject the offer, although I do think it would be the wrong thing to do. Because listen, if you find anything else, even this afternoon, well, naturally we'll give up the place at the school at once, then no one will try to stop us. And as for your humiliation in front of the teacher, trust me to make sure it's no such thing. I'll speak to him myself, you will just have to stand there in silence, and it will be the same later. You'll never have to speak to him yourself if you don't want to. I alone will probably be his servant, and not even that, for I know his weaknesses. So all is not lost if we accept the post, but a great deal is lost if we refuse it. Above all, if you don't hear anything from the castle today, you are really unlikely to find a bed for the night anywhere in the village, of which I myself, as your future wife, would not be ashamed. And if you don't get a bed for the night, are you going to expect me to sleep here in this warm room while I know that you are wandering outside in the dark and the cold? Kay, who all this time had been standing with his arms folded, slapping his back with his hands to warm himself up a bit, said, Then I see there's nothing for it but to accept. Come along. Back in the room, he went straight to the stove, ignoring the teacher, who was sitting at the table, took out his watch and said, It's getting late. But now we are agreed, sir, said Frida. We'll take the post. Very well, said the teacher, but the post is offered to the land surveyor here. He must speak for himself. Frida came to Kay's aid. Really, she said, he does accept the post, don't you, Kay? So Kay was able to limit his declaration to a simple yes, not even directed at the teacher but at Frida. Then, said the teacher, all that remains is for me to tell you what your duties will be, so that we're agreed on that once and for all. You, Mr. Land Surveyor, are to clean and heat both classrooms every day, do small repairs about the place, clear the path through the garden of snow, run errands for me and my aunt teacher, and do all the gardening in the warmer seasons of the year. In return, you have the right to live in one of the classrooms, whichever you choose, but if the children are not being taught in both rooms at the same time and you happen to be in the room where they are being taught, you must of course move into the other room. You may not cook in the school building, but you and your household will be given board here at the inn at the expense of the parish. I mention only in passing, for as an educated man you will know such things for yourself, that you must strictly uphold the dignity of the school, and in particular the children must never, for instance, have to witness any unpleasant scenes in your domestic life during lessons. In that respect, let me just mention that we must insist on your putting your relationship with Miss Frida on a legal footing as soon as possible. All this seemed to Kay unimportant, as if it did not concern him, or at least did not bind him in any way, but the teacher's arrogant manner annoyed him, and he said casually, Well, I suppose these are the usual obligations, to cover up a little. For this remark, Frida asked about the salary. Whether or not any salary is paid, said the teacher, will be considered only after a month's service on probation. But that's going to be difficult for us, said Frida. We're to get married almost penniless and set up household. On nothing. Sir, couldn't we lodge a petition with the parish asking for a small salary at once? Would you advise that? No, said the teacher, still speaking to Kay. Such a petition would be answered as you wish only if I were to recommend it, and I wouldn't. I have offered the post only as a favor to you, and favors mustn't go too far if a man's to maintain his awareness of his public responsibility. Here, Kay did intervene almost against his will. As for favors, sir, he said, I think you are wrong. Perhaps I'm the one doing you the favor. Oh no, said the teacher, smiling, for now he had forced Kay to speak directly to him. After all, I have precise instructions on that point. We need a school janitor about as much as we need a land surveyor. Janitor or land surveyor, you're a millstone around our necks. I shall have to think hard to find a way of justifying the expense to the parish council. It would be best and more in line with the facts just to put the demand on the table and not try justifying it at all. That's exactly what I mean, said Kay. You have to take me on against your will, and although you have many reservations about it, you have to accept me. But if someone is forced to accept another person and that other person allows himself to be accepted, he is the one doing the favor. Strange, said the teacher. What I ask could force us to take you? Why, only the village mayor's good, overgenerous heart. I see very well, Mr. Land Surveyor, that you'll have to abandon many of your fanciful notions before you are any use as a school janitor. Naturally, such remarks as that won't make anyone feel inclined to pay you a salary. I am afraid I must also remark that your conduct will give me a great deal of trouble. All this time you are trying to negotiate with me, as I can't help seeing, and I can hardly credit it, in your shirt and underpants. So I am, said Kay, laughing and clapping his hands. What's become of those dreadful assistants of mine? Frida hurried to the door. The teacher, realizing that Kay was not going to respond to him anymore, asked Frida when they would be moving into the school. Today, said Frida. Then I'll come to check on you first thing tomorrow, said the teacher, raising a hand in farewell. He was about to go through the door which Frida had opened for him, but collided with the maids coming back with their things to settle into the room again. He had to slip past them, for they made way for nobody. Frida followed him. You're in a hurry, said Kay to the maids, very pleased with them this time. We're still here, and you have to move in at once. They did not reply, but merely fiddled awkwardly with their bundles, from which Kay saw the vomit. Your grubby rags hanging out. I don't think you can ever have washed your things, said Kay, not angrily but with a certain liking for them. They noticed it, opened their unyielding mouths at the same time to display fine, strong teeth, like the teeth of animals, and laughed without a sound. Come along then, said Kay, settle in. It's your room, after all. But when they still hesitated, perhaps their room struck them as changed too much. Kay took one of them by the arm to lead her further in. However, he let her go again at once, for the glance that, after coming to a brief mutual understanding, they both bent on. Kay was so surprised. Well, you've stared at me long enough, said Kay, fending off a certain uncomfortable feeling. He took his shoes and boots, which Frida, followed timidly by the assistants, had just brought and dressed. It was still a mystery to him how Frida could be so patient with the assistants. They had been supposed to be cleaning his clothes down in the yard, but after a long search she had found them sitting happily downstairs at their midday meal, the clothes bundled together on their laps. She had had to clean them all herself, and yet, although she was used to giving orders to menials, she did not scold them, but told him, and in their presence too, of their shocking negligence as if it were a little joke, and even tapped one of them lightly, almost flatteringly, on the cheek. Kay would reprove her for that in the near future, he thought, but now it was high time to leave. The assistants can stay here and help you with moving our things, said Kate to Frida, but they were not happy with that. Full and well-fed as they were, they liked the idea of a little exercise. Only when Frida said, "That's right, you stay here," did they agree. "Do you know where I'm going now?" asked Kay. "Yes," said Frida. "And you're not trying to stop me anymore?" asked Kay. "You'll find so many obstacles in your way," said she. "What would anything I say mean?" She kissed Kate goodbye, gave him a package of bread and sausage that she had brought up for him, since he had had no lunch, reminded him that he was to go to the school later and not come back. And with her hand on his shoulder went down to the front door. With him. Chapter 8. Waiting for Clam. At first Kay was glad to have escaped the warm room, crowded as it was with the maids and the assistants. It was freezing a little outside. The snow was firmer and walking easier. However, it was beginning to grow dark, so he quickened his pace. The castle, its outline already beginning to blur, lay as still as always. Kay had never seen the slightest sign of life there. Perhaps it wasn't possible to make anything out from this distance, yet his eyes kept trying and wouldn't accept that it could lie so still. When Kay looked at the castle, he sometimes thought he saw someone sitting quietly there, looking into space, not lost in thought and thus cut off from everything else, but free and at ease, as if he were alone, and no one was observing him. He must notice that he himself was under observation, but that didn't disturb him in the slightest, and indeed it was hard to tell whether this was cause or effect. The observer's eyes could find nothing to fasten on, and slipped away from the figure. This impression was reinforced today by the early coming of darkness. The longer he looked, the less he could make out, and the further everything receded into the twilight. Just as Cave reached the castle inn, which still had no lights on, a window on the first floor opened. A stout, clean-shaven young man in a fur coat leaned out and stayed where he was at the window, appearing not to respond to Kay, who hailed him with even the slightest nod of his head. Cave met no one in either the entrance hall or the bar, where the smell of stale beer was even stronger than before. That sort of thing didn't happen at the Bridge Inn. Kay immediately went to the door through which he had seen Clam last time he was here, and carefully pressed the handle down, but the door was locked. Then he tried feeling about for the peephole, but presumably the catch over it was so well fitted that he couldn't find it by touch, and so he struck a match. Then he was alarmed by a cry. A young girl was sitting huddled by the stove in the corner between the door and the sideboard, staring at him as the match flared up and struggling to open her drowsy eyes properly. This was obviously Frida's successor. She soon pulled herself together and turned on the electric light, the expression on her face still unfriendly, but then she recognized Kay. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Land Surveyor," she said with a smile and offered him her hand, introducing herself. "My name is Peppy, **. She was small, red-cheeked, and healthy in appearance. Her profuse sandy hair was plaited into a big braid, and curls had escaped it to surround her face. She wore a dress that didn't suit her at all, made of some shiny gray fabric, falling straight but drawn together at the hem with childish clumsiness by a silk ribbon tied in a bow, which kept her from moving freely. She asked how Frida was and whether she wasn't going to come back here soon. There was almost a touch of malice in her question. "I was sent for in a hurry as soon as Frida had left," she added, "because they can't have just any girl working here. I've been a chambermaid until now, and I can't say I've done well out of my change of job. There's a lot of work here in the evenings and at night, which is very tiring. I'll hardly be able to stand it, and I don't wonder that Frida gave it up." Frida was very well satisfied with the job here, said Kay. To make Peppy aware of the difference between her and Frida, which she seemed to ignore. "Don't you believe her," said Peppy. "Frida can control herself better than most people. What she doesn't want to admit, she won't admit, so that you don't even notice she has something to admit. I've been working here with her for several years. We always shared a bed. But I can't say I was close friends with her, and I'm sure she doesn't give me a thought anymore. Her one-woman friend maybe is the old landlady of the Bridge Inn, which is typical of her. Frida is my fiancée, said Kay, looking for the peephole in the door as he spoke. I know, said Peppy, that's why I'm telling you. If she wasn't your fiancée, then it wouldn't be of any importance to you. I understand, said Kay. You mean I can be proud of having won myself such a reserved girl? Yes, she said, and laughed, sounding pleased as if she had induced Kay to come to some secret understanding with her about Frida. But it wasn't really anything she said that occupied Kay's mind and distracted him a little from what he was looking for. It was her appearance and her presence here. To be sure, she was much younger than Frida, almost a child still, and her clothes were ridiculous. She had obviously dressed in line with her own ideas of a barmaid's importance. And in her way she was right, since the position, for which she wasn't yet in the least suited, had presumably come to her unexpectedly, undeserved, and only on a trial basis. Even the little leather bag that Frida always used to carry at her belt had not been entrusted to her. As for her alleged dissatisfaction with the job, she was simply showing off. Yet, in spite of her childlike foolishness, she too probably had connections with the castle. If she wasn't lying, she had been a chambermaid. She slept away the days here without knowing the value of what she had, and if he embraced her small, plump, rather round-shouldered body, he couldn't deprive her of that, but proximity to it might encourage him for the difficult task ahead. Then perhaps she was not so very different from Frida after all. Oh yes, she was. He had only to think of Frida's glance to be sure of that. No, Kay would never have touched Peppy. Yet he had to cover his eyes for a while. He was looking at her so avidly. We don't need the light on, said Peppy, turning it off again. I only turned it on because you gave me such a fright. What do you want? Here. Anyway, has Frida left something behind? Yes, said Kay, pointing to the door. Here in the next room, a tablecloth, a white crochet work cloth. Oh yes, that's right, her tablecloth, said Peppy. I remember, a fine piece of work. I helped her with it, but it's not in that room. Frida thinks it is. Who's staying in there? Asked Kay. No one, said Peppy. It's the gentleman's dining room. It's where they eat and drink, or rather it's meant for that, but most of the gentlemen stay up in their own rooms. If I could be sure, said Kay, that there was no one in the room next door just now, I'd really like to go in and look for that tablecloth. But I can't be sure, can I? Clam, for one, often sits in that room. Clam certainly isn't there now, said Peppy. He's just going out. The sleigh is waiting for him in the yard. Cave left the bar immediately, without a word of explanation, and in the entrance hall turned not to the way out but to the interior of the house. A few more steps brought him to the yard. How quiet and beautiful it was here. The yard was rectangular, enclosed on three sides by the inn building, and on the other side, where the road lay, a side street that Kay didn't know, by a high white wall. Large, heavy gate in the wall now stood open. Seen from here, the inn looked higher on the side facing the yard than in front, or at least the first floor was greatly extended and seemed larger, for it had a wooden gallery running around it, closed except for a small gap at eye level, diagonally opposite Kay. In the central part of the building, but at the corner where the side wing adjoined it, there was an open way into the house without any door. In front of it stood a dark, closed sleigh with 2 horses harnessed to it. There was no one in sight but the driver, whose presence at this distance and in the dark Kay guessed at rather than actually seeing him. Hands in his pockets, looking cautiously around him and keeping close to the wall, Cave skirted 2 sides of the yard until he had reached the sleigh. The driver, one of those rustics who had been in the bar the other day, was sitting there wrapped in furs and had watched him approaching without interest. much as your eyes might idly follow a cat prowling along. When Kay had reached him and said good evening, and even the horses became a little uneasy at the sight of a man emerging from the darkness, he still showed no interest at all. Kay welcomed that. Leaning against the wall, he unpacked his sandwich, thought gratefully of Frida who had provided for him so well, and, as he did so, peered inside the house. A staircase turning at right angles led up, and a low-ceilinged but apparently long passage crossed it at the bottom of the stairs. Everything was clean, white, washed, neatly delineated. The wait was longer than Kay had expected. He had finished his sandwich long ago. The cold was biting. The twilight had become full darkness, and still there was no sign of Clam. Could be a long time. Yet, said a hoarse voice suddenly, so close to Kay that he jumped. Was the driver, stretching and yawning loudly as if he had just woken. What could be a long time yet? Asked Kay, not displeased by the interruption, for the continuing silence and suspense had become oppressive. Could be a long time before you leave, said the driver. Kay didn't understand him, but asked no further questions, thinking that was the best way to get this unsociable man talking. Here in the darkness, returning no answer was almost provocative. And indeed, after a while the driver asked him, like a cognac? Yes, said Kay, without stopping to think and much tempted by the offer because he was shivering with cold. Open up the sleigh door, then, said the driver. There are several bottles in the side pocket. Take one out, have a drink, and then hand it to me. It's too difficult for me to climb down myself wearing this fur. Kay did not much care for lending a hand in this way, but he had let himself in for conversation with the driver, so he complied even at the risk of being found by Clam. Beside the sleigh, he opened the big door and could have taken the bottle straight out of the pocket fitted inside it, but now that the door was open he felt an irresistible urge to get into the sleigh. He would sit there just for a moment. He quickly climbed in. The warmth inside the sleigh was extraordinary, and it stayed warm even though the door, which Kay dared not close, was wide open. You didn't know if you were sitting on a seat or not as you half lay there so comfortably among rugs, cushions, and furs. You could turn and stretch on all sides, and everywhere you sank into the soft warmth. Arms outstretched, head supported on the cushions ready in place for it. Cabe looked out of the sleigh at the dark building. Why was it taking Clam so long to come down? As if numbed by the warmth after standing in the snow for so long, Kay wished that Clam really would arrive at last. The idea that it would be better not to be found by Clam in his present position did occur to him, but not very clearly, just as a faint anxiety. He was encouraged in this oblivious state by the behavior of the driver, who must know that he was inside the sleigh and was letting him stay there without even demanding the cognac. That was considerate of him, but Kay wanted to do the man some little service, so moving slowly and without changing his pose, he reached for the side pocket, but not the one in the open door, which was too far away. Instead, he reached for the closed door behind him, and it came to the same thing, for there were bottles in the side pocket there too. He took one out, unscrewed the top, and sniffed it. Instinctively, he smiled. The smell was as sweet and delightful as hearing praise and kind words from someone you love. And you don't know why, nor do you want to know. You are just happy to hear the beloved person uttering them. Can this really be cognac? Kay wondered, tasting it out of curiosity. Yes, it was cognac, remarked, ably enough, burning and warming him. But as he drank it, it turned from something that was little more than the vehicle of sweet perfumes into a drink more suitable for a driver. Is it possible? Kay wondered again, as if reproving himself, and he drank once more. Then Kay was just in the middle of taking a long draught. It was suddenly bright. Electric light had been switched on indoors on the staircase, in the corridor, in the entrance hall, and outside above the entrance itself. Steps were heard coming downstairs. The bottle dropped from K's hand, cognac was spilt over a fur, and K jumped out of the sleigh. He just had time to close the door, which made a loud bang, and next moment a gentleman came slowly out of the building. The one consolation seemed to be that it wasn't Clam, or was that, in fact, to be regretted? It was the gentleman whom K had already seen at the first-floor window. A young gentleman, very good-looking, with a pink and white complexion, but extremely grave. K looked at him gloomily, but the gloom was on his own behalf. If only he had sent his assistants here instead, they too might have behaved as he had. Facing him, the gentleman remained silent, as if there wasn't enough breath in his broad barrel of a chest for what had to be said. "This is terrible," he remarked at last, pushing his hat a little way back from his forehead. What was this? It wasn't likely that. The gentleman knew K had been in the sleigh, but he thought some thing or other was terrible. Perhaps it was KS making his way into the yard? "How do you come to be here?" asked the gentleman in a softer voice, breathing out with a sigh of resignation. What K's tie-ins? What answers? Was K to speak up himself and expressly confirm to this gentleman that the errand on which he had set out, so full of hope, had been for nothing? Instead of replying, Kate turned to the sleigh, opened it, and retrieved his cap, which he had left inside. He noticed, to his chagrin, that cognac was dripping over the running board. Then he turned back to the gentleman. He had no scruples now about showing that he had been in the sleigh. After all, it wasn't the end of the world. If he were asked, but only then, he would not conceal the fact that the driver himself had at least encouraged him to open the sleigh door. The worst of it, however, was that the gentleman had taken him by surprise, and there hadn't been time to hide from him so that he could go on waiting for Clam undisturbed, or that he hadn't had the presence of mind to stay in the sleigh, close the door, and wait for Clam lying on the furs there, or at least stay in it until this gentleman was close. Of course, he couldn't know whether Clam himself might not now turn up, in which case it would naturally have been much better to encounter him outside the sleigh. Yes, there was a good deal to think about in all this, but not now, for this particular venture of his was over. "Come with me," said the gentleman, not really in a commanding tone. The sense of command lay not in his words, but in the brief and intentionally indifferent gesture that accompanied them. "I'm waiting for someone," said K, just on principle rather than hoping for any success now. "Come with me," repeated the gentleman, undeterred, as if to show he had never doubted that K was waiting for someone. "But then I'll miss the man I'm waiting for," said K, shrugging. In spite of what had happened, he felt that something had so far been gained, something that he only apparently possessed, to be sure, but he didn't have to give up at anyone's request. "Go or stay, you'll miss him anyway," said the gentleman, giving his opinion rather brusquely, but showing striking forbearance for K's train of thought. "Then I'd rather wait here and miss him," said K defiantly. He wasn't going to be driven from this place by mere words from this young gentleman. Thereupon the gentleman, with an expression of superiority on his face, closed his eyes for a while as he put his head back, as if returning from K's foolishness to his own good sense, ran the tip of the tongue over his lips with his mouth slightly open, and then told the driver, "Unharness the horses." The driver, obeying the gentleman but giving K a nasty look, had to climb down in his heavy fur, and very hesitantly, as if expecting not a change of orders from his master but a change of mind on K's part, he began leading the horses and the sleigh backwards, closer to the side wing where the stables and carriage house obviously lay. Behind a large gate, K found himself left alone. On one side the sleigh was moving away, and so on the other side was the young man going back the way that K had come, although they both went very slowly, as if to show K that it was still in his power to fetch them back. Perhaps he did have that power, but it would have been no use to him. Fetching the sleigh back meant banishment for himself. So he stayed put, the only claimant to occupation of this place still left here, but it was a joyless victory. He looked alternately at the gentleman and the driver as they went away. The gentleman had already reached the door through which Kay had entered the yard in the first place, and he glanced back once more. Kay thought he saw him shake his head at such obstinacy. Then he turned away with a last brief and mind movement and stepped into the entrance hall, disappearing at once. The driver stayed in the yard a little longer. He had a lot of work to do with the sleigh. He had to open the heavy gate to the stable, get the sleigh backwards through it to its proper place, nest the horses and lead them to their manger, and he did all this very gravely, entirely absorbed in himself, since he had no prospect now of driving away soon. All this busy, silent activity, done without so much as a look askance at Kay, seemed to Kay himself far more of a reproach than the gentleman's behavior. And when, having finished his work in the stables, the driver crossed the yard with his slow, swaying gait, opened the big gate, then came back, all the time moving with slow formality and keeping his eyes bent on his own tracks in the snow, shut himself into the stable, and put out all the electric lights. Why would they be left on for anyone now? And the only remaining light came through the gap in the wooden gallery above. Catching the wandering eye for a moment, it seemed to Cave as if all contact with him had been cut and he was more of a free agent than ever. He could wait here in a place usually forbidden to him as long as he liked, and he also felt as if he had won that freedom with more effort than most people could manage to make, and no one could touch him or drive him away. Why, they hardly had a right even to address him. But at the same time, and this feeling was at least as strong, he felt as if there were nothing more meaningless and more desperate than this freedom, this waiting, this invulnerability. Chapter 9. Opposition to questioning. He tore himself away and went back into the building, not along the wall this time, but through the middle of the snow. In the entrance hall he met the landlord, who greeted him in silence and pointed to the door of the bar and followed the direction in which he was pointed, because he was freezing and wanted to see other human beings. But he was very disappointed when he saw the young man sitting at a little table which had probably been put there silently for him, because usually casks were used for seating, in front of the gentleman. A sight that dismayed K. Stood the landlady of the Bridge Inn, Peppy, looking proud with her head thrown back, her smile always the same and standing very much on her dignity, her braid shaking whenever she turned, was hurrying back and forth, bringing beer and then pen and ink, for the gentleman had spread papers out in front of him, was comparing what he found now in one of them, then in another at the far end of the table, and then he set about writing, looking down from her full height and with her lips slightly pursed as if at rest. The landlady was keeping an eye on the gentleman and his papers, as if she had already said all she needed to say, and it had been well received. "Ah, Mr. Land Surveyor," said the gentleman, looking up for a moment when Kay came in, and then he immersed himself in his papers again. The landlady too just glanced at Kay with an indifferent expression, showing no surprise at all. However, Peppy seemed to notice Kay only when he stepped up to the bar counter and ordered a cognac. Kay leaned on the counter, put his hand to his eyes and took no more notice of anything. Then he sipped the cognac and pushed it away. It was undrinkable. "All the gentlemen drink it," said Peppy. Briefly poured the rest away, washed the little glass and put it back in the cupboard. "The gentlemen must have better cognac too," said Kay. "Maybe," said Peppy, "but I don't." Kay had no answer to that, and she went back to serving the young gentleman. But he needed not. Angie. She could only keep walking up and down behind him, fully trying to catch a glimpse of the papers over his shoulders. But it was just silly curiosity and showing off, and the landlady expressed her disapproval by frowning. Suddenly, however, the landlady pricked up her ears and stared into space, listening with great concentration. Kate turned. He could hear nothing special, and no one else seemed to either, but the landlady, striding out on tiptoe, went to the door at the back leading into the yard, looked through the keyhole, then turned to the others with her eyes wide and her face flushed, crooked a finger, and beckoned them over. Now they too looked through the keyhole in turn, although the landlady still had the lion's share. But Peppy too had a turn. The gentleman, relatively speaking, was the least interested. Peppy and the gentleman soon came back, only the landlady kept look, and bending low, practically kneeling, you almost felt as if she were adjuring the keyhole to let her through, for there could be nothing left to see any more. When she finally straightened up, passed her hands over her face, tidied her hair, and took a deep breath, apparently obliged to accustom her eyes to the room and the people here again. And reluctant to do so, Kay asked, "Has Clam left, then?" He said it, not to have what he already knew confirmed, but to anticipate an attack, for he rather feared he was vulnerable now. The landlady walked past him in silence, but the gentleman said, from his little table, "Yes, to be sure. Once you had left the place where you were standing guard, Clam was able to go out. But it's amazing what a sensitive gentleman he is. Did you notice, ma'am," he asked the landlady, "how nervously Clam looked around?" The landlady did not seem to have noticed, but the gentleman went on. "Well, luckily there was nothing left to be seen. The driver had covered up the tracks in the snow." "The landlady here didn't notice anything," said Kay. But not hopefully, only annoyed by the gentleman's remark, which was meant to sound so final and conclusive. "Perhaps I wasn't at the keyhole just then," said the landlady at first, showing that she was on the gentleman's side, but she wanted to do Clam justice too, and added, "Although I don't believe Clam is so very sensitive. We are anxious about him, to be sure. We try to protect him, so we start by assuming Clam's extreme sensitivity. That is good, and certainly what Clam wants. But how matters really are, we don't know. To be sure, Clam will never speak to someone he doesn't want to speak to, however much trouble that person may take and however insufferably intrusive he is. But the mere fact that Clam will never speak to him or give him an interview is enough. And why shouldn't he be able to stand the sight of someone? Well, that can't be proved, for it will never be put to the test." The gentleman nodded eagerly. "Of course, in principle that's my own opinion," he said. "If I didn't put it quite like that, it was so that the land surveyor here would understand me. It's a fact, however, that when Clam stepped out of doors, he turned in a semicircle several times, looking around him. Perhaps he was looking for me," said Kay. "Possibly," said the gentleman, "but somehow I never hit upon that idea." Everyone laughed, Peppy loudest of all, although she understood hardly any of what was going on. "As we are all so merry together now," said the gentleman, "I would like to ask you, Mr. Land Surveyor, to help me complete my files by giving me some facts." "There's been a lot of writing here," said Kay, looking at the files from a distance. "Yes, a bad habit," said the gentleman, laughing again. "But perhaps you don't yet know who I am. I am Momus * Clam's village secretary." At these words the whole room turned very serious. Although the landlady and Peppy, of course, knew the gentleman well, they were still impressed by the mention of his name and dignified office. And the gentleman buried himself in the files and began writing, as if he had said too much even for himself to take in, and wanted to avoid any extra solemnity implied by his words, so there was nothing to be heard in the room but the scratching of his pen. "What does village secretary mean?" Kay asked after a while, speaking for Momus, who didn't think it appropriate to give such explanations after introducing himself. The landlady said, "Mr. Momus is a secretary to Clam like any of Clam's other secretaries, but his office, and if I am not wrong, also his official sphere of influence." Here Momus shook his head vigorously as he wrote, and the landlady corrected herself, "Well, only his office and Not his official sphere of influence is restricted to the village. Mr. Momus deals with all Clam's written work that may be necessary in the village and is the first to receive all petitions to Clam coming from the village. And as Kay, still not much impressed by all this, looked blankly at the landlady, she added, almost awkwardly, "That's the way it's organized. All the gentlemen from the castle have their village secretaries." Momus, who in fact had been listening much more attentively than Kay, added to the landlady, "Most of the village secretaries work only for one master, but I work for two, Clam and Valabine." "Yes," said the landlady, now also remember, and turned to Kay. "Mr. Momus works for two masters, for Clam and for Valabine, so he is village secretary twice over." "Twice over? Fancy that," said Kay, nodding as you might nod to a child, whom you have just heard praised and addressing Momus, who now, leaning forward, looked up at him. If there was a certain disdain in that nod, it either went unnoticed or actually seemed requisite. The merits of a man from Clam's close circle were being presented at length to Kay, of all people, deemed unworthy even to have Clam set eyes on him by chance, and it was done with the unconcealed intent of demanding K's recognition and praise. Yet Kay was not in the mood for it. Having tried with all his might to get a glimpse of Clam, he did not rate the position of a man like Momus, who could always see Clam particularly highly, and admiration, even envy, were far from his mind. Clam's proximity in itself was not so very much worth striving for. The point was that he alone and no one else was trying to get to Clam with his own requests, not for the sake of lingering with him, but in order to get past him and go on into the castle. So he looked at his watch and said, "Well, I must be going home now." Immediately the footing they were on changed in favor of Momus. "Yes, indeed," he said. "Your duties as school janitor call you, but you must give me a moment longer. Just a few brief tie-ins." "I don't feel like it," said Kay, moving towards the door. Momus slammed a file down on the table and stood up. "In Clam's name, I command you to answer my questions." "In Clam's name?" repeated Kay. "Why is he interested in my affairs, then?" "On that point," said Momus, "I have no authority to judge, and I suppose you have much less. We will both of us leave that to him. However, I command you, in the position entrusted to me by Clam, to stay here and answer me." "Mr. Land Surveyor," said the landlady, joining in, "I won't advise you any further. You have rejected my advice so far, the best meant advice that could ever be given, in the most outrageous manner, and I came here to see this gentleman, Mr. Secretary Momus. I have nothing to hide, only to inform his office in a fitting manner of your conduct and your intentions, and to protect myself forever from any possibility of your being lodged with me again. That's how matters stand between us, and nothing about it will change now. If I tell you my opinion at this point, it is not to help you, but to give Mr. Secretary Momus here some slight assistance in the onerous task of dealing with a man like you. All the same, on account of my total candor, and I cannot be other than candid with you, reluctant as I am to talk to you at all the same, you may derive some benefit from my remarks if you like. I will therefore point out that the only way leading you to Clam will be through Secretary Momus's records here. However, I don't want to exaggerate. Perhaps the path does not lead to Clam at all, perhaps it will come to an end long before reaching him. It all depends on the will of Mr. Secretary Momus. But in any case, it's the only way in the direction of Clam, for you at least. And are you going to refrain from taking that one and only path solely out of defiance?" "Oh, madame," said Kay, "it is not the only way to Clam, nor is it worth more than any other. So do you, Mr. Secretary, decide whether what I choose to say here may come to Clam's ears or not." "Yes, indeed I do," said Momus, lowering his eyes proudly and looking to left and to right where there was nothing to be seen. Why else would I be his secretary? There, you see, madam, said Kay, I don't need a way to Clam, only to Mr. Secretary Momus. I was going to open that way up for you, said the landlady. Didn't I offer, yesterday afternoon, to see that your request reached Clam? That would have been done through Mr. Momus. But you turned my offer down, and yet there won't be any other way for you, only that one. To be sure, after your performance today, after your attempt to accost Clam, you'll have even less chance of success. But this last small, vanishingly small, almost non-existent hope is the only hope you have. How is it, madam, said Kay, that at first you tried so hard to keep me away from Clam, and now you take my request seriously, and seem to consider me lost, so to speak, if my plans fail? If you could once advise me not to try seeing Clam at all, and do so honestly, how can you now, and equally honestly, positively urge me forward on the path to Clam, even if admittedly it may not lead to him? Urge you forward, said the landlady. Is it urging you forward if I say that your attempts are hopeless? How brazen you would be to go palming off the responsibility on me like that. Is it by any chance the presence of Mr. Secretary Momus that makes you want to do it? No, Mr. Land Surveyor, I am not urging you to do anything. I can confess to only one thing, that when I first saw you I may have overestimated you a little. Your swift conquest of Frida alarmed me. I didn't know what else you might be capable of. I wanted to prevent further harm, and thought the only way to do it was for me to try deterring you by dint of requests and threats. But now I have learned to think about the whole affair more calmly. You may do as you wish. Perhaps you may leave deep footprints in the snow, out in the yard, but that will be the only result of your actions. The contradiction doesn't seem to me entirely explained, said Kay. But I will be satisfied with having pointed it out to you. However, now, Mr. Secretary, I'll ask you to tell me whether the landlady is right. I mean in saying that the records you want me to help you complete could result in my getting an interview with Clam. If that is the case, then I'm prepared to answer all your questions at once. Yes, if comes down to that, I am ready for anything. No, said Momus, there's no such connection. My business is only to get a precise account of this afternoon's events down on paper for Clam's village registry. The account is drawn up already. There are just 2 or 3 gaps I want you to fill in to make sure it's all in order. There is no other purpose, nor can any other purpose be achieved. Kay looked at the landlady in silence. Why are you looking at me? Asked the landlady. Isn't that what I said myself? He's always like that, Mr. Secretary, he's always like that. Falsifies the information he's given, and then claims to have been wrongly informed. I've been telling him forever. I tell him today, and I always will, that he hasn't the slightest prospect of an interview with Clam, and if there isn't any prospect of it, then he won't get one through your records. Can anything be clearer? What's more, let me say that those records are the only real official connection he can have with Clam. That's clear enough too, it's beyond all doubt. But if he doesn't believe me and goes on hoping, don't ask me why, that he will be able to see Clam, then, in view of the way his mind works, nothing can help him but that one and only real official connection with Clam, namely these records. That's all I said. And anyone who claims anything different is maliciously distorting my words. If that's the case, madam, said Kay, then I must apologize to you, and I've misunderstood you, for I thought, mistakenly as it now turns out, I had gathered from your earlier remarks that there was in fact some kind of hope for me, however small. Exactly, said the landlady, just as I was saying. You're twisting my words again, only this time in the opposite direction. In my view, such a hope for you does exist, and it is indeed to be found solely in these records. But it is not the case that you can simply ask Mr. Secretary Momus aggressively, if I answer your questions, can I see Clam? If a child says something like that, we laugh at it. If an adult does so, it is an insult to Clam's office and the secretary, kindly covered up for the insult with the elegance of his reply. However, the hope lies in the fact that through the records, you have, or perhaps you may have, a kind of connection with Clam. Isn't that hope enough? If you were asked what merits you possess to make you worthy of the gift of such a hope, could you come up with the slightest thing? To be sure, nothing more precise can be said about that hope, and Mr. Secretary Momus in particular will never be able to give the faintest hint of such a thing in his official capacity. For him, as he said, it is merely a matter of an account of this afternoon to make sure that everything's in order, and he will say no more even if you ask him here and now about it with reference to my remarks. Very well, Mr. Secretary, said Kay. Will Clam read these records? No, said Momus. Why would he? Clam can't read all the records. In fact, he never reads any of them. Oh, don't come pestering me with your records. He often says, Mr. Land Surveyor, wailed the landlady, you really are exhausting me with such K's, tie-ins. Is it necessary, is it even desirable for Clam to read the records and have a word-by-word account of the petty details of your life? Would you not rather beg humbly for the records to be kept from Clam, although that request would be as unreasonable as the first, for who can keep anything from Clam, but at least it would be evidence of a change of heart in you? And is it necessary for what you call your hope? Haven't you said yourself that you would be happy if you just had a chance to speak in front of Clam, even if he didn't look at you or listen to you? And will you not at least achieve that through these records, and perhaps much more? Much more? Asked Kay. How? If only, cried the landlady, you weren't forever wanting to have everything presented to you ready on a plate like a child. Who can answer such questions? The records go into Clam's village registry, as you've heard. No more can be said about the matter for certain. Do you know the whole significance of the records of Mr. Secretary Momus of the village registry? Do you know what it means for Mr. Secretary Momus to question you? It's possible, even probable, that he doesn't know himself. He sits quietly here doing his duty to make sure, as he said, that everything is in order. You should remember that Clam has appointed him, that he works in Clam's name, that what he does, even if it never reaches Clam, is approved by Clam from the first. And how can something be approved by Clam from the first if it isn't imbued with his own spirit? Far be it from me to offer Mr. Secretary Momus blatant flattery. He himself would deplore it. I am not talking of his individual personality, but of what he is when acting with Clam's approval, as he is now. He is a tool in Clam's hand, and if someone won't do as he wants, well, that's just too bad. Kay was not afraid of the landlady's threats, and he was tired of the hopes in which she was trying to entangle him. Clam was far away. The landlady had once compared Clam to an eagle, which had struck Kay as ridiculous at the time, but not anymore. He thought of Clam's remote distance, his impregnable residence, his silence, perhaps interrupted only by such screams as Kay had never heard. He thought of Clam's piercing glance from on high that would brook no contradiction and couldn't be tested either, of the immutable circles in which he soared, free from any interference by the likes of Kay down below, moving by inscrutable laws and visible only for brief moments. Clam and the eagle had all this in common. It was a fact, however, that the records over which Momus was crumbling a salted pretzel at this moment had nothing to do with any of this. He was enjoying the pretzel with his beer, scattering salt and crumbs all over the papers. Well, good night, said Kay. I have a rooted dislike of any kind of questioning, and he was on his way to the door. Is he going, then? Momus asked the landlady, almost anxiously. He'll never dare, said the landlady. But Kay heard no more. He was already out in the entrance hall. It was cold, and there was a strong wind blowing. The landlord, who seemed to have been keeping watch on the hall. Through some peephole came through a doorway. Even here in the front hall the wind was tearing so hard at his coattails that he had to clutch them tightly around him. "So you're off already, Mr. Land Surveyor," he said. "Are you surprised?" asked Kay. "Well, yes," said the landlord. "Haven't you been questioned?" "No," said Kay, "I wasn't letting anyone question me." "Why not?" asked the landlord. "I really don't know why I should let myself be questioned," said Kay. "Why I should go along with a joke or some official whim. And perhaps I'd have dismissed it as just a joke or a whim another time, but not today." "Why no, to be sure," said the landlord, but he was agreeing only out of civility, not from conviction. "Well, I must let the servants into the bar now," he added. "They were supposed to start serving there long ago. I just didn't want to disturb the hearing." "You thought it so important?" asked Kay. "Oh yes," said the landlord. "Then you think I ought not to have refused to answer questions?" asked Kay. "No," said the landlord, "you ought not." And as Kay said nothing, he added, whether to console Kay or to get on with the work in the bar more quickly, well, that doesn't mean we'll necessarily see fire and brimstone asterisk raining down from the sky. "No, to be sure," Kay agreed. "The weather doesn't look like that at all." And they parted, laughing. Chapter 10. On the road, Kay went out on the steps up to the inn where the wind was blowing wildly and peered into the darkness. It was appalling weather. The thought of that somehow made him remember how hard the landlady had tried to make him comply and help to complete the records, and how he had stood up to her. She hadn't, of course, been making an honest effort. Secretly, she had been dissuading him at the same time, so after all, he didn't really know whether he had stood firm or given in. Hers was a nature made for intrigue, apparently working for no purpose, like the wind, according to strange and distant orders, of which no one ever got a sight. No sooner had he taken a few steps along the road than he saw two lights swaying in the distance. This sign of life cheered him, and he hurried towards the lights, which themselves were moving towards him. He didn't know why he was so disappointed when he recognized the assistants. However, there they were coming his way, probably sent by Frida, and he supposed the lanterns that freed him from the darkness in which the wind roared all around him were his own property. All the same, he was disappointed, for he had expected someone new, not these old acquaintances who were such a nuisance to him. But the assistants were not on their own. Walking between them, Barnabas emerged from the darkness. "Barnabas," cried Kay, offering his hand. "Were you coming to find me?" The surprise of this meeting at first made Kay forget all the trouble that Barnabas had caused him. "Yes, indeed, I was coming to find you," said Barnabas, with his old friendly manner, "with a letter from Clam." "A letter from Clam," said Kay, putting his head back and taking it swiftly from Barnabas's hand. "Give me some light," he told the assistants, who came close to him on his right and left and raised their lanterns. Kay had to fold the large sheet of notepaper very small to protect it from the wind. Then he read, "To the land surveyor at the bridge. I appreciate the surveys you have carried out so far. The work of your assistants is praiseworthy too. You know how to keep them busy. Do not desist from your zealous labors. Bring the work to a happy conclusion. Any interruption would be irksome to me. Furthermore, rest assured that the matter of your remuneration will be decided very soon. I am keeping an eye on you." Kay did not look up from the letter until the assistants, who had been reading much more slowly than he did, gave 3 loud cheers to celebrate the good news. "Calm down," he told them, and added to Barnabas, "This is a misunderstanding." Barnabas didn't know what he meant. "It's a misunderstanding," repeated Kay, and all this afternoon's weariness came back to him. The way to the schoolhouse seemed so long. Barnabas's whole family loomed in the background, and the assistants were still crowding Kay so close that he elbowed them out of the way. "How Could Frida have sent them to meet him when he had ordered them to stay with her? He would have found the way home by himself and more easily than in this company. What was more, one of the ants had wound a scarf around his neck. Its free ends were fluttering in the wind and had blown into K's face several times. The other assistant kept removing the scarf from K's face at once with his long, pointed, nimble fingers, but that did nothing to improve matters. Both of them actually seemed to have enjoyed this going back and forth, and they were all worked up by the wind and the wild night. "Go away," shouted K. "If you were going to come and meet me, why didn't you bring my stick? What am I going to use now to drive you home?" They ducked behind Barnabas, but they were not so frightened that they didn't first place their lanterns on their protectors' shoulders to right and left. He shook them off at once. "Barnabas," said K, and it depressed him to see that Barnabas clearly didn't understand him, and that while at times of calm his jacket might look very smart, there was no help to be found in him when matters were serious, only mute resistance, and there was no resisting that ants either, for Barnabas himself was defenseless. Only his smile shone, but that was as little help as the stars up there against the stormy wind down here below. "See what the gentleman says to me," said K, holding the letter in front of Barnabas's face. "The gentleman has been misinformed. I have not carried out any surveys, and you can see for yourself what my assistants are worth. Clearly can't interrupt work that I am not doing. I can't even be irksome to the gentleman, so how could I have earned his appreciation? And I feel I can never rest assured of anything. I'll go and pass that message on," said Barnabas, who had been looking past the letter all this time. He couldn't have read it anyway, for K was holding it very close to his face. "Oh yes," said K, "you promise to pass on what I tell you, but can I really believe you? I need a trustworthy messenger so much, now more than ever." And K bit his lip impatiently. "Sir," said Barnabas, bending his neck slightly in a way that almost tempted K to believe in him again. "Sir, I will certainly pass on what you say, and I will certainly deliver that last message you gave me too." "What?" cried K. "You mean you haven't delivered it yet? Didn't you go up to the castle next day?" "No," said Barnabas. "My dear father is an old man, you've seen him yourself, and there was a lot of work at home. I had to help him, but I'll soon be going up to the castle again." "But what are you thinking of, you extraordinary fellow?" cried K, clapping a hand to his forehead. "Doesn't Clam's business come before everything else? You hold the high office of a messenger, and is this how you fill it? Who cares about your father's work? Clam is waiting for news, and instead you prefer to muck out the stable." "My father is a shoemaker," said Barnabas, undeterred. "He had orders from Brunswick, and I'm my father's journeyman." "Shoemaker, orders, Brunswick," cried K grimly, as if conclusively dismissing each of those words forever. "So who here needs boots on roads that are always empty? And what do I care for all this stuff about shoemakers? I didn't give you a message to be consigned to oblivion and confusion on the shoemaker's bench, but so that you could deliver it to the gentleman straight away." Here K calmed down a little, for it occurred to him that all this time Clam had probably not been in the castle but at the Castle Inn. However, Barnabas aroused his ire again when he began reciting K's first message to show how well he remembered it. "All right, that'll do," said K. "Don't be angry, sir," said Barnabas, and as if unconsciously he meant to punish K, he looked away from him and down, but it was probably in dismay at the way K was shouting. "I'm not angry with you," said K. And indeed, now his anger was turned against himself. "Not with you personally, but it's not a good thing for me to have no one but such a messenger for my important business." "Well, you see," said Barnabas, and it appeared that in his anxiety to defend his honor as a messenger he was saying more than he ought to. "It's like this. Clam doesn't wait for messages. In fact, he's quite cross When I bring them, more messages again, he says, and when he sees me coming in the distance, he usually stands up, goes into the next room, and won't receive me. And it's not a settled thing that I'm to come at once with every message. If it was a settled thing, of course I'd go there at once, but it's not settled, and if I never came with a message, no one would remind me to. If I bring a message, I do it of my own free will. Very well, said Kay, observing Barnabas and deliberately looking away from the assistants, who slowly took turns to rise as if from the depths behind Barnabas's shoulders, and then bob quickly down again with a slight whistle imitating the wind, as if alarmed by the sight of Kay. They amused themselves like that for some time. Very well, I don't know how Clam may feel, but I doubt whether you can know about everything up there in detail, and even if you could, there'd be nothing we could do to improve matters. But you can carry a message, and that's what I ask you to do. A very short message. Can you take it tomorrow and bring me the answer? Tomorrow too? Or at least tell me how you were received. Can you? And will you do that? It would be of great value to me, and perhaps I'll get a chance yet to thank you properly, or perhaps you already have a wish that I can grant. I will certainly take your message, said Barnabas. And will you try to carry it as well as possible, to give it to Clam himself, to get the answer from Clam himself and do it all tomorrow morning. Will you do that? I'll do my best, said Barnabas. I always do. Well, we won't quarrel about it anymore, said Kay. This is the message. Kay, the land surveyor, asks the chief executive, Office X, to allow him to speak to him in person. He undertakes from the outset to accept any condition attached to such permission. He is forced to make this request because so far all intermediaries have failed entirely, and as proof of this he would like to mention that he has not yet carried out any surveys at all, and from what the village mayor says he never will. It was therefore with despair and shame that he read the last letter from the chief executive, and only a personal interview with the chief executive can help him here. The land surveyor knows how much he is asking, but he will do all he can to cause the chief executive as little trouble as possible. He will agree to any restriction on the time of an interview, and if it is thought necessary, he will agree to use only a set number of words in it. He thinks he could manage with 10 words. With deep respect and the greatest impatience, he awaits the decision. Forgetting himself, Kay had spoken as if he were at Clam's own door and addressing the doorkeeper. Well, it came out a lot longer than I meant, he added, but you must carry it orally. I won't write a letter which would only set out on a never-ending journey into the files. So Kay scribbled it all on a piece of paper for the benefit of Barnabas alone, leaning the paper on the back of one of the assistants while the other held a light for him. However, Kay was able to write it straight out as dictated back to him by Barnabas, who had remembered every word and recited it as meticulously as a school boy, taking no notice of the way the assistants were saying it all wrong. Your memory is remarkable, said Kay, giving him the paper. So please show yourself remarkable in other respects too. And what about your own wishes? Don't you have any? I'll say frankly, it would reassure me a little about the fate of my message if you did want something. At first Barnabas was silent, but then he said, my sisters send their regards. Your sisters, said Kay. Ah yes, those tall, strong girls. They both send you their regards, but particularly Amalia, said Barnabas. And she brought me this letter from the castle for you today too. Seizing upon this piece of information above all, Kay asked, then couldn't she take my message to the castle as well? Or couldn't you both go and try your luck separately? Amalia isn't allowed into the offices, said Barnabas. Otherwise I'm sure she'd be happy to do it. I may visit you tomorrow, said Kay, but come to see me yourself first with the answer. I'll expect you at the school. And give my regards to your sisters too. Kay's words seemed to make Barnabas very happy, and after they had shaken hands he touched Kay briefly on the shoulder, as if everything was back the way it had been when Barnabas, in all his finery, first appeared among the locals. In the bar of the inn, Cabe felt that this touch, although given with a smile, was a mark of distinction. He was less upset now and let the assistants do as they liked on their way back. Chapter 11. At the school. He reached home frozen. It was dark everywhere, the candles in the lanterns had burned down, and he made his way into one of the classrooms with the help of the assistants who knew their way around the place. Your first praiseworthy job done, he told them, remembering Clam's letter. Frida, still half asleep, called from a corner of the room, let Kay sleep. Don't disturb him. For Kay occupied her mind even when she was so overcome by drowsiness that she hadn't been able to wait up for him. Now a lamp was lit, although couldn't be turned up very far, for there was very little paraffin. Their new household still lacked a number of things. There was heating, but the large room, which was also used as the school gymnasium, the gymnastic apparatus stood around and hung from the ceiling, had already used up all the wood for the stove. Kay was assured that it had been nice and warm, but unfortunately it had now cooled down again entirely. There was a large supply of wood in a shed, but the shed was locked and the teacher, who would allow firewood to be taken to heat the rooms only during school hours, had the key. They could have put up with that if there had been beds where they could take refuge. However, there was nothing but a single straw mattress, neatly covered with a woolen shawl of Frida's, in a way that did her credit, but there was no eiderdown and just two stiff, coarse blankets that gave hardly any warmth. The assistants were looking covetously even at this wretched straw mattress, but of course they had no hope of ever lying on it. Frida looked anxiously at Kay. She had shown at the bridge in that she could make even the most miserable room fit to live in, but she hadn't been able to do much here entirely without any means. The gymnastic apparatus is all we have to decorate our room, she said, trying to smile through her tears. As for what they needed most, beds to sleep in and fuel to heat the room, she promised Kay that she would get something done about it next day and asked him to wait patiently until then. Not a word, not a hint, not a look on her face suggested that she felt the slightest bitterness in her heart towards Kay, although as he couldn't help reflecting he had taken her away first from the Castle Inn and now from the Bridge Inn, so Kay did his best to seem to find it all tolerable, which was not so hard for him because in his mind he was with Barnabas, going over his message again word by word, although not exactly as he had given it to Barnabas, but as he thought it would sound to Clam. At the same time, however, he was really glad of the coffee that Frida made him over a spirit burner, and leaning against the stove, which was now cooling off, he watched her quick and expert movements as she spread the inevitable white tablecloth. On the teacher's desk, which did duty as a table, put a floured coffee cup on the cloth, and beside it some bread and bacon and even a can of sardines. Now everything was ready. Frida hadn't eaten yet herself, but had waited for Kay's return. There were two chairs, which Kay and Frida drew up to the table, while the assistants sat on the podium at their feet, but they would never keep still. Even when they were eating, they were a nuisance. Although they had been served good helpings of everything and hadn't nearly finished what was on their plates, they rose from time to time to see if there was still plenty left on the table so that they could hope for seconds. Kay took no notice of them, and only Frida's laughter drew his attention to them. He covered her hand on the table affectionately with his own and asked quietly why she let them get away with so much, even putting up with their bad habits in a friendly way. This way, he pointed out, they would never be rid of the assistants, while a certain amount of stern treatment, such as their conduct deserved, might either enable him to keep them under control or, more probably and even better, make them dislike their position so much that, in the end, they would run away. The schoolhouse here didn't look like being a pleasant place to live in. Well, their stay wouldn't be long, but if the assistants weren't around and the two of them were alone in this quiet house, they would hardly mind what was missing. Didn't she notice, he asked, that the assistants were getting more impertinent every day, as if they were actually encouraged by Frida's presence, and the hope that Kay would not attack them in front of her as he otherwise would. What was more, there might be a perfectly simple means of getting rid of them at once, without much ceremony. Perhaps Frida, who knew this place so well, might even know of something, and they'd really be doing the assistants a favor if they drove them away somehow, for the life they were leading here was not very comfortable, and they'd have to give up, at least to some extent, the idleness they had enjoyed so long, because they would have to work, while Frida must rest after all the upheavals of the last few days, and he, Kay, would be busy finding a way out of their present plight. However, if the assistants were to go, he said he would feel so relieved that he would easily be able to take on the duties of a school janitor as well as everything else. Frida, who had listened attentively to him, slowly caressed his arm and said that all that was her own opinion too, but perhaps he made too much of the assistants' bad habits. They were young fellows, cheerful and a little simple, taken into a stranger's service for the first time, away from the stern discipline of the castle, and so a little surprised and excited all the time, and in that frame of mind, yes, they did sometimes do silly things. Of course, it was natural to get annoyed about that, but it would be more sensible to laugh. Sometimes she really couldn't help laughing at them herself. All the same, she entirely agreed with Kay. She said that it would be better to send them away, and then there'd be just the two of them. She moved closer to Kay and hid her face against his shoulder. And still in that position, she said in a voice so muffled that Kay had to bend down to hear her that no, she didn't know any means of getting rid of the assistants, and she was afraid that none of the ideas Kay had suggested would work. As far as she knew, she said, Kay himself had asked for his assistants, and now he had them and would have to keep them. Would be a good idea simply to accept them as the lightweight couple that was the best way to put up with them, she said. Kay was not happy with this reply. Half in earnest, half joking, he said that she seemed to be in league with them, or at least to like them very much. Well, they were good-looking young fellows, but there was no one you couldn't get rid of if you really put your mind to it, and so he would show her with the assistants. Frida said she would be very grateful to him if he succeeded, and promised that from now on she wouldn't laugh at them or say an unnecessary word to them anymore. She didn't think there was anything to laugh at in them now, and it was really no joke to be under observation all the time by two men. Yes, she said she had learned to see the pair of them through his eyes, and she did jump slightly when the assistants rose again now, partly to see how much food was left, partly to discover what all this whispering was about. Kay took advantage of this to take Frida's mind off the assistants. He drew her to him, and they finished their meal sitting close together. It was really time to go to sleep now, and they were all very tired. One of the assistants had actually fallen asleep over his supper, which amused the other very much, and he kept trying to make his master and mistress look at the sleeping man's stupid face. But he didn't succeed, for Kay and Frida were sitting above him and didn't respond. They hesitated to drop off in the cold, which was becoming unbearable, and finally Kay said they really must have some heating or it would be impossible to sleep. He looked for some kind of axe. The assistants knew where to find one and brought it, and now they went out to the woodshed. Its flimsy door was soon broken down, and the assistants, as delighted as if they had never known such fun, began carrying wood into the classroom, chasing and pushing each other about. Soon there was a great heap of it. There the stove was lit, and everyone lay down around it. The assistants were given one of the blankets to wrap themselves in, which was quite enough for them, for it was agreed that one should stay awake and keep the fire going. After a while it was so warm by the stove that the blankets weren't even needed anymore. The lamp was put out and Kay and Frida, happy to be warm and quiet, lay down to sleep, when a sound of some kind woke Kay in the night, and in his first, uncertain drowsy movement he groped around for Frida. He found one of the assistants lying beside him instead. This, probably as a result of his irritable mood on being suddenly woken, was the biggest shock he had yet had in the village. With a cry he half rose and in a blind fury punched the assistant so hard with his fist that the man began shedding tears. The whole affair was soon cleared up. Frida had been woken when some large animal, or so it had seemed to her, at least, probably a cat, jumped on her breast and then ran away. Again, she had risen and was searching the whole room for the animal with a candle. The assistant had seized his chance to enjoy lying on the straw mattress for a little while and now paid dearly for it. However, Frida could find nothing. Perhaps she had just imagined it, and now she came back to Kay, on her way, as if she had forgotten the evening's conversation. She comfortingly stroked the whimper-ing assistant's hair as he crouched on the ground. Kay said nothing about that, but he told the assistant to stop putting fuel in the stove, for almost all the wood they had piled up was burned, and the room was too hot now. In the morning they none of them woke up until the first of the school children had arrived and were standing around the place, where they lay, full of curiosity. This was awkward, for as a result of the heat, although now it had given way to a cool atmosphere again, they had all undressed to their underclothes, and just as they were beginning to get dressed, Miss Giza, the assistant teacher, a tall, blonde, handsome girl with a little stiffness in her manner, appeared at the door. She was obviously prepared for the new school janitor, and the teacher had probably told her how to treat him, for even in the doorway she said, "I really can't have this. Here's a nice thing. You have permission to sleep in the classroom, but that's all. It's not my duty to teach the children in your bedroom." A school janitor and his family lying in bed until the middle of the morning. Shame on you. Well, Kay thought he could have said a thing or two about that, particularly on the subject of beds and his family, as he and Frida, the assistants, were useless here and were lying on the floor, staring at the teacher, and the children quickly pushed the parallel bars and the vaulting horse together, draped the blankets over them, and so created a small room in which they could at least get dressed, away from the children's eyes. Not that they had a moment's peace. First, the assistant teacher was cross because there was no fresh water in the wash basin. Kay had just been thinking of fetching the wash basin for Frida and himself, but he gave that idea up for the time being, so as not to annoy the assistant teacher still more. However, abandoning the notion did not help, for soon there was a great crash. Unfortunately, they had forgotten to clear away the remains of their supper, and now Miss Giza was sweeping it all off the teacher's desk with her ruler. Everything fell on the floor. The teacher wasn't going to bother about the fact that the oil from the sardines and the remains of the coffee were spilt on the floor, and the coffee pot had broken to pieces. After all, the school janitor would clear it up. Still, not fully dressed, Kay and Frida, leaning against the gymnastic apparatus, watched the destruction of their few household goods. The assistants, who clearly had no idea of getting dressed, peered out from under the blankets, much to the children's amusement. What upset Frida most, of course, was the loss of the coffee pot, and only when Kay, to comfort her, assured her that he would go straight to the village mayor, ask for a replacement, and get one, did she pull herself together enough to emerge from their enclosure, still in nothing but her chemise and petticoat, to retrieve the tablecloth at least and keep it from being soiled any further. And she succeeded, although the teacher, trying to alarm her, kept hammering on the desk with the ruler in a nerve-wracking way. When Kay and Frida were dressed, they not only had to urge the assistants, who seemed quite dazed by these events, to dress too, giving them orders and nudging them. They even had to help with dressing the pair themselves. Then, when they were all ready, Kay shared out the next tasks. The assistants were to fetch wood and heat the stoves, going first to the stove in the other class room, a source of great danger, for the teacher himself was probably there now. Meanwhile, Frida would clean the floor, and Kay would fetch water and generally tidy up. They couldn't think of having any breakfast yet. Kay wanted to emerge from their shelter first so as to find out what the assistant teacher's temper was like in general, and the others were to follow only when he called them. One reason why he made this arrangement was that he didn't want to let the situation go straight from bad to worse because of the assistant's silly tricks, and another was to spare Frida as much as possible. She had high ambitions, he did not. She was sensitive, he was not. She thought only of their present petty discomforts while he was thinking of Barnabas and the future. Frida did all he said and hardly took her eyes off him. No sooner had he stepped out into the room than the assistant teacher asked, to the accompaniment of laughter from the children, which seemed as if it would never stop, "Oh, had your sleep out, have you?" When Kay ignored this, for it was not a real question, and instead made for the washstand, Miss Giza asked, "Whatever have you been doing to my kitty?" For a large, fat old cat lay stretched out on the washstand, and Miss Giza was examining one paw, which was obviously slightly injured. So Frida had been right. The cat had not actually jumped on her, for it probably couldn't jump anymore, but it had clambered over her, was alarmed to find people in the usually empty schoolhouse, and had hidden in a hurry, hurting itself in its unwanted haste. Kay tried to explain all this calmly to Miss Giza, but she saw only the outcome of this course of events and said, "You've hurt my kitty. That's how you start your work here. Look at this." And she called Cave up to the desk, showed him the paw, and before he knew what she was about, she had run it over the back of his hand, scratching him. The cat's claws were blunt, to be sure, but Miss Giza, without thought for the cat itself, had pressed them down so hard that they left bloody wheels. "Now, get on with your work," she said impatiently, bending over the cat again. Frida, who had been watching with the assistants from behind the apparatus, screamed at the sight of the blood. Kay showed the children his hand and said, "There, just see what a nasty, sneaking cat did to me." Of course, he didn't really mean that for the children, whose screams and laughter had now become so independent of all else that they needed nothing more to set them off, and no words could get through to them or make them do anything. But when Miss Giza herself answered this retort only with a brief glance at him, and went on tending the cat, having apparently satisfied her first spurt of anger by inflicting the scratch on him, Kay called to Frida and the assistants, and they began work. When Kay had taken out the bucket of dirty water, fetched fresh water, and now began sweeping the schoolroom, a boy of about 12 rose from one bench, touched Kay's hand, and in all the noise, said something he couldn't make out at all. Then the racket suddenly stopped. Kate turned. Here was what he had feared all morning. The teacher, small man that he was, stood in the doorway holding an assistant by the collar with each hand. He had probably caught them fetching firewood, for he thundered in a mighty voice, pausing after every word, "Who has dared to break into the woodshed? Where is the fellow? Let me crush him as he deserves." Here Frida rose from the floor, which she was trying to wash around Miss Giza's feet, looked at Kay as if to draw strength from the sight, and said with something of her old dignity in her voice and bearing, "I did, sir. I couldn't think of anything else to do. If the classrooms were to be heated at all this morning, we had to open the shed, and I dared not come to you for the key at night. My fiancé had gone to the castle. It was possible that he might spend the night there, so I had to make the decision for myself. If I did wrong, you must forgive my inexperience. I was scolded hard enough by my fiancé when he saw what had happened. In fact, he even forbade me to heat the rooms early because he thought your locking the woodshed showed that you didn't want them heated until you had arrived yourself. So, the fact that they aren't heated is his fault, but breaking into the woodshed is mine. Who broke down the door? The teacher asked. The assistants, who were still trying to shake off his grip, but in vain. That gentleman, they both said and pointed to Kay, thus leaving the matter in no doubt. Frida laughed, and this laughter seemed even more convincing than her words. Then she began to wring out the rag she had been using to wash the floor in the bucket, as if her explanation were the end of the incident, and what the assistants said was just a passing joke. Only when she was kneeling down again to get on with the work did she say, "Our assistants are like mere children asterisk, and in spite of their years they still belong on those school benches. I broke down the door with the axe by myself yesterday evening. It was perfectly simple and I didn't need the assistants to help me. They would only have been in the way. But then, in the night, my fiancé came back and went out to see the damage and repair it if possible, and the assistants went with him, probably fearing to stay here on their own. They saw my fiancé working on the broken door, and that's why they say what they do now. As I said, they are just children at heart." While the assistants kept shaking their heads as Frida gave her explanation, pointed to Kay again and tried but failed to make Frida change her mind through mute pantomime. They finally gave in, took Frida's words as an order, and did not reply to another question from the teacher. Well then, the teacher said to them, "So you were lying? Or at least you blamed the school janitor out of carelessness?" They were still silent, but their trembling and their anxious glances seemed to show that they knew they were to blame. "Then I shall give you a sound thrashing on the spot," said the teacher, and he sent a child into the other room to fetch his cane. When he raised it, Frida cried, "Oh no!" The assistants were telling the truth, and flung her rag desperately into the bucket, making the water splash up. Then she ran behind the apparatus and hid there. "What a pack of liars," said Miss Giza, who had just finished bandaging the cat's paw and now took the animal on her lap, for which it was almost too large. "So that leaves us with the school janitor," said the teacher, pushing the assistants away and turning to Kay, who had been listening and leaning on his broom all this time. "The school janitor, who is cowardly enough to let others take the blame for his own shabby tricks." "Well," said Kay, noticing that Frida's intervention had in fact aided the teacher's first fury. "If the assistants had been given a bit of a thrashing, it wouldn't have bothered me. They've been let off scot-free a dozen times when they deserved it, so they might as well pay for that with a thrashing on one occasion when they don't. However, there are other reasons why I'd have been glad to avoid a direct clash between you and me, sir, and perhaps you'd have been glad too. But since Frida has sacrificed me for the sake of the assistants," said Kay, pausing, and in the silence Frida could be heard sobbing behind the blankets, "we must of course have the whole thing out in the bin." "Outrageous," said the assistant teacher. "I entirely agree with you, Miss Giza," said the teacher. "You are of course dismissed as school janitor on the spot for this shameful dereliction of duty. I reserve the right to decide what punishment will follow, but now, get out of this house at once with all your belongings. It will be a great relief to us and we'll be able to begin lessons at last. So hurry up." "I'm not moving from this place," said Kay. "You are my superior here, but it wasn't you who appointed me to this post. That was the mayor, and I'm accepting notice only from him. And nor did he appoint me for my household and me to freeze to death in this place, but, as you yourself have said, to keep me from any rash acts that I might commit in my desperation. So dismissing me now out of hand would directly contravene his intentions, and until I hear otherwise from the mayor himself, I won't believe it. What's more, it will probably be very much to your advantage if I don't go along with your thoughtless dismissal of me." "You mean you won't go?" said the teacher. Kay shook his head. "Think it over carefully," said the teacher. "Your decisions aren't always the wisest. Think, for instance, of yesterday afternoon when you declined to answer questions at a NG. "Why do you mention that now?" asked Kay. "Because I feel like it," said the teacher, And now, for the last time, I repeat, get out of here. But when that too had no effect, the teacher went to Miss Jesus' desk and consulted his assistant quietly. She said something about the police, but the teacher wouldn't have that, and finally they came to an agreement. The teacher told the children to go over to his classroom and they would be taught their lessons with the other set of children, a change which delighted them all. The room was cleared amidst laughter and shouting, with the teacher and his assistant bringing up the rear. Miss Giza was carrying the class register, with the corpulent and totally apathetic cat lying on it. The teacher himself would rather have left the cat behind, but a suggestion to that effect was rejected so firmly by Miss Giza, with reference to K.'s cruelty, that to put the lid on his offenses K had now also unloaded Miss Giza's cat on the teacher, a fact which probably affected the last words spoken to K by the teacher as he stood in the doorway. Miss Giza is forced to leave this room with the children because you are refractory and refuse to go when I dismiss you, and no one can expect her, a young girl like that, to give lessons in the middle of your squalid household arrangements. You will therefore be left alone, and can do as you like in this room, undisturbed by the aversion of all decent bystanders. But it won't be for long, you mark my words. And with that he slammed the door. Chapter 12. The assistants. As soon as they had all left, K told the assistants, "Go away, you two." Surprised by this unexpected order, they obeyed, but when K locked the door behind them, they tried to get back in and stood outside whimpering and knocking. "You're dismissed," cried K. "I'm never going to take you back into my service." They were not at all happy with that and hammered on the door with their hands and feet. "Let us back in, sir," they cried, as if K were dry land and they were sink in a river nearby. But K was ruthless. He waited impatiently for the ghastly noise to force the teacher to intervene, and so he soon did. "Let your damned assistants in," he shouted. "I've dismissed them," K shouted back, which had the unintended side effect of showing the teacher what happened when you were strong enough not just to give people notice but to make sure they actually went. The teacher tried to soothe the assistants by speaking kindly to them, telling them just to wait here. After all, K would have to let them in again. Then he went away, and all might have remained quiet if K hadn't started shouting at the assistants again, telling them they were dismissed once and for all, without the slightest hope of being taken back again. Thereupon they began making as much noise as before. Back came the teacher, but he didn't reason with them anymore. He drove them out of the house, obviously with that much-feared cane. Soon they reappeared outside the windows of the school gymnasium, knocking on the panes and shouting, but their words could no longer be made out. They didn't stay there very long, however. They couldn't jump about in the deep snow well enough to express their profound uneasiness, so they hurried to the fence around the school garden, climbed up on its stone base, from which they had a better view into the room, although only from a distance, ran along the base, clinging to the fence, and then stopped again and held there, clasped hands out pleadingly to K. They carried on like this for a long time, ignoring the futility of their efforts. As if they'd been struck blind, they probably went on even when K drew the curtains over the windows to be rid of the sight of them. In the now dim light of the room, K went over to the gymnastic apparatus to look for Frida. Under his eyes, she rose to her feet, tidied her hair, dried her face, and in silence put some coffee on to heat. Although she knew it, K told her formally that he had dismissed the assistants. She just nodded. K sat down on one of the school benches and observed her weary movements. It had been her sprightliness and determination that lent beauty to her meager body, and now that beauty was gone, a few days of living with K had been enough to do. Her work in the bar of the inn had not been easy, but she had probably liked it better. Or was her removal from Clam's sphere the real reason for her decline? It was the proximity of Clam that had made her so ridiculously enticing, and enticed as he was, Kay had swept her into his arms, where she was now withering away. "Frida," said Kay. She immediately put the coffee mill down and came over to Kay on the bench. "Are you cross with me?" she asked. "No," said Kay. "I think you can't help it. You were living happily at the Castle Inn. I ought to have left you there." "Yes," said Frida, looking sadly into space. "You ought to have left me there. I am not worthy to live with you. Free of me, you might be able to achieve everything you want. It's out of thoughtfulness for me that you submit to that tyrannical teacher, accept this miserable job, go to so much trouble to get an interview with Clam. All for me, and I repay you so poorly." "No, no," said Kay, putting his arm round her to console her. "All these things are petty details that don't hurt me, and it's not just on your account that I want to see Clam. Think how much you have done for me. Before I met you, I was absolutely lost here. No one would take me in, and if I forced myself on people, they soon said goodbye. And if I could have found peace with anyone, it would have been with those from whom I fled in my turn, say Barnabas and his family. You did flee from them, didn't you?" "Oh, my dearest," cried Frida, interrupting impulsively, but then, after a hesitant yes from Kay, she lapsed into lethargy again. But Kay himself no longer felt enough determination to explain just how things had turned out well for him through his connection with Frida. He slowly removed his arm from her waist, and they sat for a while in silence until Frida, as if Kay's arm had given her a warmth that was essential to her now, said, "I won't endure this life here anymore. If you want to keep me, we must go away, emigrate, go anywhere, to the south of France, to Spain." "I can't emigrate," said Kay. "I came to this place meaning to stay here, and stay I will." And in a spirit of contradiction which he didn't even try to explain, he added, as if to himself, "What could have lured me to this desolate part of the country but a longing to stay here?" Then he added, "But you must want to stay here too. It's your own country after all. However, you miss Clam, and that's what casts you into despair." "You think I miss Clam?" said Frida. "There's an excessive amount of Clam here. There's only too much Clam. Want to go so that I can get away from him. You're the one I'd miss, not Clam. It's for your sake I want to go, because I can't get enough of you here, where everyone's pulling me in different directions. I'd rather my pretty face were gone. I'd rather my body felt wretched, just so long as I could live in peace with you." All that Cabe gathered from this was a single point. "Clam is still in touch with you, is he?" he asked at once. "Does he want you to go back to him?" "I don't know anything about Clam," said Frida. "It's other people I'm talking about now. It's the assistants." "Oh, the assistants," said Kay in surprise. "Do they pester you? Haven't you noticed?" asked Frida. "No," said Kay, and tried in vain to think of any details. "They're importunate, lecherous young fellows. But no, I hadn't noticed them pestering you." "You hadn't?" said Frida. "You mean you never noticed how there was no getting them out of our room at the Bridge Inn, or the way they jealously watched what we were doing together? You didn't notice one of them lying down in my place on the straw mattress? You didn't hear the things they said about you just now, hoping to drive you away, ruin you, and be left alone with me? You never noticed any of that?" Kate looked at Frida without replying. No doubt her complaints of the assistants were justified, but in view of their utterly ridiculous, childish, restless, and intemperate nature, all that could be seen in a much more innocent light, and didn't the way they had always done their utmost to go everywhere with Kay rather than being left alone with Frida disprove her accusation? Kay said something of the kind. "Hypocrisy," said Frida. "Didn't you see through it? Why did you drive them away if that wasn't the reason?" And she went to the window, moved the curtain a little way aside, looked out, and then called Kay over to her. The assistants were still out there by the railings. From Time to time, tired as they obviously were, they still summoned up enough strength to raise their arms and point imploringly to the school. One of them had attached himself by his coat to a spike in the fence behind him so that he didn't have to cling to it all the time. Poor things, said Frida. You ask why I drove them away? Asked Kay. Well, you were the immediate cause. I was asked. Frida, without taking her eyes off the scene outside. Your excessively friendly treatment of the assistants, said Kay, forgiving their naughty tricks, laughing at them, caressing their hair, feeling sorry for them. All the time, you've just called them poor things, again, and then only a little while ago you were ready to sacrifice me, to save the assistants from a thrashing. That's just it, said Frida. That's what I'm talking about. That's what makes me unhappy and keeps me apart from you, although I know of no greater happiness than to be with you all the time without interruption, without end. But I feel in my dreams that there is no place on earth where our love can be at peace, not in the village or anywhere else, and I imagine a deep and narrow grave where we lie embracing tightly in each other's arms as if in pincers. I bury my face against you, you bury yours against me, and no one will ever see us again. But here, just look at the assistants. It's not you they're pleading with when they clasp their hands, it's me. Well, I don't see that, said Kay. Even if you do. Indeed I do, said Frida almost angrily. That's what I keep telling you. Why else would the assistants be after me, even if they are Clam's envoys? Clam's envoys? Said Kay, greatly surprised by this idea, although it instantly seemed to him natural. Yes, Clam's envoys, to be sure, said Frida, but even if they are, they're also silly young fellows. They need a good thrashing to teach them a lesson. What ugly, grubby lads they are, and how I hate the contrast between their faces, from which anyone might think they were adults or maybe students, and their foolish, childish conduct. Do you think I don't see that? I'm ashamed of them, and that's just it. They don't actually repel me, but I'm ashamed of them. I can't help looking at them all the time. When I ought to be cross with them, I can't help laughing. When they should be getting a thrashing, I can't help caressing their heads instead. And when I lie beside you at night, I can't sleep, and I can't help constantly glancing across you and see one of them asleep, wrapped up in his blanket, and the other kneeling in front of the stove door putting wood on the fire, while I have to bend forward so far that I almost wake you up. It's not the cat that scares me either. Oh, I know about cats, and I know how difficult it was to sleep in the bar, where I was always being disturbed. No, it's not the cat that scares me, it's myself. And it didn't take that monstrous cat to startle me either. I jump at the slightest little sound. Sometimes I'm afraid you'll wake up and it will all be over between us, and then again I jump up and light the candle so that you will wake up and you can protect me. I had no idea of any of this, said Kay, or rather, I had a slight presentiment of it. That's why I drove the assistants away. But now they're gone, so perhaps all will be well. Yes, they're gone at last, said Frida, but her face was anxious and not happy. Only we don't really know who they are. I call them Clam's envoys in my mind as a game, but maybe they actually are. Their eyes, so guileless yet sparkling, sometimes remind me of Clam's. Yes, that's it. Those eyes of theirs sometimes look at me as Clam's did. So it's not quite accurate to say I'm ashamed of them. I only wish I were. I do know that anywhere else in other people the same behavior would be stupid and repellent, but in them it's not. I even watch their silly tricks with respect and admiration. However, if they're Clam's envoys, then who's going to free us from them? And would that even be a good thing? Don't you think you'd better run after them, catch up with them quickly, and be glad if they came back? You want me to let them in again? Asked Kay. No, said Frida. There's nothing I want less. The sight of them storming in, their delight at seeing me again, the way they'd hop about like children but reach out their arms to me like men. I might not be able to bear any of that. But then again, when I think that by remaining so implacable to them, you may be denying Clam himself access to you. I know I want to protect you from the consequences of that in any way I can. Yes, when I think of that, I do want you to let them in. So quick, let's have them in again. Never mind me, what do I matter? I'll defend myself as long as I can, but if I should fail, well, then I'll fail knowing that I did it all for your sake. You only confirm me in what I think of the assistants, said Kay. They'll never come in here again with my consent. The fact that I threw them out shows that in some circumstances they can be controlled, and what's more, it shows that they have nothing to do with Clam. Only yesterday evening I received a letter from Clam which clearly proves that he has been entirely misinformed about the assistants, and from that we must conclude in turn that they are a matter of total indifference to him, for if they were not, he would surely have known the facts about them more accurately. Your thinking you see Clam in them proves nothing, because I'm sorry to say that you're still under the landlady's influence, so you see Clam everywhere. You are still more Clam's lover than my wife. Sometimes that makes me very downcast, and I feel as if I'd lost everything. It's as if I had only just arrived in the village, not full of hope as I really was at that time, but aware that only disappointments await me, and I must suffer them one after another to the very last. But it's only at times I feel like that, added Kay, smiling when he saw Frida sinking under the effect of his words. And basically it's good because it shows what you mean to me, and if you're going to ask me to choose between you and the assistants, well, the assistants have lost. What an idea, choosing between you and them. Well, now I'll be finally rid of them, and who knows whether we're not both feeling rather weak just because we haven't had any breakfast yet. That's possible, said Frida with a tired smile, and she set to work. Kay himself picked up the broom again. Chapter 13. Hans. After a little while there was a quiet knock at the door. Barnabas, cried Kay, throwing down his broom, and in a few strides he was at the door. Frida looked at him in alarm, more because of that name than anything else. But Kay's hands were so unsteady that he couldn't undo the old lock of the door at once. Just coming, just opening up, he repeated, instead of asking who was out there knocking. And then, having flung the door wide, he saw not Barnabas coming in but the little boy who had tried to speak to him earlier in the day. Not that. Kay remembered that with any pleasure. What are you doing here? He asked. Lessons are in the classroom next door. That's where I've come from, said the boy, and looked up calmly at Kay with his big brown eyes, standing very upright with his arms at his sides. What do you want, then? Quick, out with it, said Kay, bending down a little way because the boy spoke so softly. Can I help you? Asked the boy. He wants to help us, Kay told Frida, and then turning to the boy, asked, What's your name? Hans Brunswick, said the boy. I'm in class 4 and my father is Otto Brunswick, the master shoemaker who lives in Madeline Alley. Well, so your name is Brunswick, said Kay, sounding friendlier. Turned out that Hans had been so upset to see the bleeding scratch inflicted on Kay's hand by the assistant teacher that he had made up his mind there and then to go over to Kay's side. Now he had come from the schoolroom next door like a deserter risking severe punishment. Such boyish ideas might well motivate him, but a gravity to match them was evident in all he did. At first, however, shyness had held him back, but soon he felt at ease with Kay and Frida, and when he had been given some good hot coffee, he became lively and confiding. He also asked eager questions that were very much to the point, as if he wanted to learn the most important facts as quickly as possible so that then he could decide for himself what was best for Kay and Frida. He was naturally a little overbearing, but that was mingled with childish innocence, so that you felt like doing as he said, half in earnest, half in jest. At any rate, he claimed all their attention. They had stopped work, and breakfast was going to be a long business. Although Hans sat on the classroom bench, Kay at the teacher's desk, and Frida in a chair near It looked as if the boy were the teacher himself, testing them and assessing their answers. A slight smile on his soft mouth seemed to indicate that he knew it was just a game, but he took it very seriously. Or perhaps it was not a smile but the happiness of childhood playing around his lips. It was some time before he admitted to having seen Kay before, on the day when Kay called at Leisman's house. Kay was pleased. "You were playing around at that woman's feet, weren't you?" asked Kay. "Yes," said Hans, "she's my mother." And now he had to tell them about his mother, but he did it hesitantly and only after being asked repeatedly, for it turned out that he was a little boy who sometimes seemed to speak almost like a clever, energetic, and far-sighted man, particularly in his questions and perhaps anticipating what he would be in future, or then again perhaps it was only a trick of the senses if you were listening to him intently. But suddenly, without any apparent transition, he was once again a schoolboy who didn't even understand many of the questions put to him, mistook the meaning of others, spoke too quietly out of childish thoughtlessness, although he had often had this failing pointed out to him, and finally, as if defiantly, said nothing at all in reply to many urgent queries, entirely without embarrassment, as a grown-up man never could be. It was as if he thought he should be the only one allowed to ask questions, while questions asked by other people broke some rule and were a waste of time. Then he could sit still for a long while, his back straight and his head bent, his lower lip thrust out. Frida rather liked that, so much so that she often asked him questions, hoping that they would make him adopt this silent pose. And she sometimes succeeded, but that irked Kay. On the whole, they learned little. His mother was rather poorly, but it wasn't clear just what ailed her. The child who had been on Mrs. Brunswick's lap was Hans's sister and was called Frida. Hans didn't seem to like it that the woman questioning him had the same name, and they all lived in the village, but not with Leisman. They had just been visiting his house to take a bath because Leisman had that big tub, and the small children, although Hans wasn't one of those, specially enjoyed bathing and playing about in it. Hans spoke of his father with respect, or even fear, but only when they weren't also talking about his mother. By comparison with her, his father didn't seem to be so important, and all questions about his family life, however they were phrased, remained unanswered. They did learn that his father was the leading shoemaker in the village. He had no equal, as Hans frequently repeated, even in answer to quite different questions. Why, he even gave work to other shoemakers, such as Barnabas's father, although in that case Brunswick probably did it only as a special favor or so. At least Hans's proud turn of the head suggested. That made Frida bend down to him quickly and give him a kiss. Asked whether he had ever been in the castle, Hans answered only after many repetitions, and then in the negative, and when asked the same question about his mother, he did not answer at all. Finally, Kate grew tired of this, for there didn't seem to be any point in the questioning. He thought the boy was right, trying to worm family secrets out of an innocent child by roundabout ways was nothing to be proud of, particularly since they hadn't even learned anything. When Kate finally asked the boy just what kind of help he was offering, he was not surprised to hear that Hans meant only help with the work here, so that the teacher and Miss Giza wouldn't be so cross with Kay anymore. Kay explained that such help wasn't necessary. The teacher was probably naturally bad-tempered, and no one could really protect himself from that, however hard he worked. As for the work itself, he said it wasn't really difficult, and he was behind with it today only as a result of unforeseen circumstances. Anyway, the teacher's bad temper did not affect Kay as much as it would a schoolboy. He shook it off easily. He said he was almost indifferent to it. He also hoped to escape the teacher entirely very soon. However, he thanked Hans very much for offering his help and said he could go back to the other classroom now, and he hoped he wouldn't be punished. All the same, Kay did not emphasize the fact that it was only help against the teacher that he didn't need. He only suggested as much spontaneously, leaving the question of other help open. Hans, clearly picking this hint up, asked if K might need help of a different kind, saying that he'd be very glad to help him, and if he couldn't do it himself he would ask his mother to, and then he was sure everything would be all right. When his father was in any difficulty, he always asked his mother for help, he said, and his mother had already asked after K once. She herself hardly left the house. She had been visiting Leisman just that once, he said, but he, Hans, went there quite often to play with the Leisman children, so his mother had once asked him if the land surveyor had been there again. It wasn't a good idea to ask his mother unnecessary questions because she was so weak and tired, so he had simply said no, he hadn't seen the land surveyor again, and they didn't discuss it any further. But when Hans had found K here in the school, he'd had to speak to him so that he could tell his mother about it. What his mother liked best was to have her wishes granted, without asking for that openly. In response to this, K said, after a moment's thought, that he didn't need help. He had all he needed, but it was very kind of Hans to want to help him, and he thanked him for his good intentions. After all, it was possible that he might need something later, and then he would turn to Hans. He knew the address. On the other hand, perhaps he, K, could offer a little help. He was sorry to hear that Hans's mother was not well, and obviously no one here knew what the matter with her was. Such a case, if neglected, can turn from a mild ailment to something much worse. He, K, had some medical knowledge, and what was even more valuable, he had experience of treating the sick and had been known to succeed where the doctors had failed. At home, he said, he had been nicknamed Bitter Roo * because of his cures. Any rate, he would happily go to see Hans's mother and talk to her. Perhaps he could offer good advice. He'd be glad to do that for Hans's sake. At first Hans's eyes lit up at this offer, which led K to become more pressing, but the result was unsatisfactory, for in answer to various questions Hans said, and didn't even sound as if he regretted it, that no strangers could visit his mother. She had to be spared any strain, and although K had hardly exchanged a word with her on that one occasion, she had taken to her bed for several days afterwards. Hans had to say that such things often happened. At the time, his father had been very angry with K, and he would certainly never let K visit his mother. Why, his father had wanted to go to see K to punish him for his conduct, and only Hans's mother had restrained him. Most important, however, his mother herself never wanted to speak to anyone in general, and her question about K didn't mark any exception to the rule. On the contrary, when he was mentioned, she might have expressed a wish to see him, but she hadn't, which clearly showed what she really wanted, to hear about K but not to speak to him. She didn't suffer from any identifiable illness, Hans added, and sometimes she hinted that it was probably just the air here that she couldn't tolerate, but she didn't want to leave the village because of Hans's father and their children. And anyway, her trouble was better than it had once been. This was roughly what K learned. Hans's intellectual powers increased when it came to shielding his mother from K, whom he had said he would like to help. In fact, with the idea of keeping K away from his mother in view, he contradicted much of what he had said before, for instance about her ailment. All the same, K realized that Hans was still kindly disposed to him, but in thinking of his mother he forgot everything else. Anyone who wanted to see Hans's mother was instantly in the wrong. It was K this time. Another time it could have been Hans's father. K thought he would broach that subject and said it was certainly very sensible of Hans's father to protect his wife from any kind of agitation, and if he, K, had so much as guessed at anything of the kind when he met her, he certainly wouldn't have ventured to speak to her. Now he would like to apologize in retrospect to the family at their home. On the other hand, he couldn't quite understand why Hans's father, if the cause of the trouble was as obvious as Hans said, prevented the boy's mother from recovering in healthier air. Prevented was the word for it, because it was for the sake of Hans's father and her children, that she didn't leave the village. But she could take the children with her. She didn't have to be away for long or go very far. Even up on Castle Mount, the air must be quite different. And surely Hans's father didn't have to fear the expense of such a trip. After all, he was the most important shoemaker in the village, and surely either he or Hans's mother had friends or relations at the castle who would willingly take them in. So why didn't he let them go? He shouldn't underestimate such an ailment, said Kay, who had seen her only fleetingly, but, struck by her pallor and weakness, had been moved to speak to her. Even then he had wondered at the children's father for taking his sick wife into the musty air of the room where so many people were washing clothes and bathing, and failing to keep his loud voice down. He supposed Hans's father didn't know what it was really about, and of course it was true his mother had seemed better. Recently such disorders come and go, but if left untreated it might return as strongly as ever, and then nothing could be done. So if he, Kay, couldn't speak to the boy's mother, perhaps it would be a good idea for him to have a word with Hans's father and point all this out to him. Hans had listened intently, understanding most of this and much affected by the menace latent in what he didn't understand. All the same, he said no, Kay couldn't speak to his father. His father had taken a dislike to him and would probably treat him as the teacher did. He said this smiling shyly when he spoke of Kay, and bitterly and sadly when he mentioned his father. However, he added that Kay might perhaps be able to speak to his mother after all, but only without his father's knowledge. Then Hans thought for a little while, his eyes fixed like a woman contemplating something forbidden and looking for a way to do it with impunity, and said it might be possible the day after tomorrow his father would be going to the castle in that evening, and then he, Hans, would come and take Kay to see his mother, always assuming that she agreed, which wasn't very likely. She never did anything against his father's will. She went along with everything he wanted, even if, as Hans could see clearly, it was unreasonable. In fact, Hans was now recruiting Kay to help him against his father. It was as if he had deceived himself in thinking he wanted to help Kay, while in reality he had wanted to find out whether, since no one in the neighborhood had been any help to his mother, this stranger who had suddenly appeared and whom she had even met, Tionid, might be able to do something. Until now it would hardly have been possible to glean from the boy's appearance and words how subconsciously withdrawn and almost crafty he was. You could gather that only from his later admissions, elicited both by chance and intentionally. Now, in the course of his long conversation with Kay, he was considering the difficulties to be overcome, and with the best will in the world on Hans's part, they were all but insuperable. Deep in thought, yet still seeking help, he kept looking at Kay, and his eyes blinked restlessly. He could say nothing to his mother before his father went out, or his father would learn of it, and then it would have been all in vain, so he could mention it only later, but not suddenly and abruptly, out of consideration for his mother, but slowly and at a suitable opportunity. Only then must he ask his mother to agree. Only then could he come to fetch Kay. But wouldn't that be too late? Wouldn't the threat of his father's return be looming already? Yes, it was impossible after all. Kay, on the other hand, showed him that it was not impossible. There was no need to fear there wouldn't be enough time. A short conversation, a brief encounter would be enough, and Hans wouldn't have to come to fetch Kay, because Kay would be waiting concealed somewhere near the house, and once Hans gave him a signal, he would come at once. Oh no, said Hans, Kay mustn't wait near the house. Once again he was anxious about his mother's sensitivity. Kay mustn't set out without his mother's knowledge. Hans couldn't enter into a secret agreement with Kay. Unknown to his mother, he would have to fetch Kay from the school, and not before his mother knew about it and had given permission. Very well, said Kay. In that case it really was risky. It could be that Hans's father would find him in the family house, and even if he didn't, Hans's mother wouldn't let K come at all for fear that he would, so everything would fail because of the boy's father. But Hans denied that again, and so the argument went back and forth. Long before this, K had told Hans to leave the bench and come up to the teacher's desk, where he held him between his knees, caressing him soothingly from time to time. This physical closeness meant that, in spite of the occasional reluctance shown by Hans, they did come to an understanding. Finally, they agreed on the following plan. First, Hans would tell his mother the whole truth, but adding, to make it easier for her to agree, that K also wanted to speak to Brunswick himself, not about her though, but on some other business. This was true too, for in the course of the conversation K had recollected that, however dangerous and unpleasant Brunswick might be in other respects, he really couldn't be his K's enemy, for Brunswick, at least according to the village mayor, had been the leader of those who had wanted to have a land surveyor appointed, even if for political reasons of their own. So K's arrival in the village must be welcome to Brunswick, although it was true that in that case his surly greeting to K on the first day, and the dislike of which Hans spoke, were hard to understand. But perhaps Brunswick's feelings had been hurt because K had not turned to him for help in the first place, or perhaps there was some other misunderstanding that could be cleared up in a few words, and once that was done, K could get Brunswick's support against the teacher, indeed even against the village mayor and the entire official deception, for what else was it, through which the village mayor and the teacher were keeping him from the castle authorities and forcing him to take the job of school janitor, could be revealed. If it came to a quarrel over K between Brunswick and the village mayor, then Brunswick would have to get K on his side. K would be received as a guest in Brunswick's house. Brunswick's powers would be at his disposal in defiance of the village mayor, and who knew where all that might get him. And he would often be near the woman anyway, so he played with his dreams, and they with him, while Hans, thinking entirely of his mother, observed K's silence with concern, as you observe a doctor lost in thought, trying to find a way to treat a severely ill patient. Hans agreed to K's suggestion of saying that he wanted to speak to Brunswick about the post of land surveyor, although only because that would protect his mother from his father, and anyway it was just an emergency measure that he hoped wouldn't have to be adopted. He merely asked how K would explain the late hour of his visit to his father, and finally was satisfied to hear, although he did look a little gloomy, that K would say his intolerable position as school janitor and the teacher's humiliating treatment of him had driven all else out of his mind in a sudden fit of despair. When they had anticipated all contingencies like this, as far as anyone could tell, and the possibility of success at least needn't be entirely ruled out any longer, Hans became more cheerful, freed of the burden of thought, and he chattered away in childish fashion for a little longer, first with K and then with Frida, who had been sitting there for some time with her mind on very different subjects, and who only now began to join in the conversation again. Among other things, she asked Hans what he wanted to be when he grew up. He didn't have to think about that for long, but said he wanted to be a man like K. When asked his reasons, he wasn't able to give any, and when asked whether he really wanted to be a school janitor, he firmly said no. Only further questions elicited the workings of his mind in expressing such a wish. K's present situation was by no means enviable, but dismal and humiliating. Hans himself saw that clearly, and he didn't need to observe other people to see it. He himself would have liked to keep his mother right away from the sight of K and from anything he said. All the same, he had come to K asking for help, and was glad when K agreed to give it. He thought he had seen that other people felt the same, and above all his mother herself had mentioned K. These opposing ideas led to his belief that K might be in a low, humiliating position at the moment, but in an admittedly almost unimaginably distant future he would still triumph over everyone, and that future, foolish as the idea might be and KS proud. Rise in it looked alluring to Hans. At that price, he was even ready to accept K as he now was, the particularly childish and precocious. Nature of his wish lay in the fact that Hans looked down on K as if he were a younger boy with a longer future ahead of him than his own, a small boy's future. It was with almost mournful gravity that, under pressure from Frida, he spoke of these things, but K cheered him up again by saying he knew what Hans envied him for, his handsome, gnarled walking stick which was lying on the table and with which Hans had been absent-mindedly playing as they talked. Well, said K. He knew how to make such walking sticks, and if their plan succeeded, he would make Hans an even better one. Hans was so pleased by K's promise that it wasn't quite clear whether he might not indeed have had the walking stick in mind all the time, and he said a cheerful goodbye, not without pressing K's hand firmly and saying, "So, I'll see you the day after tomorrow." Chapter 14. Frida's Grievance. Hans had left none too soon, for next moment the teacher opened the door and cried on seeing K and Frida sitting quietly at the table, "Oh, pray forgive me for disturbing you, but can you tell me when you are finally going to tidy this place up? We're having to sit all cooped up together over there, and lessons are suffering from it, while you lounge around in the big gymnasium and you've sent the assistants away so as to have even more room for yourselves. So, kindly stand up and get moving." And he added to K alone, "And you, fellow, go and fetch me my buffet lunch from the Bridge Inn." All this was said furiously at the top of his voice, but the words were relatively inoffensive. Even the disrespectful address of Cabe as fellow. K was ready to do as he was told at once, and it was only to sound the teacher out that he said, "But I've been dismissed." "Dismissed or not, fetch me my lunch," said the teacher. "Dismissed or not is what I want to know," said K. "What are you going on about?" said the teacher. "You didn't accept the dismissal, so is that enough to cancel it out?" asked K. "Not as far as I'm concerned, believe me," said the teacher. "But extraordinarily enough, the village mayor won't hear of. So get moving or you really will be thrown out." K was pleased. So in the interim, the teacher had spoken to the village mayor, or perhaps not spoken to him but simply worked out what he expected the village mayor's opinion would be, and it was to K's advantage. Now K started straight off to fetch the buffet lunch, but the teacher called him back again from the corridor, whether because he had just wanted to test K's willingness to be of service with this special order, so that he could add more directions to it, or because he felt like giving orders and it pleased him to see K running busily back and forth like a waiter at his behest. For his part, K knew that if he gave way too far, he would become the teacher's slave and scapegoat, but he would put up with the man's whims within limits. For if the teacher, as it transpired, could not legitimately dismiss him, he could certainly make his job unpleasant to the point of being intolerable. And now K was much more anxious to keep the job than before. His conversation with Hans had given him new hope, admittedly improbable hope, and for no good reason at all, but hope not to be forgotten all the same. It almost put even Barnabas out of his mind. If he acted in accordance with it and he had no alternative, then he must do everything in his power to think of nothing else, not food and lodging, not the village authorities, not even Frida, and at Tom this was all about Frida, for everything else concerned him only in relation to her. So he had to try to keep this job which gave Frida some security, and with his eye fixed on that purpose he must not shrink from enduring more from the teacher than he could otherwise have brought himself to do. All this was not too painful. It was to be classed with the constant little pinpricks of life. It was nothing by comparison with what K was striving for, and he had not come here to lead a life of peace in high esteem. And so, while he had been ready to run straight off to the inn, he was also prepared to obey the new order to tidy up the room first, so that Miss Giza could move back with her class. But it had to be done. Very fast, for after that Kay was to fetch the lunch anyway. And the teacher said he was very hungry and thirsty. Kay assured him that he would do just as he wanted. The teacher watched for a little while as Kay made haste to clear away the bedding, put the gymnastic tuss back in its proper place and sweep up in haste while Frida washed and scoured the podium. All this industry seemed to satisfy the teacher. He pointed out that there was a heap of firewood for the stove outside the door. He wasn't going to let Kay have access to the woodshed anymore, and then he went away, threatening to be back soon and look in on the children. After some time spent working in silence, Frida asked why Kay was obeying the teacher so meekly now. She probably meant her question to show sympathetic concern, but Kay, thinking how little Frida had succeeded in keeping her original promise to protect him from the teacher's orders and his violence, just said briefly that now he was a school janitor, he must fill the post well. Then they were quiet again, until those few words reminded Kay that Frida had been deep in anxious thought for a long time, indeed through almost his entire conversation with Hans, and now, as he was carrying in firewood, he asked straight out what was on her mind. She replied, slowly looking up at him, that it was nothing in particular. She was just thinking of the landlady and how true much of what she said was. Only when Kay pressed her further did she reply at greater length, and after several refusals, but without stopping her work, which she was doing not out of zeal, since she was really getting nowhere with it, but only so as not to be forced to look at Kay. And now she told him how she had listened calmly to his conversation with Hans at first, but then, startled by some of the things Kay said, she had begun to listen more closely, and from that point on had been unable to stop, hearing in it confirmation of a warning that the landlady had given her, although she had never wanted to believe it. Kay, angered by all these generalities, more irritated than moved even by Frida's tearful voice, and above all because here came the landlady meddling in his life again, at least in his mind, since she hadn't yet had much success in person, dropped the wood he was carrying in his arms on the floor, sat down on it, and speaking seriously, insisted on a full explanation. Well, began Frida, the landlady often tried to make me doubt you right from the start. She didn't say you were lying. On the contrary, she said you were childishly honest, but your nature was so different from ours that even when you speak frankly we can hardly bring ourselves to believe you, and without a good friend like her to come to our aid we could bring ourselves to believe it only through bitter experience. It had been much the same even for her, she said, despite her keen eye for human nature. But since that last conversation she had with you at the bridge inn, I'm only repeating what she said. She had seen through you, you couldn't deceive her any more, however hard you tried to conceal your intentions. Not that he really conceals anything, she kept saying, and then she added, do try listening to him properly at every opportunity, not just superficially. Listen to what he's actually saying. That was all she said, yet what I read into it was something like this: you chatted me up. Yes, that was the vulgar term she used. Just because I happened to cross your path, you didn't dislike me, and you wrongly thought a barmaid was bound to fall for every guest who put his hand out to her. In addition, as the landlady learned from the landlord of the Castle Inn, you wanted to spend the night there for some reason or other, and whatever that reason was, I was the only way you could achieve that aim. All of this would have been enough for you to make love to me that night in the hope that more would come of it, and that more was Clam. The landlady doesn't claim to know what you want from Clam. She says only that you were as anxious to meet Clam before you knew me as you were later. The only difference was that earlier you had no hope of an interview, but now you thought you could use me as a sure way of actually getting to see Clam quickly, even of having some advantage over him. How alarmed I was, but at first only momentarily, without any deeper reasons, when you said today that before you knew me you had gone astray here. Those might be the very words the landlady used. She also says that Only after you came to know me were you sure of your purpose. That comes of your believing that, in me, you had made a conquest of one of Clam's lovers, a pledge to be redeemed at the highest price. And she said your sole aim was to negotiate with Clam over that price. As you thought nothing of me, only of the price, you were ready to make any concessions as far as I was concerned, except over the price. That's why you don't mind my losing my place at the castle. You don't mind my having to leave the bridge in two. You don't mind my having to do the hard work of a school janitor here. You have no tenderness and not even any time left for me. You leave me to the assistants. You're not jealous. I am valuable only to you because I was Clam's lover. In your ignorance, you try not to let me forget Clam so that in the end I won't fight back too hard when the crucial moment comes, yet you are also at odds with the landlady, the only person who you think could tear me from you, so you quarrel with her in order to be made to leave the bridge in with me. For you, never doubt that, so far as it is up to me, I shall be your chattel come what may. You imagine that an interview with Clam is a matter of doing a deal, cash down for cash down. You reckon on all possible idiots. Just so long as you get the price you want, you're ready to do anything. If Clam wants me, you will give me to him. If he wants you to stay with me, you will stay with me. If he wants you to reject me, you'll reject me. But you're ready for pretense too. If it's to your advantage, you will pretend to love me. You will try to counter his indifference by emphasizing your own low worth, shaming him by the fact that you are his successor, or by telling him of my confis, signs of love for him which I really did make, and asking him to take me back again after paying the price, of course. And if there is nothing else for it, then you will simply beg in the name of Mr. and Mrs. K. But, the landlady concluded, if you then see that you have been wrong in every way, in your assumptions and in your hopes, in your idea of Clam and his relationship with me, then my torments will really begin, for then more than ever I will be all you have, thing on which you rely, although at the same time it has proved worthless, and you will treat me accordingly, since you have no feeling for me but a sense of ownership. K had listened intently, his mouth firmly closed. The wood under him had started shifting so that he almost slipped and fell on the floor, but he took no notice of that. Only now did he stand up, sit down on the podium, take Frida's hand, which she feebly tried to withdraw from his, and said, I wasn't always able to tell your own opinion and the landlady's apart in what you said. It was only the landlady's opinion, said Frida. I listened to it all because I respect the landlady, but it was the first time in my life that I'd ever entirely dismissed her opinion. Everything she said seemed to me so pitiful, so far from any understanding of how matters really stood between the two of us. In fact, the truth seemed to be the complete opposite of what she said. I thought of that gloomy morning after our first night, how you knelt beside me, with a look that seemed to say all was lost. And then it really did turn out that, much as I tried, I didn't help you. I was a hindrance to you. Through me, the landlady became your enemy, a powerful enemy, and one you still underestimate. Was for my sake, because you have to provide for me, that you had to fight for your job. You were at a disadvantage with the village mayor. You had to submit to the teacher. You were at the mercy of the assistants. And the worst of it is that for my sake you may even have offended Clam. The fact that you kept wanting to see Clam was only a useless attempt to be reconciled with him somehow. And I told myself that the landlady, who must know all this much better than I did, was only trying to keep me from reproaching myself too much with her whispered insinuations. It was well meant but unnecessary trouble. My love for you would have helped me to get over anything. It would finally have buoyed you up too, if not here in the village then. Somewhere else, it had already given proof of its power in saving you from Barnabas and his family. So that was your opinion at the time, said Kay. And what has changed since then? I don't know, said Frida, looking at Kay's hand holding her own. Perhaps nothing has changed. When you are so close to me and you ask so calmly, I think nothing has changed. But in reality, she added, withdrawing her hand, sitting up straight opposite him, and shedding tears openly, holding her tear-stained face up to him as if she were not crying over herself and so had nothing to hide, as if she were in tears over chaos. Betrayal and the misery of the sight was meant for him. In reality, everything changed when I heard you talking to that boy. How innocently you began asking about his life at home, about this, that, and the other. I felt as if you were just coming into the bar, so trusting, so open-hearted, seeking to meet my eyes in such a childlike, eager way. There was no difference between then and now. I only wished the landlady were here listening to you, and I tried to stick to that opinion. But then suddenly, I don't know just how, I noticed why. You were talking to the boy like that. Your words of sympathy won his trust, which is not easily given, so that you could make straight for your goal, which I saw more and more clearly. Your goal was that woman. Your apparent concern for her now openly showed that you were thinking only of your own affairs. You are betraying the woman before you've even won her. I heard not only my past but my future. In your words, it was as if the landlady were sitting beside me, explaining it all, and I was trying to argue against her with all my might, but clearly seeing the hopelessness of any such thing, and yet it was not really I who was being deceived now, it was the other woman. And when I pulled myself together and asked Hans what he wanted to be, and he said, a man like you, he was so utterly devoted to you. Oh, what a difference was there between him now, that good boy whose trust you have abused so badly, and me then in the bar of the inn. Everything you say, said Kay, who had managed to pull himself together as he grew used to her reproachful tone. Everything you say has something in it. It is not untrue, only hostile. Those are the thoughts of the landlady, my enemy, even if you believe they are your own, and that's a comfort to me. But they are instructive. There's a lot to be learnt from the landlady. She didn't say all this to me herself, although she hasn't spared me otherwise. Obviously she handed you this weapon hoping that you would use it at a particularly bad or crucial time for me. If I am abusing your trust, then so is she. But now think, Frida, even if it were all exactly as the landlady says, it would be very bad only in one event, which is to say, if you don't love me, then and only then would I really have won your heart by calculation and cunning for the sake of advantage. Perhaps it would even have been part of my plan to make you feel sorry for me, and that was why I appeared in front of you arm in arm with Olga, and the landlady has simply forgotten to add that to the list of my misdeeds. But if that's not the case, and no cunning beast of prey snatched you away, but instead you came to me as I went to you, and we found each other, forgetting ourselves, tell me, Frida, then what? Then I am backing your cause as well as mine. There's no difference, and only an enemy like the landlady can separate the two. That's true in general, and it also applies to Hans. And in judging my conversation with Hans, your tender feelings lead you to exaggerate wildly, for if what Hans and I want is not entirely the same, no actual conflict of interests is involved, and what's more, our own difference of opinion was no secret from Hans. If you think so, then you underestimate that cautious little fellow, and even if he didn't notice anything, I hope no harm would come to anyone because of that. It's so difficult to know what to think, Kay, said Frida, sighing. I certainly didn't feel any distrust of you, and if I caught something of the kind from the landlady, I will gladly dismiss it and beg you on my knees to forgive me, which is really what I am doing constantly, even if I say nasty things. But it is still true that you've kept a good deal secret from me. You come and go, and I don't know where to and where from. When Hans knocked on the door, you even called out the name of Barnabas. If only you had ever just once uttered my name as lovingly as for some reason I don't understand you uttered that hated name. If you don't trust me, how can I feel no distrust myself? And then I'm left to the landlady, and your conduct seems to confirm what she says. Not in everything, I don't claim that it confirms her Opinion in everything, for didn't you chase the assistants away for my sake? Oh, if only you knew how hard I try to find a kernel of good for myself in all you do and say, even if it torments me. Remember, above all, Frida, said Kay, that I am not hiding the least little thing from you, but how the landlady hates me, doing all she can to part you from me, and what contemptible means she uses, and you give way to her. Frida, how you give way to her. Tell me in exactly what respect am I hiding something from you? You know that I want an interview with Clam. You also know that you can't help me to get one, so I must try by myself, and you can see that so far I haven't succeeded. I make useless attempts which humiliate me quite enough as it is, and am I to humiliate myself twice over by telling you about them? Am I to boast of having waited in vain and freezing all through a long afternoon at the door of Clam's sleigh? Happy to dismiss such thoughts at last, I hurry to you, and now I hear all these accusations of yours. What about Barnabas? Yes, I am certainly expecting him. He is Clam's messenger. But that wasn't my doing. Barnabas again, cried Frida. I can't believe he is a good messenger. You may be right, said Kay. But he's the only messenger who's been sent to me. That makes it all the worse, said Frida. You should beware of him all the more. I'm afraid he has given me no reason to beware of him yet, said Kay, smiling. He seldom comes, and what he brings is of no importance. Only the fact that it comes directly from Clam gives it any value. But look, said Frida, you aren't even making Clam your business anymore, and perhaps that's what worries me most. The way you were always wanting to go and see Clam, overriding me, was bad enough, but now you seem to want to avoid Clam, which is much worse, and something that even the landlady didn't foresee. According to the landlady, my happiness, precarious yet very real as it was, ended on the day when you finally saw that your hopes of Clam were in vain. But now you aren't even waiting for such a day anymore. All of a sudden a little boy comes along, and you begin quarreling with him over his mother as if you were fighting for the very air you breathe. You have the right idea of my conversation with Hans, said Kay. Yes, that's how it really was. But is all your earlier life really so remote from you, except, of course, for the landlady, and there's no getting rid of her, that you no longer know how one must fight to make any progress, particularly when you start from so far below? How any method offering any kind of hope must be used? And this woman comes from the castle. She told me so herself when I lost my way and visited Laisman's house on my first day here. What would be more natural than to ask her for advice or even aid? If the landlady knows about all the obstacles keeping people from Clam, then that woman probably knows the way to find him. After all, she came the same way herself. The way to Clam? Asked Frida. To Clam, yes, of course, where else? Asked Kay. Then he jumped up. But now it's high time I went to fetch that buffet lunch. Frida earnestly begged him to stay, pleading far harder than the situation required, as if only his staying would prove all the consoling things he had said to her. But Kay remembered the teacher, pointed to the door that might be flung open at any moment with a crash like thunder, and promised to come back quickly, saying she wouldn't even have to heat the stove, he would do it himself. And finally, in silence, Frida agreed. As Kay trudged through the snow outside, the path ought to have been shoveled clear a long time ago. It was strange how slowly all this work went. He saw one of the assistants still clinging to the barred fence, worn out. Only one. Where was the other? Had Kay at least broken the spirit of one of them? The remaining assistant was Serre, tamely still eager to carry on as before. You could see that when enlivened by the sight of Kay, he immediately began stretching out his arms and rolling his eyes imploringly. I must say, Kay told himself, he's a model of intransigence, but immediately he couldn't help adding it could freeze him to that fence. However, outwardly Kay had nothing to offer the assistant but a threat, shaking his fist in a manner calculated to deter him from any approach, and indeed the assistant anxiously moved some way backwards. Frida was just opening a window to air the room before the stove was lit, as she and Kay had agreed. At that, the assistant left Kay alone and stole up to the window, irresistibly drawn to it, her expression one of mingled kind feelings for the assistant and helpless pleading when she looked at Kay. She waved her hand slightly out of the window. It wasn't even clear whether that was to fend the assistant off or to welcome him, but it didn't keep him from coming closer. Then Frida quickly opened the outer window but stayed behind it, her hand on the latch, her head on one side, her eyes wide, and a fixed smile on her lips. Did she know that she was enticing rather than deterring the assistant? But Cabe did not look back anymore. He wanted to hurry as fast as possible and be back again soon. Chapter 15. At Amelia's house. At last. It was already dark. Late in the afternoon, Kay had cleared the garden path, piling up the snow and beating it down firmly on both sides of the path, and now he had finished his day's work. He stood at the garden gate with no one else in sight. He had sent the assistant off hours ago, chasing after him for quite a long way, and then the assistant had gone to hide somewhere among the little dens and huts, couldn't be seen, and had not emerged since. Frida was at home, either doing their laundry or still busy bathing Jesus' cat. It was a sign of great confidence on Jesus' part to give Frida the job of bathing the cat, unpleasant and unsuitable for her as it was, and Kay would certainly not have allowed it had it not been advisable, considering his various derelictions of duty, to seize every opportunity of getting into Jesus' good graces. Jesus had watched with pleased as Kay brought down the small child's bathtub from the attic. Water was heated, and finally the cat was picked up and carefully placed in the tub. Then Jesus had left the cat entirely to Frida. For Schwarzer, Kay's acquaintance of that first evening, had arrived, greeted Kay with a mixture of timidity, for which the foundations had been laid that evening, and the boundless disdain due to a school janitor, and then went into the other schoolroom with Jesus. Kay had been told at the bridge in that Schwarzer, although he was the son of one of the castle wardens, had been living in the village for a long time for love of Jesus, and through his connections had got the parish council to appoint him an assistant teacher, although his work in that capacity was mainly confined to missing hardly any of the lessons given by Jesus herself, sitting either on the school bench with the children or for preference at Jesus' feet on the podium. By now, he was not in the way. The children had long ago become used to him, perhaps more easily because Schwarzer neither liked nor understood children and hardly spoke to them. All he had done was to take over the gymnastics lessons from Jesus, and for the rest he was happy to be near her, to live in the air that Jesus breathed and the warmth of her presence. His greatest pleasure was to sit beside Jesus and correct the pupils' exercise books with her. They were busy with that today. Schwarzer had brought a large stack of exercise books with him. The teacher gave them his too, and as long as there was still light, Kay could see the pair of them sitting at a little table by the window, their heads together, never moving. Now all you could see there was the flickering light of two candles. It was a grave and silent love that united the couple. The tone was set by Jesus, whose lethargic nature would nonetheless sometimes break out into wild excess, but who would never have tolerated such conduct in other people at other times, and so the lively Schwarzer had to adapt to her, walk slowly, speak slowly, keep silent a great deal. However, anyone could see that he was richly rewarded for all this by Jesus' mere silent presence. Yet perhaps Jesus did not really love him at all, at least her round, gray eyes, which almost never blinked, although their pupils seemed to roll, gave no answer to such questions. You saw that she tolerated Schwarzer, but she certainly did not understand what an honor it was to be loved by the son of one of the castle wardens, and She carried her full and sensuous body in the same way whether Schwarzer's eyes were following her or not. Schwarzer, for his part, made constant sacrifices for her by staying in the village. When singers came from his father to fetch him back, as they often did, he dispatched them with as much indignation as if being briefly reminded by them of the castle and his duty as a son was a harsh and irremediable disruption of his happiness. However, he really had plenty of spare time, for in general Giza would keep him company. Only during lessons and while they were correcting exercises, not in any spirit of calculation but because she liked her comfort and, therefore being alone more than anything, and was probably happiest when she could stretch out on the sofa at home at complete liberty beside her cat, who never bothered her at all, since it could hardly even move anymore. So Schwarzer drifted around with nothing to do for a large part of the day, but he enjoyed that too, for it always gave him the chance, a chance which he often seized, to go to Lion Alley where Giza lived, climb up to her little attic room, listen at the door, which was always locked, and then go away again after hearing nothing inside the room but the most complete and strange silence. The consequences of this way of life did show in him some times, but never in Jesus' presence, only in ridiculous outbursts at moments when he once more felt wounded in his official pride, which to be sure did not suit his present situation. When such incidents occurred, they usually turned out rather badly, as Kay had discovered for himself. The only surprising thing was that Schwarzer was spoken of with a certain respect, at least at the bridge, even in matters that hardly merited it but were rather ridiculous, and the respect felt for him extended to Giza. All the same, it was not right for Schwarzer, as an assistant teacher, to feel so vastly superior to Kay. No such superiority in fact existed. A school janitor is someone of great importance to the teaching staff of a school, certainly to a teacher of Schwarzer's kind. He may not be disdained with impunity, and if such disdain is felt, if someone feels he must show it for reasons of his own status, something suitable should at least be done in recompense. Kay liked to think of that now and then, and Schwarzer was still in his debt from that first evening. The debt had not been diminished by the fact that the next few days had shown Schwarzer's reception of him to be so wrecked. For that reception, it must not be forgotten, might have determined the course of all that followed it. Because of Schwarzer, the full attention of the authorities had, nonsensically enough, been drawn to Kay that very first hour, when he was still a total stranger in the village, knowing no one, with nowhere to go, worn out by his long journey on foot, helpless as he lay there on the straw mattress, at the mercy of every attack from the authorities on high. Only a night later it might all have gone differently, smoothly, and in some privacy. At least no one would have known anything about him, would have had no suspicion, would at least not have hesitated to let him spend a day with them as a traveling craftsman. They would have seen how useful and reliable he was. Word of it would have gone around the neighborhood. He would probably soon have found a job as a manservant somewhere. Of course, he would not have challenged the authorities, but there was a great difference between call ING Central Office or someone else to the telephone in the middle of the night on his account, asking an official in Central Office to make an instant decision, and moreover asking him to do this with apparent humility but irritating persistence, especially when the person doing the asking was Schwarzer, who was probably not popular up there and going to knock on the village mayor's door next day instead. Kay could have gone there during working hours, could have said, as the situation required, that he was a stranger here, a traveling journeyman who had found a bed for the night with a certain resident of the parish and was probably going on in the morning unless he found work here, improbable as that might be. Work for only a few days, naturally, on no account would he stay any longer. That, or something like it, was how matters would have gone. But for Schwarzer, the authorities would have looked into his case. All the same, but at leisure, in the line of business, undisturbed by the impatience of the party pressing them for answers, whom they ably particularly disliked. Well, Kay was not to blame for any of this. It was Schwarzer's fault, but Schwarzer was the son of a castle war den and to outward appearance had behaved perfectly correctly, so could only be chalked up against Kay. And what was the ludicrous reason for the whole thing? Perhaps a little spurt of temper on Jesus' part that day which had left Schwarzer wandering around at night, suffering from insomnia, and taking his annoyance out on Kay. Looking at it from the other side, of course you could say that Kay owed a good deal to Schwarzer's conduct. That alone had made something possible that Kay would never have done on his own, would never have dared to try on his own, and for their part the authorities would hardly have allowed it. From the first he had come face to face with those authorities, so far as that was possible, openly and without equivocation. But that was a poor sort of compensation. It might spare Kay a good deal of lying and secretiveness, but it also left him almost defenseless, or at least put him at a disadvantage in his struggle, and could have cast him into despair had he not felt obliged to remember the disproportionate balance of power between the authorities and himself. All the lies and cunning of which he might be capable could not have done much against that disproportion, but must have been only a relatively minor factor. However, this was only an idea entertained by Kay to console himself. Schwarzer was still indebted to him all the same, and if he had done Kay harm at first, perhaps he could help now, for Kay was going to need help in future. In the slightest things, in his basic prerequisites, and Barnabas seemed to have failed him once more. For Frida's sake Kay had hesitated all day to go to Barnabas's home, to avoid having to receive him in front of Frida. He had worked out of doors, and after the work was done had stayed outside waiting for Barnabas, but Barnabas did not come. Now there was nothing for it but to visit the sisters, just for a little while. He would simply stand in the doorway to ask his question, and he'd soon be back. So he rammed the shovel into the snow and went off. He arrived at the Barnabas family's house out of breath, knocked briefly, flung the door open, and asked, paying no attention to what the room looked like, "Hasn't Barnabas come in yet?" Only now did he notice that Olga wasn't there, that once again the two old people were drowsing at the table, which was a long way from Kay. They still hadn't taken in the fact of his arrival at the door, and turned their faces to look his way only slowly, and finally that Amalia was lying under some rugs on the bench beside the stove, and, in her first fright at Kay's appearance, had started up and was holding her hand to her forehead to recover herself. If Olga had been here, then she would have replied at once, and Kay would have been able to leave again, but as it was he had to take at least the few steps that would bring him to Amalia. He offered her his hand, which she pressed in silence, and asked her to keep her alarmed parents from wandering off, which she did with a few words. Kay learned that Olga was out in the yard chopping wood. The exhausted Amalia, she did not say why she was exhausted, had had to lie down just now, and no, Barnabas was not home yet, but he was sure to come in very soon, for he never stayed at the castle overnight. Kate thanked her for the information. Now he was free to go again, but Amalia asked if he wouldn't like to wait for Olga. He was sorry, he said he had no time just now. Then Amalia asked if he had already spoken to Olga that day. Surprised, he answered in the negative and asked whether there was anything in particular that Olga wanted to tell him. Amalia curled her lip as if mildly annoyed, nodded silently to Kay, clearly in farewell, and lay down again. From her reclining position she scrutinized him as if surprised to see that he was still there. Her gaze was cold, clear, fixed as ever, and was not precisely directed at what she was observing, instead passing by it almost imperceptibly, but without any doubt, which was disturbing. It did not seem to be due to weakness or embarrassment or dishonesty, but to a constant desire for privacy which dominated every other feeling, and perhaps she herself became aware of it only in this way. Kay thought he remembered that this look of hers had occupied his mind on that first evening, indeed probably the entire unattractive impression the family had immediately made on him derived from it. In itself her expression was not ugly, but proud, and showed genuine reserve. "You are always so sad, Amalia," said Kay. "Is something troubling you? Can't you tell me? I've never seen a country girl like you before. Only now has that really occurred to me. Do you come from this village? Were you born here?" Amalia said yes, as if Kay had asked only the last question, and then added, "So you will wait for Olga, then?" "I don't know why you keep asking the same thing," said Kay. "I can't stay any longer because my fiancé expects me home." Amalia propped herself on her elbows. She said she didn't know anything about any fiancé. Kay told her Frida's name. Amalia said she didn't know her. She asked if Olga knew about the engagement, and Kay said he thought so. After all, Olga had seen him with Frida, and such news spread quickly in the village. However, Amalia assured him that Olga was unlikely to know about it, and it would make her very unhappy, for she seemed to be in love with Kay herself. She hadn't said anything about it openly, for she was very reserved, but she involuntarily betrayed her love. Kay was sure, he said, that Amalia was wrong. Amalia smiled, and that smile, although a sad one, lit up her somber face, made her silence eloquent and her strangeness familiar. It was like the telling of a secret, a hitherto closely guarded posse. Sound that could be taken back again, but never taken back entirely. Amalia said she was sure she wasn't wrong. Why? She knew even more. She knew that Kay liked Olga too, and that his visits, on the pretext of some message or another from Barnabas, were really to see Olga. But now that Amalia knew all about it, he didn't have to be so strictly cautious and could come more often. That was all she'd wanted to tell him, she added. Kay shook his head and thought of his engagement. Amalia didn't seem to be giving that engagement much thought. The immediate impression made on her by Kay, who, after all, was standing in front of her alone, was what mattered to her. She asked only when Kay had met the girl Frida. He had been in the village only a few days. Kay told her about the evening at the castle inn, to which Amalia said only, and briefly, that she had been very much against anyone's taking him there. She called on Olga to vouch for that, for her sister was just coming in with an armful of wood, fresh and pink-cheeked from the cold air, lively and strong, as if her usual heavy immobility indoors were transformed by the work outside. She threw the wood down, greeted Kay without embarrassment, and immediately asked after Frida. Kay cast Amalia a meaning glance, but she did not seem to think herself refuted yet. A little annoyed by that, Kay talked about Frida at greater length than he would have done otherwise, describing the difficult circumstances in which she was trying to keep house somehow or other in the school, and in the haste of telling his tale, for he wanted to go straight home, he forgot himself so far that, as he took his leave, he invited the sisters to visit him sometime. But now he did feel alarm and stopped, while Amalia immediately said, without giving him time to say another word, that she would accept the invitation. So now Olga had to say so too, and she did. Kay, however, still harried by his feeling that he ought to get away in a hurry, and uneasy under Amalia's gaze, did not hesitate to say bluntly that the invitation had been entirely unconsidered. He had made it only out of personal inclination, but unfortunately he would have to withdraw it since there was such hostility, although for his own part he didn't know why, between Frida on the one hand and Barnabas and his family on the other. "Oh, it's not hostility," said Amalia, getting up from the bench and dropping the rug behind her. "It's nothing that looms as large as that. It's just a case of going along with public opinion. Well, off you go to your fiancé. I can see what a hurry you're in, and never fear that we shall come and see you. I said we would at first only as a joke, out of malice, But you can come and see us when you like. There's no difficulty about that. You can always give Barnabas's messages as an excuse. I'll make it still easier for you by saying that even if Barnabas brings you a message from the castle, he can't go to the school to see you. He can't run about like that. Poor lad, he's wearing himself out. In the service of the castle, you'll have to come to fetch the message yourself. Kay had never heard Amalia make such a long speech, and it did not sound like the usual way she spoke. There was a kind of haughtiness in it, felt not only by Kay but also, obviously, by her sister, Olga, who knew her well. She stood a little to one side, hands held in her lap, once again in her usual attitude, stooping slightly and with legs apart. Her eyes were fixed on Amalia, while Amalia looked only at Kay. "This is all a mistake," said Kay. "You are much mistaken if you think I'm not serious about waiting for Barnabas. Getting my affairs with the authorities into order is my dearest, indeed my only wish, and Barnabas is going to help me achieve it. Much of my hope is set on him. To be sure, he has disappointed me badly once, but that was more my own fault than his. It happened in the confusion of my first hours here. I thought at the time I could get everything done on a little evening walk, and then I bore him a grudge because the impossible proved to be impossible indeed. That has influenced me, even in assessing your family and you yourselves, but that's all over. I think I know you better now. You are even," here Kay looked for the right word, did not find it at once, and contented himself by saying something like what he meant. "You may well be more kindly disposed than any of the other village people, as far as I yet know them. But Amalia, you bewilder me again when you make so light, if not of your brother's job, then of his importance to me. Perhaps you are not in the know about Barnabas's affairs. So very well, and I will let the matter rest. But perhaps you are in the know indeed. That's the impression I get. And then it's bad, then it would mean that your brother is deceiving me." "Never fear," said Amalia. "I am not in the know. Nothing could induce me to let anyone tell me about his affairs, nothing, not even consideration for you, and I would do a good deal for you, for as you said, we are kindly disposed people. But my brother's affairs are his own. I know nothing about them except what I hear now and then by chance and involuntarily. On the other hand, Olga can tell you all about it because she's very close to him." And Amalia went away, first to her parents, with whom she had a whispered conversation, and then into the kitchen. She had left without taking her leave of Kay, as if she knew he would stay a good deal longer and goodbyes were not needed. Chapter 17. Amalia's Secret. "Judge for yourself," said Olga. "And by the way, it sounds very simple, so you may not understand at once what great significance it can have. There's an official at the castle called Sordini. Oh, I've heard of him before," said Kay. "He had something to do with my appointment." "I don't think so," said Olga. "Sordini hardly ever appears in public. Aren't you mixing him up with Sordini, spelt with a D?" "You're right," said Kay. "It was Sordini." "Yes," said Olga. "Sordini is very well known. He's one of the most industrious of the officials, and there are many stories about him. Sordini, on the other hand, is extremely reserved and a stranger to most of us. It's over 3 years ago that I saw him for the first and last time, on 3 July at a fire brigade festival. The castle joined in the festivities by donating a new fire engine. Sordini, who was said to be partly involved in the affairs of the fire brigade, or perhaps he was only deputizing for someone else. The officials very commonly deputize for each other, so it's difficult to be sure which of them is responsible for what. Anyway, Sordini took part in the presentation of the fire engine, and of course, other people from the castle came too, officials and their servants, and Sordini, as suits his character, kept right in the background. He is a small, puny, thoughtful gentleman, and all who saw him noticed the frown on his brow, remarkable because all the lines in it, and there were a great many, although he can't be over 40, fanned out over his forehead to the bridge of his nose. I've never seen anything like it. Well, so the day of the Fire Brigade Festival came. Amalia and I had been looking forward to it for weeks. We had freshened up our Sunday best, and Amalia's dress in particular was very fine, with her white blouse ruffled in front with row upon row of lace. Our mother had lent Amalia all her own lace. I was envious at the time and cried half the night before the party. Only when the landlady of the Bridge Inn came to look us over in the morning. The landlady of the Bridge Inn? Asked Kay. Yes, said Olga. She was great friends with us, so she dropped in, and she had to admit that Amalia had the advantage over me, and to cheer me up she lent me her own bohemian garnet necklace. When we were ready to go out, and Amalia was standing there in front of me, we all admired her, and Father said, "Amalia will find a sweetheart today, you mark my words." And then, I don't know why I took off the necklace though. I'd been so proud of it, and put it round Amalia's neck. I wasn't at all envious anymore. I acknowledged her triumph, and I thought everyone was sure to pay her tribute. Perhaps we felt surprised that she looked different from usual because she wasn't really beautiful, but that dark glance of hers, she's kept it ever since, passed right over us, and we instinctively felt like bowing to her and almost did. Everyone noticed, including Laisman and his wife, who came to fetch us. Laisman? Asked Kay. Yes, Laisman, said Olga. We were highly respected at the time, and in fact the party couldn't very well have begun without us because our father was trainer number 3 with the fire brigade. Was your father still so robust at the time? Asked Kay. Father? Asked Olga, as if she didn't entirely understand the question. Why, 3 years ago he was still a relatively young man. For instance, during a fire at the castle inn he carried out one of the officials on his back at a run, a heavy man called Galater *. I was there myself. There was no danger of a real conflagration, it was the dry wood stacked beside a stove that started smoking, that was all, but Galater took fright and called out of the window for help. So the fire brigade came, and my father had to carry him out even though the fire was extinguished by then. Well, Galater doesn't move easily, so he has to be cautious in such cases. I'm telling you this only on my father's account, but it can't be much more than 3 years since that day, and now see how he sits there. Only then did Kay see that Amalia was back in the room, but she was some way away from them, at the table with her parents, where she was feeding her mother, who couldn't move her arthritic arms, and talking to her father, asking him to wait patiently for his meal. She would soon get around to feed him too. But what she said had no effect, for her father, greedily waiting for his soup, overcame his own physical weakness and tried, sometimes sipping soup from his spoon, sometimes drinking it straight from the plate, and he grumbled when he couldn't manage either, for the spoon was empty long before it reached his mouth, and when he tried the plate his drooping mustache, but not his mouth, got into the soup, which sprayed and dripped all over the place, anywhere except into the old man's mouth. Is this what 3 years have done to him? Asked Kay, but he still felt revulsion rather than pity for the old people at that corner of the family table. 3 years, said Olga slowly, or rather just a few hours at a party. The festival was held on a meadow outside the village, by the stream. There was already a large crowd when we arrived, and a great many people had come from the neighboring villages too. The noise was really bewildering. First of all, of course, our father took us to see the new fire engine, and he laughed with delight at the sight of it. A new fire engine made him a happy man. He began touching it and explaining it to us. He wouldn't let anyone say a word to contradict him or seem cool about it in any way, and if he wanted to point out something underneath the fire engine, we all had to bend down and almost crawl under it. Barnabas, who was reluctant to do that, earned himself a slap. Only Amalia took no notice of the fire engine, but stood there very upright in her beautiful dress, and no one dared say anything to her. I sometimes went over to her and took her arm, but she still said nothing. Even today I can't explain to myself how it came about that we stood there so long by the fire engine, and only when our father moved away from it did we notice Sordini, who had obviously been behind the engine all this time, leaning against a lever that operated it. There was certainly a very loud noise, not just the kind you usually hear at parties, because the castle had also sent the fire brigade some trumpets, special instruments on which you could play the wildest of music with very little difficulty or effort. Even a child could have done it. Hearing that noise, you'd have thought the Turks asterisk were upon us, and no one could get used to it. We all jumped every time the trumpets sounded, and knew as they were, everyone wanted to try playing one, and since it was a public festival one and all were allowed to have a go, there were some of those trumpet players around us, perhaps attracted by the sight of Amalia, and it was difficult to think straight in such a racket. It was as much as we could do to pay attention to the fire engine as well as our father demanded, and that was why we failed to notice Sordini, whom we hadn't known at all before for such an unusually long time. "There's Sordini," Laisman whispered to our father at last. I was standing close to them. Our father bowed deeply and signed frantically to us to bow too. Without ever meeting him, our father had always respected Sordini as an expert on the fire brigade and had often mentioned him at home, so now seeing him in person was a great surprise and meant a lot to us. However, Sordini took no notice of us. It wasn't his way to notice people, and in fact most of the officials seemed indifferent to all they saw in public. In addition, he was tired. Only his official duty kept him down here, and it's not always the worst of the officials who find such duties as representing the castle a severe trial. Now that they were there, other officials and their servants mingled with the people, but Sordini stayed put beside the fire engine, his silence repelling everyone who tried to approach him with some request or flattering remark. So it was that he noticed us only after we had noticed him. It wasn't until we bowed respectfully and Father began making excuses for us that he glanced our way, looked wearily from one to another of us, as if he could only sigh to see yet another person standing by the person before, until he came to Amalia, and his eyes lingered on her. He had to look up at her, because she was much taller than he was. Then he gave a start of surprise and climbed over the shafts of the fire engine to get closer to Amalia. We misunderstood that at first, and, led by our father, we all tried to approach him, but he raised a hand to fend us off and then waved us away. That was all. We teased Amalia, saying she really had found a sweetheart, and stupid as we were cracking jokes all afternoon, but Amalia was more silent than ever. She's head over heels in love with Sordini, said Brunswick, who is always rather coarse and doesn't understand natures like Amalia's, but this time we almost agreed with him. Altogether, we were in a mood for tomfoolery that day, and all of us except Amalia were slightly dazed by the sweet wine from the castle when we came home after midnight. "What about Sordini?" asked Kay. "Ah yes, Sordini," said Olga. "I saw Sordini many times in passing during the festivities, sitting on the shafts of the fire engine with his arms crossed over his chest, and he stayed there until the carriage from the castle came to fetch him. He didn't even stay to see the fire brigade drilling, in which our father distinguished himself more than anyone else of his age, hoping that Sordini was watching." "And did you hear no more of him?" asked Kay. "You all seemed to go in great awe of Sordini." Oh yes," said Olga. "And yes, we did hear more of him. Next morning we were woken from our tipsy slumbers by a cry from Amalia. The rest of us went straight back to bed, but I was wide awake now and ran to Amalia, where she stood at the open window holding a letter that a man had just handed in. The man was waiting for an answer. Amalia had read the letter. It was a short one, and was holding it in her hand, which hung down limply by her side. I always loved her so much when she looked as tired as that. I knelt down beside her and read the letter. As soon as I had finished it, Amalia took it back after a brief glance at me, but she couldn't bring herself to read it again. She tore it up, threw the pieces out into the face of the man waiting outside, and closed the window. That crucial morning was the turning point. Call it crucial, but every moment of the afternoon before had been just as crucial too. And what did the letter say? Asked Kay. Oh yes, I haven't told you yet, said Olga. Well, the letter was from Sordini, and addressed to the girl with the garnet necklace. I can't reproduce the contents, but he was commanding her to go to him at the Castle Inn, and at once too, Sordini said, because he would have to leave again in half an hour's time. The letter was written in the most vulgar language, using words I had never heard before. I could only half guess what they meant from the context. Anyone who didn't know Amalia and had read that letter would have thought her honored by the fact that someone could dare to address her in such a way, even though no man had ever touched her. And it wasn't a love letter, there wasn't an affectionate word in it. Indeed, Sordini was obviously angry to think that the sight of Amalia had affected him so much and had taken his mind off his business. We worked out later that Sordini had probably meant to go back up to the castle on the evening of the festival, but had stayed in the village because of Amalia, and in the morning, feeling angry with himself because he hadn't succeeded in forgetting her overnight, he had written that letter. At first, you couldn't help feeling indignant at its language and its cold-blooded tone, but then its harsh threats would probably have inspired fear in anyone but Amalia. Amalia, however, remained indignant. She doesn't know the meaning of fear for herself or for other people. And as I crept back to bed, repeating to myself the unfinished closing sentence of the letter, you had better come at once, or else. Amalia stayed where she was on the window seat, looking out as if she expected further messengers, and was ready to treat every one of them as she had treated the first. So that's what the officials are like, said Kay, his voice faltering. To think that there are such characters among them. What did your father do? I hope he complained of Sordini forcefully in the proper quarters if he didn't decide to go straight to the Castle Inn as the shortest and most certain way. The nastiest part of the story is not the insult to Amalia, which could easily be rectified. I don't know why you make so much of it. How could Sordini really have disgraced Amalia forever by writing her such a letter? From what you say, one might suppose he had, but that's impossible. It would have been easy to get satisfaction for Amalia, and the incident would have been forgotten in a few days. So it wasn't Amalia whom Sordini disgraced, but himself. It's from Sordini that I recoil, from him and the idea that someone can so use his power. Well, his abuse of power failed here because his intentions were stated clearly, were entirely transparent, and he found a stronger opponent in Amalia, but in 1,000 other cases, where the circumstances were only slightly less favorable, it could have succeeded and never been noticed at all, even by the victim of his abuse. Hush, said Olga. Amalia is looking at us. Amalia had finished feeding her parents and was now busy undressing her mother. She had just undone her skirt. She placed her mother's arms around her neck, raised them slightly, stripped off the skirt, and then sat quietly down again, her father still querulously protesting because she was attending to her mother first, obviously only because the old woman was even more helpless than he was. Tried undressing himself, perhaps to punish his daughter because he thought she was dawdling, but all the same he began with the least essential and easiest to remove of his garments the loose outside slippers in which his feet flopped about, but there was no way he could take them off. He had to give up, breathing heavily, and leaned back stiffly in his chair. You don't understand what the crucial point was, said Olga. You may be right in all you say, but the crucial point was that Amalia didn't go to the Castle Inn. In itself, the way she treated the Sanger might have been glossed over, that could have been hushed. It was because she didn't go that our family was doomed, and then her treatment of the messenger also became unpardonable. In fact, much was made of it for public consumption. "What?" cried Kay. But he immediately lowered his voice when Olga raised her hands. Pleadingly. "You, her own sister, are surely not saying that Amalia ought to have obeyed Sordini and gone to the castle in—" "No," said Olga, "heaven forbid. How can you think that? I know no one who is as firmly in the right as Amalia in everything she does. If she had gone to the castle, and I would have thought her conduct just as so wrecked. But her refusal to go was heroic. As for me, I'll admit to you frankly, if I had received such a letter I would have gone. Couldn't have borne the fear of the consequences if I hadn't. Only Amalia could face them. There were many ways out. Another girl would have made her face up prettily, for instance, and made sure it took her some time, and then she would have gone to the castle inn to discover that Sordini had already gone, perhaps that he'd left directly after sending the message, which in fact is very likely, for the gentle men's whims don't last long. But Amalia didn't do that or anything like it. She was too deeply insulted, and she returned a forthright answer. If she had only somehow or other appeared to obey, if she had just crossed the threshold of the castle in that day, disaster might have been averted. We have some very clever lawyers here who know how to make anything you like out of almost nothing, but in this case even that helpful nothing wasn't available. On the contrary, we were left with the dishonoring of Sortini's letter and the insult offered to his messenger. "But what disaster," said Kay. "And what kind of lawyers? Surely Amalia couldn't be prosecuted or act ally punished for Sortini's criminal behavior." "Oh yes, she could," said Olga. "Not after a regular trial, of course, and she was not punished directly, but in another way, she and our whole family. And now I suppose you are beginning to understand how harsh that punishment is. It seems to you unjust and monstrous, but that is not the general opinion in the village. Your view of the affair is kind to us and ought to console us, and so it would if it didn't obviously arise from misconceptions. I can easily prove that to you, and forgive me if I mention Frida here, but apart from its final outcome, the relationship between Frida and Clam was very like the relationship between Amalia and Sordini. That may shock you at first, but you will find that I am right, and it is not a case of habit. Feelings do not become blunted by dint of habit when it's a simple matter of judgment. One just has to abandon one's misconceptions." "No, Olga," said Kay, "I don't know why you want to go dragging Frida into this. It wasn't like that at all with her. So please don't confuse two such fundamentally different cases. But go on with your story, please," said Olga. "Don't take offense if I stand by my comparison. You still have some misconceptions about Frida too, if you think you have to defend her against a comparison. She is not to be defended, merely praised. If I compare the cases, I don't say they are the same. They are like black and white to each other, and Frida is white. At the worst, people may laugh at Frida, as I was ill-mannered enough to do in the bar. I was very sorry for that later. But even those who laugh at her, whether out of malice or envy, well, they can still laugh. But Amalia can only be despised by those who aren't her blood relations. That's why they are, as you say, fundamentally different cases, but all the same they are similar." "They are not similar," said Kay, shaking his head indignantly. "Leave Frida out of this. Frida never received any charming letter such as the one sent to Amalia by Sordini, and Frida really loved Clam. Anyone who doubts that can ask her. She still loves him today." "Are those such great differences?" asked Olga. "Do you think Clam might not have written to Frida in just the same terms? That's how the gentlemen behave when they get up from their desks. They're ill at ease in their distraction, they will say some very coarse things, not all of them, but many do. In Sortini's mind, his letter to Amalia may have been written in total disregard of what he actually set down on the paper. What do we know of the gentleman's minds? Didn't you hear the tone in which Clam spoke? To Frida for yourself, or haven't you been told about it? Everyone knows that Clam is very coarse. I'm told he will say nothing for hours on end, and then suddenly he comes out with something so coarse that it makes you shudder. We don't know anything like that about Sordini, but then we aren't acquainted with him anyway. All we really know of him is that his name is very like Sordini's, and but for that similarity of their names, we probably wouldn't know anything at all about him. He probably also gets confused with Sordini as an expert on the fire brigade, because Sordini is the real expert, but he makes use of the similarity of their names to land Sordini with the duty of deputizing for him so that he himself can go on with his work undisturbed. Well, when a man as unused to the ways of the world as Sordini is suddenly smitten by love for a village girl, Natur ally, it's not like the carpenter's journeyman next door falling in love with a girl. And we must remember that there is a great distance between an official and a shoemaker's daughter, a distance that has to be bridged somehow. Sordini tried it in that way, someone else might try another. Yes, it is said that we all belong to the castle, and there is no distance at all, no gap to be bridged, and in the usual way. That may be so, but unfortunately we've had an opportunity of seeing that when it comes to the point it isn't. Anyway, all this will have made it easier for you to understand Sordini's behavior and see it as less monstrous. In fact, compared with Clam's, it is indeed far easier to understand and far easier to bear, even to someone closely concerned. When Clam writes an affectionate letter, it is more embarrassing than the coarsest letter that Sordini could pen. Don't misunderstand me, I wouldn't venture to judge Clam. I'm only making the comparison because you won't hear of it. But Clam acts like a military commander with women. He orders now one of them and now another to come to him. He doesn't keep any of them for long, and then he orders them to leave again in just the same way. Oh, Clam wouldn't even give himself the trouble of writing a letter at all. And is it, by comparison, still a monstrous thing for Sordini, who keeps himself to himself so much, about whose relationships with women we know nothing, to say the least, to sit down one day and write a letter in his fine official handwriting, even if it is a disgusting letter? And if there is no difference between that and Clam's favors, but rather the opposite, then will Frida's love create one? The relationship between the women and the officials, believe me, is very difficult to judge, or perhaps very easy. There is never any lack of love in this place. The official's love is never quite. In that respect, it isn't praise to say of a girl, and of course, I'm not talking about Frida, that she gave herself to an official only because she loved him. She loved him and gave herself to him, yes, but there is nothing praiseworthy in it. However, you will say that Amalia did not love Sordini. Well, she didn't love him, or perhaps she did love him after all. Who can say? Not even Amalia herself. How can she think she loved him if she rejected him in such strong terms? Very likely no official was ever rejected in those terms before. Barnabas says that she still sometimes trembles with the same tie-in as when she closed the window 3 years ago. That's true too. So there's no need to ask her. She has broken with Sordini, and that's all she knows. She has no idea whether she loves him or not. But we know that women can't help loving officials when the officials turn to them. Indeed, they love the officials even before that, much as they may deny it, and Sordini didn't just turn to Amalia, he jumped over the shafts of the fire engine at the sight of her. He jumped over them, with his official legs still stiff from sitting working at his desk. But Amalia is an exception, you will say. Yes, she is. She showed it when she refused to go to Sordini. That was exceptional enough. However, to say that in addition she didn't love Sordini would be almost too exceptional. That would be beyond understanding. We were certainly blind that afternoon, but the fact that we thought we saw something of Amalia's lovesick state even through the mists before our eyes showed that we did have some idea of it. Well, put all this together, And what's the difference between Frida and Amalia then? Only that Frida did what Amalia wouldn't do. Maybe, said Kay. But for me, the main difference is that Frida is my fiancée, while fundamentally, Amalia matters to me only in being the sister of Barnabas, who is a castle messenger, and perhaps her fate is linked to Barnabas's employment. If an official had done her such a great injustice as it seemed to me at first from your story, it would have weighed on my mind a great deal, but even so, more as a public scandal than because of Amalia's private suffering. Now, after your story, the picture does indeed change into one that I don't entirely understand, but you are the one telling the tale and making it sound plausible enough, so I'll be perfectly happy to drop the subject entirely. I am no fireman. What does Sordini matter to me? Frida does matter to me, however, and it is strange to me that you, whom I trusted entirely and would like to go on trusting, keep attacking Frida through Amalia in that roundabout way, trying to make me suspect her. I don't think you are doing it on purpose, let alone with malicious intent, or I would have had to leave long ago. So you aren't doing it on purpose. Circumstances make you do it out of love for Amalia. You try to elevate her above all other women, and as you can't find enough that's worthy in Amalia herself for your purpose, you resort to running other women down. What Amalia did is remarkable, but the more you tell me about it, the less anyone can say whether it was a great or a small thing to do, clever or foolish, heroic or cowardly. Amalia keeps her reasons to herself, and no one will worm them out of her. Frida, on the other hand, has done nothing remarkable, only followed her heart. That's clear to all who look at the situation in the right light. Anyone can see that. There's no room for gossip. However, I don't want to run Amalia down myself or defend Frida. I just want to make my feelings for Frida clear to you and point out that any attack on Frida is also an attack on me. I came here of my own free will, and I have settled here of my own free will, but all that has happened since, and above all my future prospects, somber as they may be, still they do exist. All this I owe to Frida, there's no arguing that away. It is true that I was appointed here as a land surveyor, but that was only for show. People were playing with me, driving me from pillar to post, and they are still playing with me today, but it's so much more involved now. I have gained in stature, so to speak, and that in itself is something. Little as it all may mean, I have a home, a position, and real work. I have a fiancée who, when I have other business, will do my work for me. I am going to marry her and become a member of this community, and outside the official relationship, I have a personal one with Clam, even if so far I admit I have been unable to exploit it. Isn't that something? And when I visit you, who is it you're welcoming in? To whom do you confide your family story? From whom do you hope for a chance of some kind of help, even if only a tiny, improbable chance? Not from the land surveyor who only a week ago was forcibly expelled from Laisman's house by the householder himself and Brunswick. No, you hope to get it from a man who already has a certain power, but I owe that power to Frida, who is so modest that if you were to try asking her about it, she would certainly claim to know nothing at all. And yet it seems to me that Frida, in her innocence, has done more than Amalia in all her arrogance, because you see, I have the impression that you are looking for help for Amalia. And from whom? In fact, from none other than Frida. Did I really speak so badly of Frida? Said Olga. I certainly didn't mean to, and I didn't think I had, but it is possible. In our situation, we are at odds with all the world, and if we begin to complain of our fate, we get carried away, we hardly know where. And you are right, there is a great difference now between us and Frida, and it is as well to emphasize that for once. 3 years ago, we were well-to-do girls, and Frida only an orphan who was dairy maid at the Bridge Inn. We passed her by without a glance. We were certainly too arrogant, but that's how we had been brought up. That evening in the castle inn, however, you saw the present state of affairs. Frida with the whip in her hand, and I among the servants. But it is even worse. Frida may despise us, that's in line with her position, it's inevitable in the circumstances. However, who does not despise us? Those who decide to despise us join the vast majority of society. Do you know Frida's successor? Her name is Peppy. I met her only yesterday evening. She used to be a chambermaid. She certainly despises me even more than Frida does. She saw me from the window as I came to fetch beer, hurried to the door, and locked it. I had to spend a long time begging her to open the door, and before she would let me in, she made me promise her the ribbon in my hair. But when I gave it to her, she threw it away in a corner. Well, she may despise me, for in part 1 am dependent on her goodwill, and she is a barmaid at the Castle Inn, although only temporarily, and she certainly doesn't have the qualifications for a permanent appointment. There, you have only to hear how the landlord speaks to Peppy, and compare it with the tone he used to adopt in talking to Frida. But that doesn't keep Peppy from despising Amalia too. Amalia, a glance from whose eyes alone would be enough to send little Peppy with all her braids and bows running out of the room faster than she could go, on her fat little legs of her own accord. Yesterday I heard her, yet again, saying such outrageous things about Amalia that finally the guests took my side, although in the same way as you have seen for yourself. How frightened you are, said Kay. I was only giving Frida her due. I wasn't trying to run you down, as you now seem to think. Your family seems special to me as well, I have not hidden it, but how that special quality can arouse disdain I don't understand. Okay, said Olga. I'm afraid even you will understand it yet. Can't. You see how Amalia's conduct to Sordini was what first caused that disdain? That really would be strange, said Kay. Amalia may be admired or condemned for her conduct, but why disdained? And if people really feel disdain for Amalia out of some feeling that I don't understand, why would it be extended to the rest of you, her innocent family? It really is too bad if Peppy despises you, and if I am ever in the Castle Inn again, I shall give her a good scolding. But Kay, said Olga, if you were to try changing the minds of everyone who despises us, it would be hard work because it all starts with the castle. I still remember the late morning of that same day. Brunswick, who was our assistant at the time, had come as usual. Our father had given him work to do and sent him home, and we were sitting at lunch. Everyone was very lively except for Amalia and me. Our father kept talking about yesterday's festivities. He had all kinds of plans for the fire brigade. The castle, you see, has its own fire brigade and had sent a detachment of it to the party. There had been a great deal of discussion with the castle firemen. The gentleman from the castle had seen all that our own firemen could do, and the result was very much in our favor. There had been talk of the need to reorganize the castle fire brigade. Instructors from the village would be called in. Some of them were being considered, and our father hoped that he would be chosen. He was talking about it now, and as he had a pleasant habit of talking at length at mealtimes, he sat there, his arms resting on the table, and as he looked out of the open window and up at the sky, his face was so young, so happy and hopeful, and I was never to see him like that again. Then Amalia said, with an air of knowing better that we had not seen in her before, that we ought not to trust the gentlemen very much when they said such things. The gentlemen liked to say some thing pleasing on such occasions, but it meant very little or nothing at all. No sooner was it said than it was forgotten forever, but next time people would fall for their tricks again. Our mother reproved her for saying such things, and our father just laughed at her world-wise air of experience, but then he stopped short, seemed to be looking for something that he only now noticed was missing, but nothing was gone, and then he said that Brunswick had said some thing about a messenger and a torn-up letter. He asked if we knew anything about it, who was the letter for, or about what had happened. We girls said nothing. Barnabas, as young as a little lamb at the time, said something particularly silly or bold. We talked of other things, and the matter was forgotten. Chapter 18. Amalia's punishment. But soon afterwards questions were being fired at us from all sides. About that letter. Friends and enemies called to see us, acquaintances, and strangers, but no one stayed long. Our best friends were in more of a hurry than anyone to say goodbye. Leisman, usually slow and solemn in his manner, came in as if he just wanted to examine the size of the room, took a look around the place, and he'd finished. Was like some horrifying children's game when Leisman fled, and Father excused himself from talking to some other visitors and hurried after him to the front door of the house, where he gave up. Brunswick came and told Father that he wanted to set up in business. For himself, he said it straight out. He was a clever fellow. He knew how to seize his moment. Customers went into Father's storeroom, looking for the boots they had brought for repair and taking them away. At first, Father tried to make them change their minds, and we all backed him up as well as we could, but later he gave up and silently helped them to search. Line after line in the order book was crossed out. The stocks of leather that had been left with us were handed back, debts were paid. It all passed off without any argument. People were glad to be able to cut their links with us quickly and completely. They might suffer a loss, but that wasn't a major consideration. And finally, as anyone could have foreseen, along came Seaman, the captain of the fire brigade. I still see the scene before me. Seaman so tall and strong, but slightly stooped and tubercular, always serious, he can't laugh at all, standing in front of my father, whom he admired. In private, he'd held out the prospect of appointment as deputy fire chief to him, and now he had to tell him that the association was dismissing him and asking him to return his diploma. The people there in our house stopped what they were doing and crowded into a circle around the two men. Seaman can't say a word. He only claps my father on the shoulder as if knocking out of him the words that he himself ought to say and can't find. As he does so, he keeps on laughing, probably in the hope of soothing himself and everyone else a little, but as he can't laugh, no one has ever heard him laugh. It doesn't occur to anyone that he is laughing. From then on, however, Father is too tired and despairing to help Seaman out. Indeed, he seems too tired to take in what's going on at all. We were all equally despairing, but as we were young, we couldn't believe in such total disaster. We kept thinking that with all these visitors someone would come at last to stop the process and make everything go back to where it used to be. Seaman, we foolishly thought, was just the man for the part. We waited in suspense for clear words to emerge from his fits of laughter. What was there to laugh about, except the stupid injustice being done to us? Oh, fire chief, do talk to these people, we thought, and crowded about him, but that just made him turn round and round in a funny way. At last, however, he began, well, not to do as we secretly wished, but to speak. After all, in response to the encouraging or angry cries of the others, we still had some hope. He began by praising Father, called him an ornament to the fire service, an incomparable example to the next generation, an indispensable member of the fire brigade whose departure must be a heavy blow to it. That was all very well, and if only he had ended there, but he went on. If none the less the Fire Service Association had decided to ask our father to resign his post, although only temporarily, everyone would know how serious were the grounds that forced the association to do so. Yesterday's festive Iddies, he said, would not have been so good without Father's brilliant achievements, but those very achievements had attracted a particular degree of official attention. A spotlight was now turned on the association, and it must be even more careful of its pure reputation than before. And then there had been the insult to the messenger. The Fire Service Association could find no other way out, and Seaman, he said, had assumed the onerous duty of saying so. He hoped Father would not make things even more difficult for him. Seaman was so glad to have got it over and done with that he wasn't even very considerate anymore. He pointed to the diploma hanging on the wall and crooked his finger at it. Our father nodded and went to take it down, but his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't get it off the hook, and I climbed on a chair to help him. And from that moment on it was all over. He didn't even take his diploma out of the frame but handed the whole thing to Seaman just as it was. Then he sat down in a corner, did not move, and spoke to no one anymore. We had to deal with all those people as best we could by ourselves. And where do you see the influence of the castle in that? Asked Kay. It doesn't seem to have done anything yet. What you have told me about so far was only the unreasoning anxiety of the people, enjoyment of their neighbors' misfortunes, unreliable friendships, things that we meet with every day, and a certain pettiness on your father's part too, or so it seems to me. For what was that diploma? Confirmation of his abilities, and he still had those. They made him all the more indispensable, and he could really have made things difficult for the fire chief only by throwing the diploma on the floor at his feet once. The man had spoken the first word, but characteristically, as I see it, you don't mention Amalia at all. Amalia, whose fault it all was probably standing calmly in the background watching the devastation. No, said Olga, it was no one's fault. No one could act in any other way. It was all the influence of the castle. The influence of the castle, Amalia repeated. She had come in from the yard, unnoticed. Her parents had been in bed for some time. Are you telling stories about the castle? Are you still sitting together? Even though you wanted to leave at once, Kay. And now it's nearly 10. Don't such stories trouble you at all? There are people here who feed on stories like that. They sit together the way you two are, sitting here and ply one another with gossip. But you don't seem to me to be one of them yourself. Yes, I am, said Kay. I am certainly one of them, and I'm not impressed by those who don't care for such stories and leave them to others. Ah, well, said Amalia, people have interests of very different kinds. I once heard of a young man who was busy thinking about the castle day and night. He neglected all else. There were fears for his sanity because his whole mind was up there in the castle. However, in the end it turned out that he wasn't thinking of the castle at all, only of the daughter of a woman who washed the dishes in the offices there. He got his girl, and then everything was all right again. I think I'd like that man, said Kay. I doubt whether you'd like the man, said Amalia, but you might like his wife. Now, don't let me disturb you. I'm going to bed myself, and I'll have to put the light out for my parents' sake. They drop off to sleep at once, but their deep sleep lasts only for an hour, and after that the smallest glimmer of light disturbs them. Good night. And sure enough, the room was darkened at once. Amalia probably made herself a bed somewhere on the floor beside her parents' bed. Who is that young man she was talking about? Asked Kay. I don't know, said Olga. Maybe Brunswick, although it doesn't sound quite like him. Maybe someone else. It's not always easy to understand exactly what Amalia means, because you often can't tell whether she is serious or speaking ironically. She's usually serious, but she may be ironic. Never mind the interpretations, said Kay. How did you come to depend on her so much? Did you feel the same before the great disaster, or only afterwards? And don't you ever feel a wish to be independent of her? Then again, have you any sensible reason for depending on her? She is the youngest and ought to obey you. Guilty or innocent, she brought misfortune on your family. Instead of asking each of you to forgive her every new day, she carries her head higher than anyone, cares for nothing except your parents. I expect she feels sorry for them, doesn't want to be in the know about anything, as she puts it, and when she does at last speak to the rest of you, she's usually serious, but she may be ironic. Or is it because of her beauty, which you sometimes mention, that she rules the rest of you? Well, you are all three very much alike, but what distinguishes her from you and Barnabas is not in her favor, not at all. Even when I first set eyes on her, her dull, unloving look alarmed me, and although she may be the youngest, you wouldn't know it from her outward appearance. She has the look of those women who hardly age at all but have never been truly young. You See her every day, you don't notice how hard her face is. That's why, when I think about it, I can't even take Sortini's fondness for her very seriously. Perhaps he just meant to punish her with that letter, not summon her to him. I don't want to talk about Sortini, said Olga. Anything is possible with the gentleman from the castle, whether we're talking about the most beautiful girl or the ugliest. But otherwise you are quite wrong about Amalia. Look, I have no reason, in particular, to win you over to Amalia's side, and if all the same I am trying to do so, it is only for your own sake. In some way or other, Amalia was the cause of our misfortune, that's certain, but even Father, who was worst affected by the disaster, and could never control his tongue very well, certainly not at home, even Father has never spoken a word of reproach to Amalia, not at the worst of times. And that's not because, say, he approved of what Amalia did. How could he, who revered Sortini, have approved of it? He couldn't even remotely understand it. He'd gladly have sacrificed himself and all he had to Sortini, although not in the way he actually did, not in the shadow of Sortini's probable anger. I say probable anger because we never heard any more of Sortini. If he had been reserved before, from then on he might not have existed at all. And you should have seen Amalia at that time. We all knew that no actual punishment would be inflicted. Everyone simply ostracized us, here as well as in the castle. But while of course we noticed the villagers here withdrawing from us, there was no sign from the castle. We hadn't noticed the castle paying us any special attention earlier, so how could we notice any change now? This calm state of affairs was the worst of it, not ostracism by the villagers, not by a long way. They hadn't done it out of any kind of conviction. Perhaps they had nothing serious against us. Their disdain had not reached its present extent. They had acted only out of fear, and now they were waiting to see what would happen next. We were not yet in want. Everyone who owed money had paid us. The final balance had been to our advantage, and as for what we lacked in the way of food, relations helped us out in secret. That was easy, for it was harvest time, although we had no fields ourselves, and no one would let us work for them. For the first time in our lives, we were condemned almost to idleness. So there we sat, together behind closed windows in the heat of July and August. And nothing happened. No invitation, no news, no visit, nothing. Well, said Kay, since nothing happened, and you didn't expect any punish meant to be inflicted, what were you all frightened of? What strange folk you are. How can I explain it to you? Said Olga. We didn't fear anything. In the future, we just suffered in the present. We were in the middle of our punishment. The villagers were waiting for us to come back to them, for Father to open his workshop again, for Amalia, whose clever needle could make lovely dresses, although only for the finest people, to be taking orders again. They were all sorry for what they had done. When a highly esteemed family is suddenly entirely excluded from village life, everyone suffers in some way. They had only thought they were doing their duty when they ostracized us, and we would have done just the same in their place. They hadn't even known exactly what it was all about, just that the messenger had returned to the castle inn with a handful of scraps of paper. Frida had seen him go and then come back, had exchanged a couple of words with him, and immediately passed on what she had learnt, but again not out of hostility to us, only because it was her duty, as it would have been anyone's duty in a similar situation. So now a happy solution of the whole thing would have been, how shall I put it, the most welcome outcome to the people here, if we'd suddenly turned up with the news that everything was all right again, perhaps that it had been just a misunderstanding which was now entirely cleared up, or again that, yes, an offense had been committed but amends had been made, and even this would have satisfied people here, that through our connections in the castle we had succeeded in getting remission of everything. Well, then we would certainly have been taken back, received with open arms, with kisses and embraces. People would have thrown parties. I've seen that kind. of things several times in other cases, but not even such news as that would have been necessary if we had only come of our own accord and offered ourselves, picked up our old connections without another word about the letter. It would have been enough. Everyone would happily have stopped mentioning the subject, for as well as fear it was mainly the embarrassment of the whole business that had separated them from us. They merely wanted not to have to hear about it, talk about it, think about it, feel it affecting them in any way at all. If Frida mentioned it, she didn't do so for pleasure, but in defense of herself and everyone around her, to alert the community to the fact that something had occurred from which they should keep their distance most carefully. We as a family weren't at the center of the affair, only the incident itself, and we were concerned only because we had become involved in the incident. So if we had simply come out in public, leaving the past behind, had shown by our behavior that we had got over it, had appeared, so to speak, not to mind about it, and people in general had thus been convinced that the affair, whatever its real nature, wouldn't be mentioned again, then again everything would have been all right. We would have found helpful people everywhere again, even if we had forgotten the incident only incompletely. They would have understood, they'd have helped us to forget it entirely. But instead we stayed at home. I don't know what we were waiting for, maybe for Amalia's decision, for at the time of the disaster on that same morning, she had taken the reins as head of the family and held them firmly, making no particular arrangements, giving no orders, making no requests. She did it almost entirely through her silence alone. The rest of us, of course, had much to discuss. We were whispering from morning to evening, and sometimes my father called me to him in sudden alarm, and I spent half the night at his bedside. Or sometimes we sat together, I and Barnabas, who understood very little of the whole business and kept passionately demanding explanations, always the same explanations. He realized that the carefree years ahead of other boys of his age were no longer for him, so we sat together, very much as you and I are sitting now, and forgot that night was falling and morning coming again. My mother was the feeblest of us all, probably because she suffered not just our common affliction but everyone's separate trouble too, and we were horrified to see in her changes such as we guessed were in store for our whole family. Her favorite place was the corner of a sofa. We don't have it anymore. It is in Brunswick's big living room, but she sat there and, well, we didn't know exactly what she was doing. She dozed or held long conversations with herself, as the movement of her lips seemed to indicate. It was only natural for us to keep discussing the business of the letter, look at it this way and that in all its known details and unknown possibilities, and to compete constantly in thinking up ways to bring it all to a happy conclusion. Yes, it was natural and inevitable, but not a good idea. It plunged us ever more deeply into what we wanted to escape. And what use were our ideas, however excellent? None of them could have been put into practice without Amalia. They were all just preliminaries, rendered pointless by the fact that they did not get through to Amalia at all, and even if they had, would have met with nothing but silence. Well, fortunately I understand Amalia better now than I did then. She bore more than any of us. It is incredible how much she has borne, and she still lives here with us today. Mother perhaps bore the affliction of all of us. She bore it because she suffered its full onslaught, and then she couldn't bear it for long. It can't be said that she still bears it today, and even then her mind was confused. But Amalia not only bore our affliction, she also had the lucidity of mind to see it for what it was. While we saw only the consequences, she saw the reason. We hoped for some small means of improvement, whatever it might be. She knew that all was decided. We had to whisper. She had only to keep silent. She faced the truth and lived and bore her life then as she does now. How much better off the rest of us are, for all our misery, than Amalia. We had to leave our house, of course, and Brunswick moved in. We were given this hovel and brought our belongings here on a handcart. making several journeys. Barnabas and I pulled it, our father and Amalia pushed at the back. Our mother, whom we had brought here first, was there to welcome us, sitting on a crate and moaning quietly, all the time. But I remember that we ourselves, during those laborious journeys, which were also very humiliating, for we often met vest carts with harvesters who fell silent and turned their faces away as we passed. I remember that we, Barnabas and I, could not help talking about our anxieties and plans even on those journeys, that we sometimes stopped in mid-conversation and were reminded of our duty only when our father hailed us. But none of our conversations changed anything in our life except that now we gradually began to feel the effects of want. Remittances from our relations stopped our financial means were almost used up, and at that of all times. The disdain for us, as you have seen it, began to be felt. People noticed that we didn't have the strength to work our way out of the letter incident and thought poorly of us for that. They didn't underestimate our sad fate, but all the same they didn't know just what it was. Like, if we had overcome it, they would have respected us for doing so, but as we didn't, they finally made a permanent ostracism out of what had been only temporary before. They knew that in all likelihood they themselves would not have stood the test any better than we did, but that just made it more necessary to cut off all contact with. Now they no longer spoke of us as human beings, our family name was never mentioned. If they had to say something about us, we were merely called the family of Barnabas, who was the most innocent of us all. Even this hovel fell into disrepute, and if you are honest with yourself, you will admit that you too thought you saw how justified the general disdain was when you set foot here. Later, when people sometimes came to see us again, they looked down their noses at unimportant things, for instance that the little oil lamp there hung above the table. Where else would it hang if not over the table? But to them it seemed intolerable. However, if we hung the lamp anywhere else, they disliked that just as much. Everything we had, met with the same disdain. Chapter 19. Petitioning. And what were we doing meanwhile? The worst thing we could have done, something for which we might more rightly have been despised than for our real offense. We betrayed Amalia, we broke with her rule of silence. We couldn't go on living like that without any hope at all, and we began petitioning or pestering the castle, each in our own way, with demands for forgiveness. Of course, we knew that we were in no position to make good the damage, and we also knew that the one link we had with the castle offering any hope at all, the link with Sordini, the official who liked our father, was beyond our reach because of what had happened, but all the same we set to work. Our father began paying pointless visits to the village mayor, to the secretaries, the attorneys, the clerks, who usually refused to see him, and if by chance or cunning he made his way in after all, how we rejoiced and gleefully rubbed our hands at such news. Then he was sent packing very quickly and never received again. It was only too easy to answer him. Everything was always so easy for the castle. What did he want, they asked. What had happened to him? What did he want forgiveness for? When had anyone in the castle raised so much as a finger against him, and if someone had, who was it? He was certainly impoverished, he had lost his customers and so on, but those were the accidents of everyday life, the vicissitudes of his trade. And the market, was the castle to take care of everything? Did in fact take care of everything, but it couldn't simply interfere in developments just like that, merely to serve the interests of a single man. Was it supposed to send its officials running after our father's custom, heirs, and bringing them back to him by force? But father would object. We discussed all these things in detail at home, both before and after he went, huddled in a corner as if hiding from Amalia, who noticed it all but left us alone. But our father would object. He wasn't complaining of his destitution. He could easily make good everything he had lost. That was all just incidental, if only he were forgiven. But what was he to be forgiven for? They replied, no one had so far reported any wrongdoing of his, at least it wasn't in the records or not in the records available to the attorneys, so consequently, and as far as could be discovered, he had not been charged with anything, and there were no proceedings in progress. Could he perhaps name an official order made against him? Father couldn't. Or had there been any intervention by an official agency? Father didn't know of one. Well, if he didn't know of any such thing and nothing had happened, what did he want then? What was there to forgive him? Most. The way that he was now pestering the offices to no good purpose, although that in itself was unforgivable. Our father did not desist. He was still a strong man then, and the idleness forced upon him left him plenty of time. I will win Amalia's honor back. It won't be long now, he told Barnabas and me several times a day, but only very quietly, so that Amalia wasn't able to hear it, even though it was said only for Amalia's sake, for in fact he wasn't so much concerned with winning back her honor as with being forgiven. But to be forgiven he must first establish his guilt, and that very thing was denied him in the offices. He began thinking, and this showed that his mind was already failing, that they were keeping his wrongdoing secret because he didn't pay enough money. So far he had paid only the standard taxes, and they were high enough at least for people in our position. But now he thought he ought to be paying more, which was certainly wrong. In our offices here they do take bribes for the sake of a quiet life and to avoid unnecessary talk. But you never actually get anywhere that way. However, if that was what Father hoped, we weren't going to upset him. We sold what we still had. Almost all of it was stuff we really couldn't spare to get our father the means for making his inquiries, and for a long time we had the satisfaction every morning of knowing that when he set off on his way, at least he had a few coins in his pocket. We ourselves went hungry all day because the only thing we could still do by getting money was to keep our father in a certain state of cheerful hope. This, however, was not much of an advantage. On his way he tormented himself, and a period that, without the money, would very soon have come to the end it deserved was dragged out at length like this, as there was really nothing much to be achieved in return for the extra payments. Sometimes a clerk would at least appear to be doing something, promising to make inquiries, indicating that certain clues had already been found, and they would be followed up, not as a duty but just as a favor to Father. And instead of doubting it, he became more and more credulous. He would bring one of these obviously empty promises home, as if he were restoring every blech and G to our household, and it was painful to see him trying to make us understand, always behind Amalia's back, with a twisted smile and widened eyes pointing at Amalia, that as a result of his efforts her salvation, which would surprise no one more than Amalia herself, was very close, but it was all still a secret and we mustn't say a word. And so it would surely have gone on much longer if in the end we had not been entirely unable to scrape up any more money for Father. It is true that by now, after many pleas, Brunswick had taken on Barnabas as an assistant, but only if he fetched the work to be done under cover of dark in the evening, and once it was done, brought it back under cover of darkness too. It must be admitted that Brunswick was running a certain risk to his business for our sake, although in return he paid Barnabas very little, and Barnabas does flawless work, but his wages were only just enough to keep us from starving to death. With great consideration for our father, and after preparing him for it in all sorts of ways, we broke it to him that we could no longer support him financially, but he took it very calmly. His mind was now unable to see how hopeless his efforts were, but he was worn out all the same by the constant disappointments. He did say, and he no longer spoke as clearly as before, but this he said almost too distinctly, that he would have needed only a very little more money. He'd been going to find out everything today or tomorrow, and now it was all in vain. We had failed only because of the money, and so on and so forth. But the tone in which he said it showed that he didn't really believe it himself, and now he was immediately all of a sudden making new plans, as he had not succeeded in proving that he was guilty of anything, and as a result, could not achieve anything in the official line. He must turn exclusively to pleading and approach the officials in person. There must be some among them who had kind and sympathetic hearts, to which, of course, they could not give way in their work, but perhaps they might show kindness outside office hours, if taken by surprise at the right moment. Here Kay, who had so far been listening to Olga deep in thought, interrupted her story by asking, "And you don't think that was right?" Of course, the rest of the story would give him the answer, but he wanted to know it at once. "No," said Olga, "there can be no question of sympathy or anything of the kind. Young and inexperienced as we were, we knew that, and so did our father, of course, but he had forgotten it just as he had forgotten almost everything. His plan was to stand on the road close to the castle where the officials' carriages drive by and somehow or other present his petition for forgiveness there. To be honest, it made no sense at all, even if the impossible had happened and his plea really had come to the ear of some official. Can a single official forgive anyone? At the most, it must be a matter for the authorities as a whole, but even the authorities as a whole probably can't forgive. They can only judge. But could an official form an idea of the case? Anyway, from what our father, that poor, tired, aging man, would mutter to him, even if he were to get out of the carriage and put his mind to the matter, the officials are very well educated, but only in a one-sided way. In his own department, an official will see a whole train of ideas behind a single word, but you can spend hours on end explaining matters from another department to him, and while he may nod politely, he doesn't understand a bit of it. Of course, that's all perfectly natural. You just have to think of the little official matters affecting yourself, tiny things that an official will deal with merely by shrugging his shoulders. You just have to understand that thoroughly, and then you will have plenty to occupy your mind all your life and never run out of ideas. But even if our father had reached an official responsible for our case, that official could have done nothing. Without the back files, particularly not on the road, he couldn't forgive anything. He could only act as an official, and to that end he would merely point out the official channels, but our father had already failed entirely to achieve anything by going through those channels. How far gone father must have been to think that he could get anywhere with this new plan. If any opportunity of that kind had been even remotely possible, the road there by the castle would be swarming with petitioners, but since it's impossible, as the most elementary education will show, there's not a soul on the road. Perhaps that encouraged our father in his hopes, for which he drew nourishment from everywhere and anywhere, and he needed that very much now. A sound mind must not let itself in for such lofty considerations. It must clearly recognize impossibility in the most superficial aspects of the matter. When the officials drive to the village or back to the castle, they are not going on a pleasure excursion. There is work waiting for them both in the village and at the castle. That's why they drive so fast. Nor does it occur to them to look out of the carriage window in search of petitioners standing outside, because anyway their carriages are crammed full of files which they study as they are driven along. "Oh," said Kay, "but I've seen the inside of an official sleigh that had no files in it at all." Such a vast and incredible world was opened up to him in Olga's story that he couldn't refrain from contributing his own mite of experience, thereby convincing himself more clearly of its existence as well as his own. "That may be so," said Olga, "but then it's even worse. It means that the official has such important business that the files are too valuable or too extensive to be taken with him, and then such officials travel at a gallop. At least they could have no time left for my father. And what's more, there are several ways to the castle. Sometimes one is in fashion, and most of the officials drive that way. Sometimes another, and then that one gets crowded by traffic. No one has ever yet discovered the rules governing that change. At times they will all be driving along one road at 8 in the morning, then half an hour later they will all be on another road, 10 minutes later they'll be using yet a third, then half an hour later they may go back to the first road, and that road will be in use all day, but every moment there is the possibility of a change. It's a fact that all the ways from the castle meet close to the village, but there all the carriages are racing along, while their speed is a little more moderate close to the castle. And just as the order in which the roads are used by the carriages is irregular and no one can work it out, so is the number of carriages. There are often days when there's not a carriage to be seen, and then there will be crowds of them again. And just imagine our father F.A. sing all this in his best suit, soon his only suit, he leaves the house every morning, accompanied by our blessings and good wishes. He takes with him a small fire brigade badge, which he was really wrong to keep, and puts it on outside the village because he is afraid to wear it in the village itself, even though it is so small that you can hardly spot it 2 paces away. But our father really thinks it will mark him out to the officials as they drive by. Not far from the entrance to the castle there is a market garden belonging to a man called Bertuch*, who supplies the castle with vegetables, and our father chose a place there on the narrow stone base of the garden fence. Bertuch allowed it because he used to be friends with our father and was one of his most faithful customers too. One of his feet is slightly crippled, and he thought only father could make him a boot to fit it. So father sat there day after day. It was a gloomy, rainy autumn, but he didn't mind the weather. He had his hand on the doorknob at the appointed time every morning and waved us goodbye, and in the evening he came home wet through, stooping more every day, and flung himself down in a corner. At first he told us about the little things that had happened, for instance how out of pity and for old time's sake Bertuch had thrown a blanket over the fence for him, or how he thought he had recognized this or that official in a carriage driving past, or again how a driver recognized him now and then and flicked him lightly with the lash of his whip in jest. Later he stopped telling us these things, obviously no longer hoping to achieve anything at all, but he thought it his duty, his dreary vocation, to go up and spend the day there. It was at this time that his rheumatic pains began. Winter was coming, snow fell, winter begins early here. Well, so he sat there, sometimes on stones wet with rain, sometimes in the snow. At night, he groaned with pain. In the morning he sometimes wasn't sure whether he ought to go out, but he overcame his feelings and went anyway. Our mother clung to him and didn't want to let him go, and he, probably afraid that his limbs would no longer obey him, allowed her to go with him, and so she became a martyr to the pain too. We were often there with them. We took them food or just went to see them or tried to persuade them to come home. How often we found them there, huddled together on their narrow perch with a thin blanket over them, hardly covering them, and nothing around but the gray of snow and mist far and wide, with not a human being or a car carriage to be seen all day long. Oh, what a sight, Kay! What a sight! Until one morning our father couldn't get his stiff legs out of bed any more. He was in despair. In a fevered fantasy he thought he saw a carriage stopping at Bertuch's market garden at that very moment, an official getting out, looking along the fence for our father, and then, shaking his head with an angry expression, getting back into the carriage again. At that our father uttered such cries that it was as if he wanted to attract the official's attention all the way off up there, explaining how he couldn't help his absence. And it was a long absence, for he never went there again. He had to stay in bed for weeks. Amalia took over his care and nursing, his treatment, everything, and she has done the same until this day with only a few breaks. She knows about healing herbs to soothe his pain. She hardly needs any sleep. She is never alarmed, fears nothing, is never impatient. She did all the work for our parents, and while we, unable to do anything to help, hovered around ineffectually, she remained cool and calm in every way. But when the worst was over and father could make his way out of bed again, cautiously and supported on both sides. Amalia immediately withdrew and left him to us. Chapter 20. Olga's plans. Now we had to find some occupation for our father that he could still manage, something that would at least keep him believing that it helped to lift the blame from our family. Finding anything like that was not easy. Basically everything I thought of was about as useful as sitting outside Bertucci's market garden, but I did hit upon something that gave even me a little hope. Whenever there had been talk, in the offices or among the clerks or elsewhere about our guilt, only the insult to Sortini's messenger had ever been mentioned, and no one dared go any further into it. Well, I said to myself, if public opinion, even if only on the surface, seems to know only about the insult to the messenger, everything could be put right again, even if only on the surface, if we could make things up with the messenger himself. No complaint has been made, they explain, so no office is looking into the case, and therefore the messenger is free to be reconciled with us for his own part, and that's what it's all about. None of this could have any crucial significance. It was just for show and could lead to nothing more, but it would please our father and perhaps the many seekers after information who had pestered him so much could be driven into a corner, which would be very satisfying to him. First, of course, the messenger must be found. When I told our father about my plan, he was very angry at first, for he had always been extremely self-willed, partly because he thought, and this notion had developed during his illness, that we had prevented his ultimate success all along, first by stopping our financial support, and then by keeping him in bed, and partly because he was no longer entirely able to take in new ideas. I hadn't finished telling him everything before he had rejected my plan. As he saw it, he ought to go on waiting outside Bertucci's market garden, and since he was certainly in no state to go up there daily by himself, we must take him in the handcart. But I persisted, and gradually he came to terms with the idea. What upset him was just that, in this, he must rely entirely on me, for only I had seen the messenger, and father didn't know him. To be sure, any one of the castle servants is much like any other, and even I couldn't be absolutely certain that I would know this one again. So we began going to the castle inn and looking around. Among the servants there, the man had been a servant of Sortini, and Sortini didn't come into the village anymore, but the gentleman often chopped and changed servants. We might well find him in the group serving another gentleman, and if we couldn't find Sortini's messenger himself, then we might get news of him from the others. But to do that, we would have to go to the castle in every evening, and we were not welcome anywhere, certainly not in a place like that, and we couldn't figure as paying customers. However, it turned out that we could be useful there after all. You probably know how the servants pestered Frida. Most of them are quiet enough in themselves, but spoilt and made slow-witted by having only light work to do. May you be as well off as a servant, say the officials when ing each other well, and sure enough, so far as living well goes, the servants are the real masters in the castle. They appreciate that too, and are quiet and dignified in the castle itself, where they live by its rules, as I have been assured many times. Down here too we find traces of that attitude among the servants, but only traces, because otherwise it's as if they were transformed by the fact that the castle regulations don't apply to them so much here in the village, where they are a wild, unruly set, ruled not by the castle regulations but by their own insatiable desires. Their shameless conduct knows no bounds, and it's lucky for the village that they may leave the castle in only when they're told to. However, in the castle in itself we have to try to get along with them. Frida found that very difficult, so she was extremely glad to turn to me to calm the servants down. I've been spending the night with the servants in the stables at least twice a week for more than 2 years. Earlier, when father could still get to the castle inn with me, he would sleep somewhere in the bar, waiting for me to bring him any news early in the morning. There wasn't much of it, To this day, we haven't found the messenger concerned, although he's said to be still in the service of Sordini, who thinks very highly of him, and when Sordini withdrew to more remote offices they say he went to. In general, the servants have gone. As long as us without seeing him, and if one of them does claim to have seen him, it's probably a mistake. So my plan was likely to fail, and even if it hasn't failed entirely, we haven't found the messenger. And unfortunately, my father was finished off by walking to the Castle Inn and spending the night there, and perhaps even by his sympathy for me insofar as he is still capable of it, and he has been in the condition in which you've seen him for almost 2 years, although perhaps he is better off than my mother, whose death we expect any day now. Only Amelia's superhuman efforts keep it at bay. But what I have managed to do at the Castle Inn is to establish a certain connection with the castle. Please don't despise me when I say that I am not sorry for what I did. You will perhaps be thinking, what kind of close connection with the castle may that be? And you are right, it is not a close connection. I do know many of the servants. Now, the servants of almost all the gentlemen who have come to the village over the last few years, and if I were ever to get into the castle, I wouldn't feel I was a stranger there. To be sure, I know the servants, only as they are in the village. In the castle they are quite different, and probably don't deign to recognize anyone, certainly not someone they've consorted with in the village, even if they have sworn 100 times in the stable that they'd be very glad to see me again at the castle. I have enough experience to know how little such promises mean, but that's not the main point. It's not only through the servants themselves that I have a connection with the castle. It may be the case, and I hope it is, that someone up there is observing me and what I do, and the administration of such a large body of servants must be a very important, onerous part of the official work, and whoever is watching me from up there may judge me more leniently than others do. Perhaps he realizes that I am fighting for our family and continuing our father's efforts, if only in rather a pathetic way. If you look at it like that, then perhaps I will also be forgiven for taking money from the servants and using it for our family. And I have achieved something else as well, although perhaps you will be another who blames me for it. I have heard a great deal from the servants about how people can get into the service of the castle without going through the tedious process of public acceptance, which can last years. Then they are not officially acknowledged employees, but they work undercover and are semi-official. They have neither rights nor duties, and the fact that they have no duties is the worst of it. But they do have one advantage: they are close to everything. They can spot good opportunities and use them. You are not an employee if you are one of them, but you may find some work by chance. If there's no employee ready to hand, someone calls, you come hurrying up, and now you are employed, which you weren't a moment before. But when does such an opportunity arise? Sometimes quickly. You have hardly arrived. You have hardly looked around you when the opportunity comes. Not everyone has the presence of mind to take it at once, but then again it may not come for more years than the procure of public acceptance takes, and such a semi-official employee cannot be publicly acknowledged in the regular sense. There is plenty to think about here, but no one mentions the fact that very meticulous selection is involved in the process of public acceptance, and any member of a family that seems disreputable in some way or another is ruled out from the first. Suppose such a person applies. He may be on tenterhooks for years anticipating the result, and from the first day everyone has been asking him in amazement how he can embark on such a hopeless venture. But he still has hope. How else could he live? Then, after many years, perhaps in old age, he learns of his rejection. He learns that all is lost and his life has been in vain. Here again, of course, there are exceptions, so it is easy to fall prey to temptation. It can happen that even disreputable people are finally accepted. There are officials who like the scent of such game, positively against their will, and then during the acceptance tests they sniff the air, they twist their mouths, they roll their eyes. In some way, Such a man seems to them extraordinarily appetizing, and they have to stick resolutely to the guidelines in the legal books to resist him. Sometimes, however, that helps the man not to acceptance but to an endlessly protracted acceptance procedure, one that will never come to an end at all but will be cut short only by his death. So both legal acceptance and the other kind are full of difficulties, both overt and covert, and before you let yourself in for anything of that nature, it is highly advisable to weigh up the pros and cons carefully. And Barnabas and I did not fail to do so. Whenever I came back from the Castle Inn, we sat down together and I told him the latest news of what I had learnt. We discussed it for days, and Barnabas neglected the work he was doing more often than he should. And here, as you see it, I may be to blame, for I knew that we couldn't rely much on the stories the servants told. I knew that they never wanted to talk to me about the castle. They were always changing the subject. I had to wheedle every word out of them, and then when they did get going, they let rip, talked nonsense, boasted, outdid each other in exaggerations and inventions, so that obviously in all that shouting, each vying with the other in the darkness of the stable, there might be at best some few indications of the truth. However, I passed it all on to Barnabas just as I had memorized it, and he, who was still unable to distinguish between truth and lies, and as a result of our family's situation was almost dying of longing for these things, he drank it all in and was eager for more. And it was on Barnabas that my new plan depended. There was no more to be had from the servants. Sortini's messenger could not be found, and never would be. Sortini seemed to withdraw ever further, and with him so did the messenger. Even their appearance and Sortini's name often seemed to be lapsing into oblivion, and I had to describe them at length, achieving nothing, except that, with some difficulty, people did remember them, but could say nothing beyond that. And as for my life with the servants, naturally I had no influence on how it was judged. I could only hope that it would be taken as it was meant, and that a little of the guilt would be lifted from our family, but I saw no sign of that. Yet I stuck to it, since I saw no other opportunity of doing something for us at the castle. For Barnabas, however, I did see such an opportunity. I felt like it, and I felt like it very much indeed. I could gather from the servants' stories that a man taken into the service of the castle can do a great deal for his family, although how much of those stories was credible, it was impossible to find out, but it was clear that it would really be very little. If, for instance, a servant whom I would never see again, or whom I would hardly recognize if I did see him again, assured me solemnly that he could help my brother find a job in the castle, or at least give Barnabas some support if he could get into the castle somehow or other, for instance by providing him with refreshment, since according to the servants' stories it appears that applicants for posts can fall down in a faint or become mentally confused while they wait, and then they are lost if they have no friends to care for them. If I was told such things and more, they were probably well-justified warnings, while the promises that went with them were entirely empty. Not to Barnabas, however, although I warned him against believing them, but the fact that I told him the stories was enough to win him over for my plans. What I said to him myself had little influence on him. He was influenced mainly by the servants' stories, and so I was really thrown entirely on my own resources. No one could communicate with our parents but Amalia, and the more I followed my father's old plans in my own way, the more Amalia cut herself off from me. She will speak to me in front of you or other people, but never now when we are alone. I was only a toy to the servants at the Castle Inn, one that they furiously tried to break. I never spoke a single word with any of them in friendship for 2 years. It was all underhand or lies or false, so I was left with only Barnabas, and Barnabas was still very young when I told my stories, and saw the gleam in his eyes. It is there to this day. I was alarmed, but I didn't give up. There seemed to be too much at stake. To be sure, I did not have my father's grand if empty plans. I did not have a man's determination, my idea was still to make up for the insult to the messenger, and I even thought this modest wish of mine might be considered meritorious. But what I alone had failed to do, I now hoped to achieve in a different way and more securely through Barnabas. We had insulted a messenger and chased him out of the offices at the front of the castle. What was more obvious than to offer the castle a new messenger in the person of Barnabas, so that Barnabas could do the work of the messenger who had suffered the insult, thus making it possible for him, the messenger, to stay away with an easy mind for as long as he liked, for however long he needed. To forget the insult? I did realize that for all the modest nature of this plan, there was also presumption in it. It could give the impression that we were dictating to the authorities, telling them how to manage their own staff, or make it look as if we doubted whether the authorities were able to make arrangements for the best of their own accord, or had been doing so long before we even thought of lending them a hand. But then again, I thought it was impossible for the authorities to misunderstand me like that, or if they did, they would do it on purpose, and then all I did would be rejected from the outset without more thought. So I persisted, and Barnabas's ambition did the rest. In this time of preparation, Barnabas became so grand in his ideas that he thought shoemaking too dirty a job for someone who was to be an office employee. He even dared to contradict Amalia when she said something to him which was rare enough, and indeed, he contradicted her outright. I did not begrudge him this brief please, for on the first day when he went to the castle, as could easily have been foreseen, there was an end to our joy and grand ideas. And now he began that apparent service which I have already told you about, the way Barnabas first set foot in the castle, or more correctly, in that office which has, so to speak, become his place of work, without any difficulty, was astonishing. This success almost turned my wits at the time, and when Barnabas whispered his news to me, on coming home I ran to Amalia, seized her, led her into a corner, and kissed her fiercely, with my lips and teeth and all, so that she wept with pain and fright. I couldn't speak for excitement, and it was so long since we had talked to each other anyway, I thought I would put it off for a few days. But there was no more to tell over the next few days. We got no further than that first achievement. For 2 years Barnabas led the same monotonous, oppressive life. The servants failed me entirely. I gave Barnabas a little letter to take with him, in which I recommended him to their attention at the same time, reminding them of their promise, and whenever Barnabas saw one of the servants, he took out the letter and showed it to him. Sometimes he came upon servants who didn't know me, and his way of showing the letter in silence, because he dared not speak up there, probably annoyed even those who did, yet it was a shame that no one helped him. Release came in a way that we ourselves could and should have thought of long before, when one servant, on whom the letter had probably been pressed several times, crumpled it up and threw it into a wastepaper basket. He might have been saying, "It occurred to me, well, that's only the way you treat letters yourselves." Unsuccessful. As this whole period was otherwise, however, it had a beneficial effect on Barnabas, if you can call it beneficial, that he aged before his time, became a man before his time, and in many ways is more grave and understanding than most grown men. That often makes me look at him very sadly, comparing him with the boy he still was 2 years ago. And yet I do not have the comfort and support that, as a man, he might be able to provide. Without me he would hardly have got into the castle at all, but now that he is there, he is independent of me. I am his one close friend, but I am sure he tells me only a small part of what is on his mind. He tells me a great deal about the castle, but from his stories, from the little things he does tell me, it's hard to understand how it can have changed him so. In particular, it's hard to understand why, when he was so brave as a boy, almost driving us to despair, he has now so entirely lost his courage as a man up there. To be sure, all that pointless standing about and waiting day after day, always starting all over again without any prospect of change, will wear a man down and make him doubtful and ultimately incapable of anything but that despairing standing about. But why didn't he put up any resistance even at the start? Particularly since he soon realized that I had been right, and there was nothing there to satisfy his ambition, though there might be some prospect of improving our family's situation. For everything is in a very low key. There, except for the whims of the servants, ambition seeks its satisfaction in work up there, and as the work itself is what matters. Ambition is lost entirely. There is no room there for childish wishes. But Barnabas thought, as he told me, that he saw clearly how great was the power and knowledge of even those very dubious officials, into whose room he was allowed, how they dictated fast with eyes, half-closed, brief gestures, how they handled the morose servants, just by crooking a forefinger without a word, and at such moments, the servants, breathing heavily, smiled happily, or how they found an important place in their books, struck the page ostentatiously, and then, so far as was possible in the cramped space, the others came hurrying up and craned their necks to look. That and similar things gave Barnabas great ideas of these men, and he had the impression that if he ever rose so high as to be noticed by them, and was able to exchange a few words with them, not as a stranger but as a colleague in the office, although one of the most junior rank, then he could do all sorts of things for our family. But it's never come to that yet, and Barnabas dares not do anything that might bring him within reach of it, although he knows very well that, in spite of his youth, he himself has moved into the responsible position of head of the family on account of the unfortunate circumstances. And now for the last of my confessions. You came here a week ago. I heard someone at the castle and mention it, but took no notice. A land surveyor had arrived. Well, I didn't even know what a land surveyor was. However, next evening Barnabas, whom I usually go a little way to meet at a certain time, comes home earlier than usual, sees Amalia in the living room, and so takes me out into the road, where he puts his face against my shoulder and weeps for minutes on end. He is the little boy of the old days again. Something has happened that is more than he can deal with. As if a whole new world had suddenly opened up before him, and he cannot bear the happiness and the anxiety of all that novelty. Yet, nothing has really happened except that he has been given a letter to you to deliver, but it is the first letter, the first job of work that he has ever been given. Here Olga stopped short. All was quiet except for the heavy and sometimes stertorous breathing of her parents. Kay simply said in a non-committal tone, as if expanding Olga's story, "So you've all been pretending to me." Barnabas brought me the letter, acting like a busy, experienced messenger, and both you yourself and Amalia, who was obviously in league with you and Barnabas this time, made out that his work as a messenger and the letters themselves were nothing much to speak of. "You must distinguish between us," said Olga. Those two letters made Barnabas a happy child again, in spite of all his doubts about what he is doing. He entertains those doubts only so far as he and I are concerned. In your case, his honor requires him to figure as a real messenger, just like his own idea of real messengers. For instance, although his hopes of getting an official suit are now rising, within 2 hours I had to alter his trousers so that they would at least look like the close-fitting trousers worn by the castle employee. Yes, and as of course it's easy to deceive you in such things, he can hold his own in front of you. That's just like Barnabas. Amalia, however, really does despise his work as a messenger, and now that he seems to be having a little success, as she can easily tell from the way Barnabas and I sit together whispering, she despises it even more. She is speaking the truth. Never let yourself be so far deceived as to doubt that. But if I have sometimes belittled the work of a messenger, Kay, it was not with any intention of deceiving you, it was out of fear. Those two letters brought by Barnabas are the only sign of grace, doubtful as it may be, that our family has had in 3 years. This turn in our fortunes, if it really is a turn in our fortunes and not another deception, for deceptions are more common than such a happy turn of events is connected with your arrival here, and our fate now depends on you to some extent. Perhaps those 2 letters are just a start, and Barnabas's activities will extend far beyond carrying messages to you. We'll hope for that as long as we can. But for the time being, it all points to you. As for the castle up there, we must content ourselves with what they give us, but down here we may perhaps be able to do something ourselves, that's to say make sure of your favor, or at least preserve ourselves from your dislike, or, and this is the main point, protect you as far as our powers and experience allow, so that you don't lose your connection with the castle, which might be a lifeline to us too. But how best to do that? How to ensure that you would have no suspicion of us when we approach you, because you're a stranger here, and so you nurture certain well-justified suspicions of everyone? In addition, we are generally disdained, and you are influenced by the general opinion, particularly your fiancés, so how can we approach you without, for instance, being at odds with your fiancé even if we didn't intend it, and thus hurting your feelings? And the messages which I read closely before you got them. Barnabas hasn't read them, as a singer he isn't allowed to. At first sight they don't seem very important, and they're old. They diminished any importance of their own by referring you to the village mayor. How are we to behave to you in view of that? If we made much of their importance, we'd be suspect for overestimating something so obviously unimportant, vaunting our merits as the ones who brought those messages to you, pursuing our own ends and not yours. Why, in that way we could belittle the messages themselves in your eyes and deceive you, which is the last thing we want to do. But if we suggest that the messages aren't very important, then we're suspect too, because why in that case would we bother about delivering these unimportant letters? Why would our actions and our words contradict each other? Why would we deceive not only you to whom they are addressed, but our employer, who certainly didn't give us the letters to have our explanations devalue them in the eyes of the person who received them? And treading the middle line between these extremes, assessing the letters correctly is impossible, because they keep changing their own value. They give rise to endless considerations, and only chance decides where we stop. That's to say, opinion is a matter of chance. Then bring our fear of you into it as well. Oh, it all gets so confused, and you mustn't judge what I say too severely. For instance, if as it happened Barnabas came home with the news that you weren't satisfied with his work as a messenger, and in his first alarm, unfortunately, showing something of a messenger's sensitivity, offered to resign, I'd be in a position to retrieve his mistake by practicing deception, by telling lies, by betrayal, anything bad so long as it will help. Yet then, I'd be doing it, or at least I think I would, as much for your sake as for ours. There was a knock. Olga went to the door and opened it. A strip of light fell into the darkness from a dark lantern. The late visitor asked whispered questions and was given whispered answers, but he wasn't satisfied with that and tried coming into the room. It seemed that Olga couldn't stop him, so she called Amalia, obviously hoping that to protect her parents' sound sleep Amalia would do all in her power to make the visitor go away. Sure enough, she came hurrying up, pushed Olga aside, stepped out into the road, and closed the door behind her. Took her only a minute, and she was back as soon as she had done what Olga couldn't. Kay then heard from Olga that the visitor had come about him. It had been one of the assistants looking for him on behalf of Frida. Olga had wanted to protect Kay from the attentions of the assistants. If Kay was going to tell Frida about his visit here later, then well and good, but it ought not to be the assistants who found out that he had been to see them, as Kay agreed. However, he declined Olga's suggestion that he might stay the night here and wait for Barnabas. So far as he was concerned, he might have accepted, for it was late, and it seemed to him that now, whether he liked it or not, he was so bound to this family that even if it might be awkward for other reasons, Staying the night here was the most natural thing in the world for him because of the bond between them. However, he still declined, made uneasy by the assistant's visit. He could not understand how. Frida, who knew his mind, and the assistants, who had learnt to fear him, were now so much in league again that Frida didn't shrink from sending one of the assistants to find him, and only one at that. The other must have stayed with her. He asked Olga if she had a whip. She did not, but she had a good willow switch, which he took. Then he asked if there was another way out of this house. Yes, there was a second way out through the yard, only you had to climb over the garden fence and go through the garden next door before you came to the road. Kay decided to do that, while Olga showed him the way across the yard to the fence. Kay quickly tried to calm her fears, saying that he was not at all angry with her for giving the story her own little twist, but understood her very well. He thanked her for the confidence in him that she had shown and proved by telling her story, and told her to send Barnabas to the school as soon as he came home, even if it was still night. It was true that the messages brought by Barnabas were not his only hope, or he would be in a bad way, but he certainly didn't want to try coping without them. He wanted to keep a good hold on them, but at the same time he wasn't going to forget Olga. For with her courage, her circumspection, her clever mind, and the way she sacrificed herself for her family, Olga herself was almost more important to him than the messages. If he had to choose between Olga and Amalia, it wouldn't take him much thought to make the choice, and he pressed her hand with heartfelt emotion as he swung himself up on the fence of the garden next door. When he was out in the road, as far as the gloomy night would allow, he could still see the assistant further along it, pacing up and down outside Barnabas's house. Sometimes he stopped and tried shining his lantern into the living room through the curtained window. Kay called out to him, and without visibly taking alarm, he stopped spying on the house and came towards Kay. "Who are you looking for?" asked Kay, testing the flexibility of the willow switch against his thigh. "You," said the assistant, coming closer. "But who are you?" asked Kay suddenly, for it didn't seem to be the assistant. After all, he seemed older, wearier, his face fuller but more lined, and the way he walked was quite different from the jaunty bearing of the assistants, who looked as if their joints were galvanized. He walked slowly, limping slightly, with a pernickety and sickly air. "Don't you know me?" asked the man. "Why, I'm Jeremias, your former assistant." "You are," said Kay, showing a small length of the willow switch that he had been hiding behind his back. "But you look quite different." "That's because I'm alone," said Jeremias. "When I'm on my own, my cheerful youthfulness is all gone." "Where's Artur, then?" asked Kay. "Artur," said Jeremias. "Your little favorite? He's left your service. You were rather too harsh with us, and he couldn't put up with it, poor sensitive soul. He's gone back to the castle to complain of you." "And what about you?" asked Kay. "It was fine for me to stay," said Jeremias. "Artur is complaining on my behalf too." "What are the pair of you complaining about?" asked Kay. "We're complaining," said Jeremias, "that you can't take a joke." "And what have we done?" "Cracked a few jokes, laughed a bit, teased your fiancé a little. And all of it, by the way, done to order. When Gallater sent us to you." "Gallater?" asked Kay. "Yes, Gallater," said Jeremias. "He was deputizing for Clam at the time. When he sent us to you, he said, I took particular note of it because that's what we refer to in our complaint. You two are going to be the land surveyor's assistants," he said. "What we said, us? We don't know the first thing about that kind of work." To which he said, "That's not the point. If necessary, he'll teach you. But the main thing is that I want you to cheer him up a little. I hear he takes everything very hard. He's come to the village, and to him this is a great event, whereas in fact it's nothing at all, and you're going to show him that." "Well," said Kay, "Gallater was right there, and did you carry out your task?" "I don't know," said Jeremias. "It wasn't possible in such a short time. All I know is that you were very rough with us, and that's what we're complaining of. I really don't understand how you, only an employee here and not even employed by the castle, can't see that service of that kind is very hard work, and it's extremely unfair to make a man's work hard for him in such a willful, almost childish way as you did. Your callous attitude in leave, us freezing outside by the fence, the way you almost struck Artur dead, and he's a sensitive soul who feels pain for days after so much. As a cross word, when you brought your fist down on the mattress, where he lay like that, the way you hunted me all over the place in the snow in the afternoon. Why? I needed an hour to recover. I'm not as young as I was. My dear Jeremias, said Kay. You're perfectly right, only you should be saying all this to Gallater. It was his own idea to send you to me. I never asked him to do it. And as I never asked for you, I was justified in sending you back again, and I would rather have done it peaceably than by force, but you obviously wouldn't have that. Why didn't you come to me at once and speak about it as openly as you do now? Because I was on duty, of course, said Jeremias. That goes without saying. And you're not on duty now? Asked Kay. Not anymore, said Jeremias. Artur has given in our notice at the castle, or at least the procedure that will finally take us off the job is in progress. But you still come in search of me as if you were on duty, said Kay. No, said Jeremias. I came in search of you, only to set Frida's mind at rest. When you left her for those girls, Barnabas's sisters, she was very unhappy, not so much because of her loss as because of your betrayal, but then again she'd seen it coming long ago, and it had made her suffer severely. I went back to the school window to see if by any chance you'd come back to your senses. But you weren't there. I saw only Frida sitting on a school bench crying. So I went in to see her, and we came to an agreement. I'm going to be room service waiter at the castle inn, at least until my business at the castle is cleared up, and Frida will be back behind the bar. That's better for her. There was no sense in Mary, NGU not for Frida. What's more, you didn't appreciate the sacrifice she was making for you. And now, good soul, she is still wondering sometimes whether she hasn't done you wrong, whether perhaps you weren't with Barnabas's sisters after all. But of course, there could be no doubt where you were. I went to find out once, and for all, because after all that agitation Frida deserves a good night's rest, and so do I. So I went, and not only did I find you, I could see that those girls were doing just as you wanted, like puppets on a string, especially the brunette asterisk. Oh, she's a real wildcat, the way she spoke up for you. Well, each to his own taste. Anyway, you didn't have to go taking the long way round through the garden next door, because I know it myself.